free to drop another co-host in there as well.
We are live on Zoom. This is real, not memorized.
Just 1 minute. Let's get this party up and started, and we will skip this. This is the last time you'll see us in normal mode. Okay, 3, 2, 1. What?
Hold on. I hit there. Let me unblur my background. I forgot. I'm home now. I can unblur. There we go.
There you go. Okay, well, good morning, everyone, and good evening to those of you out in the other parts of the world. Tim Taylor here, co-CEO and co-founder of The Great Discovery, along with the other co-founder and co-CEO of The Great Discovery, Sandra Harry. A little bit of just a touch base. This is the homeschool and really kids education summit, and it's also a networking event. This session is going to be going on for the next 6 hours. We've got emails have gone out for most people with agendas and schedules. I'm also going to be dropping it into the chat throughout the day, so you can kind of track in and go in with what you want. We have some absolutely fabulous speakers that are going to be coming through. And our focus is really about empowering homeschool parents and really empowering the entire community, not just here in the United States, but globally. I believe personally that homeschooling is one of the most important things that are happening in today's world. As I was talking with Janine just the other day, she really aptly put that, the entire education system ever since the early 1900s has pretty much remained the same, but in the last 10 years, technology has evolved tremendously. Mm-hmm. People are able to access knowledge virtually anywhere in the world directly to them, yet the education system hasn't evolved. It's remained stagnant. Centralized content. The general consensus is that people are raised up and indoctrinated in essence from that period of time to become employees, consumers, and taxpayers. And there's nothing really wrong with that, except that many people are setting aside their parental, responsibilities and kind of passing their kids off to someone that they really don't even know for often content that's unrelated. It may not be efficient for their children. But I think we're preaching to the choir here. Most people here, if you're looking at homeschooling or you're already a veteran that's in this, we've got some great information for you. And Sandra, why don't you give us a little bit of background? Sandra is our co-CEO and co-founder of The Great Discovery. And tell us a little bit about The Great Discovery and what it's all about and everything that you're doing.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Tim, and welcome, everyone. It is just a pleasure to be here. And homeschooling, like Tim said, education is just our passion. So the Great Discovery goes back some years. There is a long story that goes behind it, but I will kind of put it in a nutshell. The Great Discovery is the fourth generation of Six Sigma, a business management system with statistics and math and all kinds of stuff to save corporations billions of dollars since the mid-1980s. But what my late husband was Dr. Michael Harry, he was the co-creator. What he wanted to do is he wanted to find what made Six Sigma so powerful behind the math and statistics. And he uncovered the underlying cognitive roadmap that made it so successful, the way of thinking. And so that's what the Great Discovery really is. It is the Six Sigma way of thinking, and there is a course for it, and it's absolutely wonderful. So when he passed, which has been some years ago, he asked me to carry that legacy on. So we've done that. We launched the Great Discovery course, and we soon realized that people needed knowledge to continue on their proven path with their Great Discovery course. And so we realized that we needed to bring that knowledge onto the platform. So then the e-learning platform grew from the Great Discovery course. So it's been an amazing journey. But at the end of the day, empowering humanity with knowledge is what we need to do, all knowledge. And then not only adults. So my late husband, Dr. Michael Harry, focused the Great Discovery on adults. So in later years, Dr. Kathy Lawson, also one of our partners, and I, who were continuing to develop the program, decided, hey, I wonder if we could teach it to teens. And we did, and we were successful, and it was wonderful, right? It was amazing, the results we got. Then we said, you know what? Can we teach it to the little ones? So we decided to write a children's series book. Those are sitting behind me, and there's 6. They're called Bentley's Dream, and this is for our K through 3rd grade. And then we're looking at doing a comic book series for that middle age, the 9 to 13-year-olds or so. So it's amazing. The Great Discovery is so flexible that we could teach it to 5 years up all the way to 100 plus. But homeschooling, amazing. We have just really, really, really wanted to be able to support that industry and all of our homeschooling parents. So that's why we're here today. And that's kind of the short story. There's a much longer story. Sometime when we have more time, I can go into more details of how it all evolved. But with that, Tim, I'll hand it back over to you.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Sandra. So let's jump in a little bit into the agenda and schedule, what we've got lined up for you today. First, a couple of guidelines as we go through this. You know, you're free. We're going to be, as we're going into different breakout sessions, you'll be able to meet with other parents, as you know, from all over the globe, also some experts and educators from everywhere. And you're free to share any content or information, exchange information. You can, one of the things that we encourage you to do is save the chat from time to time. We'll actually show you how to do that if you haven't done it before. And have a great time. We do ask, though, as speakers are there, we usually mute everyone's mic. You have the ability to unmute it. Please don't. And just kind of, because sometimes you unmute it and we all have kids, right? So those darn kids are amazing and loud sometimes too. So we'll kind of keep them up and going. But let's jump in a little bit into our schedule for today, and we'll give you we'll lay this out for you. Where are we? Hang on for a second. Let me get that up. I had the schedule there. We don't have the schedule. There we go. Okay, let me pull that up there. Yeah. So our schedule is going to be starting off, first of all, with we're going to be going through a preview of the topics and takeaways that we're going to be going through. Right now, we're in our opening session. This session is all the times that are shown on here are Eastern Standard Time. On your login, there's also a time zone converter. You can check in and see where it's at. So what we're covering here is really setting the table for the day. At 10:15, in just a few minutes, you're going to be hearing from Kendra Taylor, who is an absolutely dynamic young supermom, homeschooling 3 kids of her own. And she has been very effective in online influencing, building massive networks on different social medias and really supporting and empowering the people and her followers that are in there. So Kendra is going to be going through a session on what you really need to know to get started as a homeschooler, whether you're brand new or kind of want to refine. There's different rules in different countries. In some countries, homeschooling may not even be legal. So you want to check your jurisdiction. But all of the tools you can certainly empower with your kids in your time. If you can't do homeschooling there, we'll give you some resources and how you can search whether it's legal in your jurisdiction as well. Going on after that, we're going to be jumping into Miss Corey McKeon. Corey's going to be talking about social skills without the schoolyard building, you know, confidence and community. If you ever worried about, as a homeschooler, are you isolated? Are you in a bubble? No, there's a lot of communities that you can engage with and tools and resources that you're able to access to keep your kids, you know, working with other like-minded kids that are in that blessed enough to have a good homeschool environment as well. So Corey's going to walk you through that as well. Then following that at 11:45, we've got Janine Deems is going to be coming on Rethinking High School. And she's going to be able to share some ideas and actual real examples of kids that have been homeschooled that have kind of evolved through that process. And by the time they were at their high school graduation age, they had already had a college degrees. And she's going to share some information on that. Corey's got an absolutely fabulous session you're going to want to tune into. Then right after that, we're going to be going into a breakout session. So in our breakout sessions, you're going to be able to use our live language translator. Those of you that speak different languages, we're going to show you how you can listen to other people in different languages and communicate back and forth with them right over here over Zoom, not chatting, but actually speaking to them. But it's all about you being able to make new connections, new friends, and share with others in different places out around the world. We've got 3 of those throughout the day. So you're going to love these breakout rooms. We break out into rooms of 8 to 10 people in each one of them, depending on how many people that we have in here. We could have a lot of groups or a few. And again, our flow of traffic today is going to be kind of spread out. I think we'll have a great turnout at some point during the day, probably a little bit after 12 o'clock Eastern. And it's going to be ramping up throughout the day here as well. But bless you guys for being the early birds. 12:45, we're going to go into smart tools for smart kids. Things that you can do to really empower your kids. Like it or hate it, technology is here to stay. The days of simply reading books and going to the library and checking it out with a library card and going through home studies, and they've changed, they've evolved. Now there's a lot of things now that if your children aren't using them, whether you like them or hate them, they're going to be left behind to a certain extent in the new era that we're moving into. So what Kendra is going to be talking about, along with James Penny and Ed Garza, are some really fantastic tools that are family friendly, kids safe, that are really empowering for your kids, and you're absolutely going to love them. Just set aside the presuppositions. This is set for children, and so you're going to absolutely really enjoy that. Going on at 1:30, we're going to be talking into, again, with Kendra and myself, talking about teaching by day and earning at the same time. A lot of us get into a mindset that, hey, you've got to go out and get a job. And if you're staying at home and taking care of your kids and homeschooling and raising them up, to live a great life, that you've got to sacrifice that. That's not really the case. What we're going to show you is some innovative ideas, some going from conventional to really unique, that you can do wherever you are in the world. It doesn't matter what country, that can really help you to be able to generate that extra revenue that you need. Sometimes it can be a lot of revenue, it can be a little, but we're going to give you some ideas, and we'll go from there. Then coming up at 2 o'clock, we've got another breakout room. And then at 2:15, 6 simple steps to homeschool sanity. This is Dr. Melanie Wilson. So whether you're new to homeschooling or a seasoned veteran, you can have homeschool sanity. The overwhelm, the insecurity, the confusion that we feel as homeschoolers doesn't need to continue. In this session, psychologist and 25-year-old homeschool veteran Dr. Melanie Wilson will share simple steps that will give you clarity, purpose, and peace of mind in your homeschooling. Following right behind that, we've got superstar Dennis Denoya, Mr. D Math himself, right here in the room. Beyond the Books, Homeschooling Success Stories. Dennis Denoya is also a partner with us in the Great Discovery, and he's just an amazing resource. He's well known throughout the homeschooling community, and he's got a fantastic session, 15 minutes long. You guys got to stay in for that. Now, coming up on the end of that, we also have Colleen we also have one more speaker that's off of this link. Colleen Kessler is going to be showing you how to. We have a typo on this particular page that I pulled up, so we'll go through this. But Colleen Kessler is doing a great session. I will get those notes up for you as well. And then at the end of the day, we also have a bonus session that's coming up. 2 of them. One is going to be on the Great Discovery TGD Kids program, the Bentley's Dream Series. This is fantastic. And then we're going to be wrapping up the day with Dr. Monica Hinton and Elizabeth Ellison on really superheroes and psychology. What's the tie-in before them? Many of our kids have different phobias and they can hold them back. And Dr. Hinton and Monica have an absolutely amazing way to be able to share that. So let's go ahead and jump in. I'm going to go and jump back over to you, Sandra, real quick, and I'm going to play our little intro video. Now let's rock and roll. You guys ready?
All right. Well, what I want to show really quick is those of you out there who need to use the live event translator. All right. So basically, what you can do, you must be on Chrome when you enter into our join page. And this is events, live events, or you can click on the link that came out in all the emails. It'll take you right to this page. And then there are instructions in this video on how to load the the Chrome tool, the translator, to your toolbar. All right, it's very simple. This is a non-verbal instruction, so anyone can use it. But I'm going to walk through it real quick. You just click here, and if you're already logged in, this same information is right on the Zoom page. Also, you can also load this when you're in the Zoom. It works just fine. I'm going to add to Chrome, add the extension. And there it goes. It's going to come up here, all right? And it kind of disappeared on me. You're thinking, what happened? Well, this is our extension controller, the little puzzle piece looking guy. If I pin this to my bar up there, then I can see it all the time. So to use it, I'm going to click. I'm going to put in, for any of those who are non-TGD, if you're on TGD and you're in the AI Genius Club, you use your email to log in. If you are not in the Genius Club, or you are not in the Great Discovery yet, you don't have an account, you can use info@thegreatdiscovery.com. And I am going to go ahead and throw that in chat right now. So if you do need that and you don't have an account, this is an account you can use for free. You're going to click login, and why am I not coming in? Hold on. Oh, yes, I'm in. Oh, logged out. Here we go. There we go. So I'm going to select, if I want to go from English, or actually French, I want to hear someone in French and I want to hear them in English. And then I'm going to go to English. And then when that person starts to speak, I'm going to start my live language translator. And I've got the wrong browser open, guys, so I'm not going to be able to use, but it will work. It will come and say start translation, and that will start the translation. We got to go over here. Now it's going to work. There we go. So I was on the wrong browser. So we'll start translation when the person starts, and it will go ahead. I need to put English. Sorry. Been a long morning. Here we go. There we go. English. Here we go. Come on. There we go. When I start translation, it's going to go ahead when the person is speaking, and it will put that translation through an AI voice, and you'll be able to see that. So I'll stop that. And with Tim, I'll pass it back to you.
Okay, very good. Thank you so much, Sandra. And what that's really powerful is a Great Discovery is a global education marketplace. We have content and information that's spreading all around the world. We're beginning to get students and learners everywhere in virtually every country. We reach into 200 different countries and territories and 120 different languages, both with live events and also educational and curriculum content that's audio and video translated all the way through into local language and local dialect. I think you're going to really enjoy that. So we'll be talking a little bit more about that as well. So I want to do a quick as our intro session, we're going to jump into our first speaker. Here's our quick intro video on what this event's all about today.
Ready for something absolutely world-changing for you and your family? Join us for TGD's free online homeschooling summit and networking event this Saturday, August 9th. This totally free online summit is hosted by some of the top experts in the industry to support and encourage the growing worldwide community of homeschool parents. And you don't even have to get out of your pajamas to join in with us. Want a better homeschooling outcome for you and your kids? Or maybe you're just Googling, how the heck can we do this with our family situation? You're not alone, and you're not crazy. You are an amazing homeschool parent, or about to become one. This event is going to be super empowering and informative for you, and a lot of fun too. Join our panel of top-tier experts and many other amazing homeschool parents from all around the world for this powerful event. You're going to have a learn a ton, laugh out loud kind of day with this interactive event made just for you. The event starts off with Kendra Taylor, the founder of the Homeschooling Mamas Collective, showing you the real scoop on how to plan and start your homeschooling adventure without a lot of needless mistakes or losing your cool. You'll hear from Corey McCune, the owner and director of Trinity Homeschool Academy, a thriving home education program built on biblical principles, academic excellence, and community connection. Educational strategist Janine Deems shows you how your kids can graduate from high school with a college degree. Christian psychologist Dr. Melanie Wilson will help empower you with 6 simple steps to homeschool sanity that will give you clarity, purpose, and peace of mind in your unique homeschooling journey. Veteran educator and homeschool dad Dennis DeNoya will show you what homeschooling success really looks like, at home or abroad, with real-life stories, lessons, and possibilities from decades of experience. Author and educational consultant Colleen Kessler will share her child-focused approach to raising lifelong learners by focusing on your children's strengths and passions rather than their limitations. You'll also meet your hosts, co-CEO of the Great Discovery Global Education Marketplace, Tim Taylor, as well as co-CEO and children's book author Sandra Harry. Plus, educational technology developers James Penny and Ed Garza will share some hands-on kids-safe, fun, and family-friendly AI project building tools that your kids and you will love. We will even cover some unique and proven ideas for making money for homeschool parents. And yes, you can be a great teacher and make money at the same time. And one of the best parts, this event isn't just listening to others talk. You'll be able to share your own experiences, hear from and build relationships with other homeschool parents, just like you in our live networking sessions. Space is limited in this event, so make sure you register quickly to get these powerful insights, new friends, and valuable free resources and giveaways. So please join us Saturday, August 9th. Engage with other real families, get free resources, make community connections, and, most importantly, future-ready your kids for a more successful life. Don't homeschool alone. Register now and bring your friends. This isn't just a summit. It's a movement of caring, responsible parents that want their kids to have the best opportunities that life has to offer. We can't wait to see you there.
Okay, well, we are ready. You guys ready? Let's go and bring up our first session host. This is Kendra Taylor. And as I mentioned before, Kendra is I've just been blown away with what Kendra is so young and so vibrant and so much energy and passion and skill in the things that she does. She's just in it to win it. And I love everything about you, Kendra. So
thank you.
Way for your opening session, you are set and ready to go.
Perfect. Okay, can you see my screen?
Sure can.
Okay, perfect. Let's see. Okay, so I want to share with you all today about Homeschooling 101, what you really need to know to get started. So a little bit about me. Can you see my slides as well? Because I just see my face, so just want to make sure.
We see you fine. Everything is perfect.
Okay, great. I'm a homeschooling mama of 3, and I've been homeschooling for 6+ years. I have 3 little ones, like I said, a new 3-year-old, a 5-year-old, and an 8-year-old, and I have a background in English and reading education and created a Facebook community called the Homeschooling Mamas Collective that actually has over 120,000 members now and is continuing to grow. And that's kind of a little bit of my background and where I come with homeschooling. I started homeschooling with my first after he did kindergarten, and we realized it just wasn't a fit for him. Then we transferred over to homeschooling, and we have been at it really before then and ever since. We kind of started when he was super young at 1.5 and have been loving it since then. So what you can expect from this session is I'm going to share all about homeschooling, what homeschooling is, and how you can get started with it, along with setting yourself up for success. So choosing the right curriculum, what curriculum is going to work best for your kids and your family, and creating your own support system, right? Because you do not want to do it alone. It can be overwhelming. So having a support system is definitely key. And then also go over some quick tips for success, how you can get started on the right foot with minimal stress. I'm all about helping moms and dads do this with low stress. It does not have to be complicated or stressful to homeschool. So let's get into it. So, what is homeschooling? Well, homeschooling really is whatever you want it to be. It depends on your family and what works for you. That's the great thing about homeschooling is you can make it work for your family. So, for my family, for example, we like structure. So, as you can see in the background of that picture on the left, we have schedules, we have calendars, we like our routines. So that's how we do it. But there are families that I know that really just have a flow. They go with the flow. They do this subject on this day, another subject on another day. That's the great thing about homeschooling is what is it is really defined by you and your family. So why homeschooling? Well, homeschooling is great if you're looking for personalized education for your children, if you have specific family values and beliefs that you want to instill that may not be addressed at public school. Also, it's a safe place, right? You know where your kids are, you know what your kids are doing and what they're learning, and you can foster that growth in a way that they may not be able to experience in a classroom with 20 other kids. And then the flexibility and freedom. You can travel to see grandma and grandpa if they live far away on a Wednesday if you decide, when you have that freedom of not having to be tied down to that type of schedule. And then academic concerns. This is kind of where we moved to homeschooling because my son was ahead in school and he was getting so bored that it helped us to transition so he could do higher levels in certain subjects and remain at the same grade level in other subjects. So if you have concerns like that or dyslexia or ADHD or whatever it may be, you can really address those concerns more deeply when you're doing that one-on-one. And the homeschooling landscape. So this is something that you need to know about when you begin homeschooling is that it's different everywhere. It's not always the same. So there are some areas of the world where they're super relaxed. Some states in the US, like where I live in Texas, very relaxed. We don't really have to turn in anything showing what we've taught our children. But of course, you want to do your best. But like I said, some states and some regions really let you have control and do whatever you think is best for your children. Now, there are other areas that are super regulated, where, like Germany, different parts of Europe, certain states in the US, where you have to provide documentation to show what you're teaching, when you taught it, how many days they did school, how many hours, even sometimes. Sometimes they require standardized testing, just like in public school. It really varies. So, a lot of times in my Facebook community, when people are considering moving to new places, they ask that question, like, what is homeschooling like in this state or in this region? Because that can be really important when you're looking to move as well. And how to find local guidelines. This is something that I included for the US, but if you're in a different area, don't stress. I'll include a link in the chat later after my session so you can find your regulations as well. But for the US, what you want to do is go to hslda.org/legal. On that site, you can just click on the state you live in and review your state guidelines there. So once you click your state, it'll pop up with general guidelines. Then you can click on more specifics to get all the laws in your state around homeschooling. That is so helpful because that website has all the states in one place. Like I said, if you're not in the US, not a problem. I'll share a link for that later after this session. And just so you know, common requirements are notice of intent, which means just a letter saying we intend to homeschool instead of going to or going back to school. Instructional requirements. For example, in Texas, they don't require you to show proof of what you're teaching, but they do say, okay, we want you to teach language arts, math, science, and state history or something like that, right? So they'll have some subjects that they want you to cover, even though they may not require you to show proof of covering them. They just want to make sure and let you know, hey, I would really like you to do these subjects. And then record keeping. Some states require you to submit a portfolio at the end of the year. Some states require you to submit proof of attendance. So you'll have an attendance tracker. Different things like that may be required by your state. And also some do standardized testing as well. So you'll just want to be aware of what your state requires so that you can stay in line with that. And then registering properly. This is really important to make sure if your state is one that's more regulated, that you are sticking with those registration guidelines. So like I said, the notice of intent. Most regions do require you to notify your local school or district, letting them know that you plan to homeschool. There are also some that require completed paperwork. So again, HSLDA is a great source for seeing what paperwork is needed, basic forms that you'll need to fill out and submit. All of that you can usually find on there. If not, you can always reach out to your public school and ask them questions about any forms that they may require, so you have that information as well. And then you'll also want to pay attention to deadlines. Some states set deadlines for students to notify that they will be homeschooling. So you want to make sure if your area does, you don't miss that deadline if you intend to homeschool. And then some regions also require you to submit a yearly notification of intent. So with learning plans, with proof of parental qualifications, some areas in the world require you to have a diploma to be able to homeschool your child, or require you to have a certain degree. So make sure you're aware of any requirements. And like I said, HSLDA is a great place to get that information. Now, choosing the right curriculum. So once you have made the decision to homeschool, it can be very overwhelming, because if you do a Google search of any subject and put homeschooling next to it, you're going to find a ton of resources. Okay. There's a lot out there, and that can be overwhelming, overstimulating, all of the things. And I get it, because I was right there with you when I first began. And I think it's really important to quickly narrow down those options. So one way to do that is by identifying your child's unique learning style. And after this session, I'll put a link in the chat to my free learning assessment, which is really helpful for doing that for kids. It really narrows down what their actual learning style is. Now, how does this help you choose the right curriculum? Well, based on their learning style, you can see, okay, if my kid is a hands-on learner, they're not going to enjoy a curriculum that is all about learning facts and flashcards and reading and memorization, right? They're going to want something where they do hands-on activities, science projects, getting their hands dirty, nature studies, things like that. So you'll have to really dig into your child, their needs, their learning style to pick the right curriculum. So that would be step one. Then step two, once you know, okay, this is what my child likes, this is what they don't like, this is how they learn, you're going to want to set some educational goals. So if your state requires certain subjects, you'll want to make sure, okay, we want to do these subjects this year. That's like a basic goal. Then you could say, here's what we want to learn within that subject this year. So setting really specific goals can really narrow down those options quickly, which is great. You want that because there's so much out there. So once you have figured out your goals, then you can go to Google or wherever you would like to go and research, because then you have a lot more specific search options, right? You're not going to come up with 70 million results, which is good. So once you do find a few that you like, you can compare those curriculum options. A great way to do that is being part of different homeschooling communities, because there are tons of moms to give you feedback. This worked for my child because, this didn't work for my child because. So if you're not yet, you're welcome to become a part of my homeschool community on Facebook. It's called the Homeschooling Mamas Collective. And we have tons of moms in there who are very helpful and collaborative and engaged, that would be happy to help if you have questions about curriculum that you've never used before, or if you're just getting started, right? And you have no idea where to start with curriculum, but you know your child's learning style, people can give you tips on that. So find community to get that research as well and to compare those options, because just Google isn't always good enough. Having crowdsourced information is really helpful. And then step number 4, try and observe and adjust as needed, right? This is really important. And this is my quick tip for this section. You can change your mind on curriculum anytime. That's the great thing about it that's different than public school, right? If a curriculum is not working for you, if you go a week or two and realize, like, my kid is hating this, or we are struggling, or it's too hard, or it's too easy, change it. Like, you're not tied down to it forever. And you don't have to feel like, okay, if we didn't accomplish this whole curriculum, we failed. No. Failing would be just continuing to do what's not working. It would be hard on you, hard on your kid, and just make the homeschooling experience not a good one. So like I said, try, observe, and adjust. Don't hesitate to make a switch if you need to. And if you look at all the curriculum and see that you're feeling overwhelmed, a great way to start with homeschooling is to choose an open and go curriculum. What does that mean? It's one where you open it, you have a workbook, or you have lessons. You simply pull them out, read off. Sometimes they even have like a sample script that you say to your child, have them do the worksheets or activities that go along with it, and you're done for the day. That's called an open and go curriculum. And that's a really great way to get started for parents who are completely new or have no experience in education, and you're just wanting to get your feet wet and get started. So that is a great way for that. And then building your support system, right? This, like I said, is huge. A support system is much needed because we can't do it alone. Community is so helpful. So why does it matter again? Because it provides vital support and encouragement and resources. Just like I said, in my community, people are always swapping resources, swapping ideas. It's just so helpful. And where do you find that support? You can find local homeschooling groups. Facebook is a great place for that if you just put in homeschooling group in your city or homeschooling group in your state. And then you can find online communities like my Facebook community, or there's a homeschooling channel here on The Great Discovery. There are so many options to find communities. And then a great thing, if you're wanting in-person connection, look for co-ops. If you've never heard of a co-op before, it's a group of families who come together to organize and share educational activities. They do classes, they do field trips. We're part of a really cool co-op that does all of it, right? So we meet every Friday. 2 Fridays of the month, we do school days, which are like lessons and activities, and we do lunch together and all of that. And then the other 2 days, one is a park day and one is a field trip day. So you can find co-ops like that. If you're a more experienced homeschooler, you can even start your own. I definitely suggest that. I did that last year and it was really fun. It's a lot of work, but really fun. And then also finding activities for your kiddos. Do they want to do PE, choir, band, sports? Just because they're homeschooling and not in that public school system doesn't mean they won't have the opportunity to participate in all those extras. You just may have to be creative, right? Okay, so what makes homeschooling fun and social? Like I said, you got to be creative here sometimes. So if you're looking for something to get your kids involved in, they can do volunteer projects. And this also helps later on when they're getting ready to apply for colleges or do a full-time job or something like that. These give them that extra curricular type of support on their resume or on their documentation to send to apply for college. Like I said, homeschool co-ops, arts and crafts club. At our house, we do monthly themed play dates. So we'll have a Valentine's play date, a Christmas play date, themed parties. We do those as well. STEM challenges, those are really fun because you can bring your friends, your homeschooling friends together and have a STEM day with one theme, like an egg drop theme where they have to create something not to drop the egg. Those are just general ideas, but you can have a book club by age or grade level. Field trip Fridays. I see tons of Facebook local groups that have Field Trip Friday groups, which is really fun. We've been a part of one of those before. And then entrepreneurship fairs, you can find those online as well, or create your own, of course, where your child can create something to sell, and a big group of children all sell whatever they've created or made at this entrepreneurship fair. And then science fairs or project days. You don't have to miss out on science fairs and projects if you don't want to, just because you're homeschooling and you're choosing a different path. You can either find these options outside of school or create them yourself. I am all about, if there's something that I want to do with my kids for homeschool, we just do it. Like if we don't know someone who's doing it, I just start it. Like, I feel like as a homeschooling parent, you already have that I'm going to do this mentality. So it's kind of setting you up for success with things like that. So use that momentum and just make what you want to happen. And then quick start tips for success. Start simple. So if this is your first year homeschooling, don't start a co-op. Don't Don't do all of that I mentioned, but just start simple. Use an open and go curriculum if you need to. Start with the basic subjects. Don't go overboard with extracurriculars or lessons about things that aren't required. Keep it simple and be flexible too. Remember, this is homeschool. You don't necessarily have to do Monday through Friday. If your child is sick, do it again tomorrow. Like, keep it flexible. And tip number 3, celebrate small wins. Every Friday in my Facebook group, we celebrate wins and people share, hey, my child read 2 words this week, or they started chapter books, or they learned how to add. Like, celebrate those tiny victories along the way because they add up, and then you see, wow, my child has progressed so much this year. And I really liked this quote from Emily Foss. It says, when the atmosphere encourages learning, the learning is inevitable. So it doesn't have to be this perfect setup. It doesn't have to be incredibly extensive, right? If you provide just an atmosphere of learning for your children, the learning is going to happen. So don't be overwhelmed. Don't stress out. It's going to be good. And then top resources. Here are some of our top resources for homeschooling. There's so many, like I said, you can find online. But the top ones that I have are the homeschooling channel here on The Great Discovery. You can sign up for different membership levels. There's a free level where you get like homeschooling tips and just general community. Then there are levels that include things like a yearly homeschool roadmap, unit studies, a monthly workshops, homeschool planners, flashcards, curriculum lists. There's so much available for you on The Great Discovery for homeschooling, and it's only going to continue to grow. So make sure you plug in here. And then there's also, we'll talk about this more later, but Magic Minds AI Academy for Kids has so many tutoring options available for your kids, along with helping them write their very own book. So there's so much available that your kids can plug into. And if you have any homeschooling questions, I'm ready for them now. So let me know.
You're muted, Tim. You're muted.
I think he's having trouble, guys. Hang on 1 second.
I got it. I have so many screens going here as part of the home office thing here going on as well. But if anybody does have any questions, Kendra, I have a quick question. So, as you were saying, you could almost kind of go through and create your own curriculum. Now, is there any standardized, exams that you need to do, for example, to get a high school or grade, type of advancement? And how do you resource those? I know you've got a whole drop of different resources that you're going to be dropping here in a minute. Maybe you want to drop that when you can, that people can get in on. But what's the, I had my first, I have 2 daughters, and one of my daughters, we went through homeschooling for a good part of her upbringing, and then she moved into public school. And, she was absolutely just doing great. And it seemed like as soon as she went into public school, it suddenly became a challenge. Then my second daughter, I kind of wimped out and went right into private school with her. And I'm going, oh gosh, but she's just fabulous. So private school was a good choice in that particular case. But what are the actual standards? And I know we've got some other speakers that are experts in this community that you're going to be hearing from later. All of them also have resources that they'll be able to drop here for you also. But what are some of the things that you need to do to make sure that they are recognized when they go into college or anything with their accreditations that they've received?
Yeah, so in Texas, and I believe all of the US, the ACT or SAT is usually a college standard. That's something that definitely some of the other speakers can speak more on than me, because I'm in the thick of the little ones. So I don't have a ton of experience with the older ones yet. But the The ACT and the SAT are the biggest two that I'm aware of. And then for as far as state guidelines, when they're going up through high school, middle school, all of that, the different exams really depend on your state, right? Some states require that as homeschoolers you do those, and some states don't. So that's where you really need to dig into your specific state requirements. And hslda.org has all of that listed. So if your state does require certain standardized testings, you'll know, and they'll give you tips on how to get those, how to do that testing. Sometimes it's something that the state provides, sometimes it's something that you do have to pay for out of pocket. So you'll want to be aware of that before you kind of dig in.
Excellent. Now, if anyone has any questions or comments, first, the chat is open, so feel free to go ahead and put them right into the chat. But you can also, down at the bottom of your screen, there's a button that says raise hand. Sometimes it's under there's some react options. But go ahead and put your hand up. It looks like Beverly's on it. Hi, Beverly. How are you? Good to see you, dear.
Hey, I'm great.
Question for?
Well, this is interesting. I mean, I'm way beyond kids in school, but I do have great grandkids now that are part of that, and a lot of nieces and nephews. And I know a lot of people are starting to really get discouraged. My daughter, when she had her son from third grade on, he homeschooled, and I mean, at 3 months being in homeschool, he goes, "Mom, I'm so glad I'm here. I'm learning so much more." He is now 22, so that was back then. So my
Yeah.
question is, because he was on a computer thing and it was part of the state of Nevada. And, but some of the curriculum, some of the road bumps that they were running into was the financial thing, because it was, it wasn't really public run, but it was still under different rules and regulations. If someone were to look in every state, and like you said, they're all different, what is the first place someone would go to say, I'm thinking about homeschooling? Where would you say the best place to do? I mean, do you Google it? Where would you go for something like that?
Yeah, I think HSLDA, just if you're wanting to know what to do, that is the best place. That's a really good place.
HSLDA? Okay.
Yes, .org. And
.org.
it just has all the state guidelines. It has legal requirements. So the very basic standards of what you need to do to be able to homeschool, whether you need to send a letter of intent, whether you need to do standardized testing, whether, it just goes over all of those options. So I think that is a really good place to go and get those very basic requirements. So, okay, I have to at least do this to be able to homeschool. And if you're able to do that, or what you need, what help you need, all of that.
Now, does that also tell someone if they want to be, let's just say they don't have kids, or they want to start a homeschooling outfit to be able to, say, have it as a job, right? And make it available for other parents. So rather than send them to daycare or haul them to school, they'll be able to bring them into that homeschooling situation. Is this same .org?
No, this is more for homeschooling parents. If they're wanting to start like a homeschool co-op or something like that, Google is a really good resource. I'm actually planning to make a course here on the Great Discovery about how to start a co-op. And they could also look into, I'm not sure about state guidelines on co-ops, if that would be like a daycare or school guidelines. So there would have to be a lot of research on that for sure. But I would say starting off, you would want to figure out what those guidelines are for your state. So I would say co-op state guidelines. I would type that into Google and start there. Because it's going to be different again for every state. And if they're wanting the children to stay in home with them without parents, that's a whole new ball game. So they would have to really dig into research on that, because that I'm not sure.
Okay. Yeah, it'd be great to see your course when you come out on that. So
yeah, definitely.
Because all the right questions to ask. It was very informative, and wow, I mean, if there's parents listening out there, listen up, because again, kids still get that interaction. And what I liked about what they had in Nevada was, with that organization, they had every single week where they get together with the kids, whether it was in a Zoom, but they actually had physical things that they went on, and they were
Yes.
like field trips. Every single week they had an in-life person field trip where all the kids that were in this classes together,
That's great.
so if the parents in the city or the state or the town, the group, if there's something, that they could, come together in that group, like you say, with the co-op or even without a co-op, is to just be able to have like play dates of all the kids that have been
Yes.
homeschooled.
Yeah, and that's kind of where that's more of where I have the experience is with co-ops and Facebook groups where we do weekly meetups, things like that. And those are super easy to start. You can really make it your own. Just like with homeschooling, you decide what you want to provide in those groups and you connect with other parents to make it work.
Okay,
Okay.
looks like we have a
Thank
few
you.
minutes left, so we need to jump up to another couple questions. We've got Patrice Porter. Patrice is amazing. She's on the Great Discovery Education Marketplace as the gardening grandma, and she has some absolutely
Nice.
fabulous like home horticultural classes that kind of teach kids to garden, and it's just a fabulous. It fit right in. So Patrice, what's your question?
Well, right along with that, Tim, that I believe like gardening and those life skills, they should be part of every child's education. So
Yes.
I developed those programs like Got Dirt Gardening for kids, but also giving them the opportunity to learn their academic lessons in that real life situation of gardening. Like I feel like I learn best like that. But being as like I provide those programs and that, what would be the best way to make them more accessible? Like I've got them up here on the Great Discovery, and I would love to have more kids gardening and learning their math while they're doing it. Math,
Sure.
science, and literacy.
Yeah, I think it would be great for us to connect offline as well, because I have tons of ideas for that. But just as a general overview, I think connecting with homeschooling groups, especially on Facebook, that's a really big place for homeschooling groups. Getting connected with admins and people in those groups that can help promote your course there is really helpful. And maybe starting your own homeschooling focused Facebook community could be really great around gardening and around kids who have a passion for plants or whatever it may be, right? Building a community around that would be awesome. And you could even transition that into having a channel around it on the Great Discovery.
Okay. Patrice, feel free to drop a link to your course. Is fabulous. I share it all over the place with it. I love it. My daughter loves it as well. Go ahead and drop it in the chat. Let's move up to Dr. Monica Hinton. Dr. Monica, good to see you, dear. I'm so glad you're on. I know you've got a session coming up towards the end of the day, a bonus session as we started talking about your content and what you're working with. Everybody's got to stick for this. So she's great. Dr. Monica Hinton, go ahead.
Hi, Kendra. Nice meeting you.
Hi.
I have a situation where I have a nephew he's already in high school, but he may have to transition to homeschooling.
Okay.
What are your thoughts on that or suggestions?
Yeah, sure. I think just really see where he's at. Is he at the grade level he's supposed to be at? Is he above? Really focusing on where he's at in his subjects and what he needs to accomplish before, because high school is a different ballgame, right? They really need to hone in on those subjects and make sure they're ready for whatever next step they decide on. So I think really figuring out where he's at right now and where he wants to go to figure out the game plan for homeschooling. So is he wanting to go to college? Is he wanting to do a trade school? Is he just wanting to jump into a career? I think finding out those things as quickly as you can, is really helpful to navigate, okay, here are our next steps. And then, of course, looking at your state guidelines. Do you need to notify your public school or district? Does he need to still do standardized testing? All of those kind of things you'll want to nail down as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Dr. Monica. And Dr. Monica's session is going to be coming up later. It's called Unleash Your Inner Hero, where psychology meets superpowers, from a clinical psychiatric position. Thank you so much, Doc. Stephen Walters, last question, and we're going to jump up to into our next session.
All right, we'll try to make this concise. So, hi, Kendra, I'm Steve. So,
Hi.
I do teach college communications. I work with a lot of first generation students, and I have worked with a lot of homeschoolers. And one of the issues I found is that the kids that are from the one person school are very introverted and very shy. And the kids from 11, I can't do it on my hands, but 11 or more kids, and I've had them from the same family, aren't so much as introverts. How does how do you apply communication skills like public speaking into the homeschool? And at what age do they start?
Sure. I think it can really vary based on your teaching philosophy, right? As a parent, of course, but there's a lot of room to do that. So there's different curriculums that you can use, like classical conversations, where you're speaking from a very young age, reciting things that you learn, right? Or you can get them involved in speech and debate clubs. There's homeschooling clubs locally that you can get your kids involved in, especially if you feel like they're very introverted or shy or need that extra attention to that area. You can get them involved in those extracurricular type things. And then being involved in things in the community, like if there's, I know our church has Awanas, right? Where they have to get up and recite Bible verses that they memorized. Just simple things that you can do in the day to day to get them speaking publicly is really helpful. So I think parents just need to work on really integrating that into the day to day. It doesn't have to be a big extra thing, but it can be if you want it to be. But just integrating it into life is really helpful.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, well, thank you, Stephen. And by the way, thank you so much, Kendra. Great work. I know we're going to be hearing from you in a little bit. Kendra just dropped some of the resource links into the chat, so feel free to grab those. And there's a way you can save the chat as well. And also, I'm going to drop today's full agenda link right into the chat right now. So if you want to get a quick copy and you're tuning into her, I know we've got a lot of people coming on 12 due to a little bit of a link mishap. But you know, if you're going through, I'll keep posting this throughout the day. Open that up, you can kind of see what's coming up next. And here is what's coming up next. We've got Corey McKeon is going to be coming up. Corey is the owner and director of Trinity Homeschool Academy, TACH, a thriving home education program built on biblical principles, academic excellence, and community connections. As a veteran homeschool mom with over 15 years of experience, Corey brings a unique combination of heartfelt conviction and strategic leadership to the world of education. So Corey, I can't wait to hear from you. And it's just, thank you so much for agreeing to come on to this. As we've got really some of the best speakers coming up, and Corey's one of them. It's just amazing. Go ahead, dear.
All right. Hi. I want to make sure you can see, like Kendra said before, I can only see my face. Can you see my shared screen?
We got you.
All right. Excited to be here and some of the questions that have just come up. I know I'm going to hit on in my presentation here. I am newer to presenting, so little grace is appreciated. But as Tim said, I am Corey McCowan, and excited to share about the just building confidence in community, how we get from a firm foundation at home into the community, and the questions that we face along the way, especially that age-old question about socialization. As I go through the presentation, please feel free to send questions if it's not answered through my presentation. We will definitely go through those in the end. So first, just a little bit about me. First and foremost, I'm a follower of Jesus. My faith is the foundation of everything I do. I'm blessed to be married to my husband, Michael, for 24 years. Together, we have two children, our daughter Lauren, who is 21, and our son Patrick, who is 19. We home educated both of them, Lauren from first grade through high school graduation, She's now graduated from college and working in Nashville with a human trafficking nonprofit organization. And our son Patrick was home educated the entire time. He's finishing his first year post-graduation, where he's focusing his time in real estate education and just really wanting to build a portfolio of properties that he would love to own and manage. I am the owner and director of Trinity Homeschool Academy. Also, our legal name is Teach, Trinity Education of Christian Homeschoolers, where for the first time in 16 years, I've also taken on teaching a couple of leadership and entrepreneur classes. And when I'm not with my family or at Teach, I'm often on the soccer field coaching the littles, which is a passion of mine. But if I had to sum up who I am as a home educator and a business owner, I would just say that I am an avid supporter of home education and protecting the freedom parents have to educate their children in the way that's best for their family. That mission is really at the heart of everything that I do. So we will dive into that question. Homeschool, aren't you worried about socialization? That is inevitable. You mentioned you are homeschooling and you get the, oh, I could never do that. Aren't you worried about socialization? Originally, I'd get a little defensive. I'd feel the need to explain all the ways that my children were in social situations. And then one day I came to realize that what if I flipped the question around? And public school, aren't you worried about socialization? This is one of the favorite t-shirts we actually have at our co-op. But and honestly, when you look at the definition of socialization, a public school system sums that up. Children of all the same age, learning the exact same thing, being taught from a curriculum that has been rewritten according to the opinion to infiltrate the students with that ideology. So now when I get asked about socialization, I'm very transparent and I say that I am worried about socialization, and that's why we homeschooled our children. But in all honesty, when you get the questions from those who do not have the knowledge or understanding of home education, what they are really asking, and are they really interested in hearing your answers? Home education has grown not only in how many families are participating in this form of education, but just in how many opportunities there are for our children. We're lucky enough in our area in Florida to have a ton of options. I know other places it's newer, and other places, it's where you might need to start your own. So we're going to definitely get into that in this presentation. But we have moved on from the just homeschooling at the kitchen table. So the next few slides, we're just going to focus on some of those questions that we get and the answers that we can give. So aren't homeschoolers lonely? How will they make friends if they don't go to school? Won't they miss out on normal childhood experiences? Do they get enough interaction with kids their own age? And how do they form lasting friendships? So homeschooling opens up the door to just very deep and meaningful relationships with family, friends, mentors, peers. It's common for homeschoolers to be involved in co-ops, church groups, sports teams, community service, giving them plenty of opportunities and interaction for connection. These friendships, they're built on shared interests, not just shared classrooms. As a result, they're often intentional, genuine, and typically long-lasting. Now, it comes to the normal childhood experience question. It's important to remember that most people define normal only by what's common in traditional schools. But homeschoolers do enjoy a wide range of experiences, traveling, pursuing hobbies, engaging in hands-on learning, and exploring their communities. So their education often blends seamlessly with those real-life tailored to their interest and values. Like was stated on the last in the Q&A about the gardening. It's like you can learn through those real world experiences. So, and it's not just about time with peers their own age. Homeschoolers learn to interact with people of all ages. They have play dates, they join clubs, they compete on sports teams, attend weekly groups. They're not just confined to a single classroom in order to make connections. So, and all of this happens through intentional community. Homeschoolers spend their time with people they truly connect with, and often in smaller, close-knit settings that foster those stronger bonds. So the relationships are built by choice and not just by the age or zip code. So more of the questions, how do homeschooled kids learn to work with others? Again, collaboration comes naturally in homeschooling. So through group classes and those church events and sports and co-op projects, in these settings, the homeschoolers often work with people of all ages and not just with those in their own grade, which helps them develop those broader social skills and adaptability. The next two questions we get a lot are how can they learn teamwork if they're mostly at home, and won't they be awkward in social situations later in life? Teamwork is woven into the everyday life where it's working on group projects, serving in their community, participating in those sports, or even many homeschool families have their own business where the students are helping run that family business. So homeschoolers regularly practice the teamwork in real world situations. The environment also builds confidence. Many homeschoolers are comfortable speaking with both peers and adults because they're not limited to age segregated settings. As a result, they are developing just strong communication skills and emotional intelligence early on. And are homeschoolers sheltered from the real world? And do they struggle with authority or structure later because they're not in a school system? Far from being sheltered, homeschoolers often have more opportunities for real world experiences. They're volunteering, they're working jobs, they're traveling, engaging with just diverse groups of people. Parents guide what's age appropriate using everyday life as an extension of the classroom. And when it comes to responsibility, homeschoolers are pretty well prepared. They learn to follow rules, they respect authority, they meet deadlines, manage their own workload. In fact, these skills often help them to thrive in both college and the workplace. As they've been practicing self-direction and accountability from a young age. And our last set of questions, can homeschoolers develop leadership or communication skills? What about prom and sports groups or public speaking? Will they know how to handle conflict and criticism with their peers? Don't homeschool parents do everything for them? And how can they be prepared for college or the workplace without traditional peer environment? So many homeschoolers take on leadership roles in their small groups, their co-ops, like I said, their family businesses. With flexibility in their schedules, they often have extra time to pursue passions and just build skills in like public speaking, mentoring younger children, or even organizing events. They also have access to a wide range of activities. While the format may look a little different from traditional schools, the opportunities are just as abundant and often more personalized to their interests and comfort level. Conflict resolution is another valuable skill they develop. This happens naturally through sibling relationships, their group activities, and community involvement. And because they encounter less bullying, they tend to approach disagreements more with respect and thoughtful problem solving. So homeschooling also nurtures the independence. Students are encouraged to take responsibility for their own education, manage their own tasks, meeting their own deadlines, organizing their time, and solving problems. So in this model, parents can act as guides rather than the crutches. And then as a result, homeschoolers are often exceptionally well prepared for both college and careers. They graduate with strong study habits, self-motivation, time management skills, the ability to communicate effectively. In fact, many colleges actively recruit homeschool students because of their independence and their drive. So getting through all of those questions brings us to the actual life of a home education family. And it is in the home where the foundation is laid. It is up to each family to decide and live out what their foundation is made of. And you're never going to find another home that has the exact same foundation. But all home educating families can thrive through education, through faith, through their strength of family values, and those roots that we intentionally plant. And once we've built that foundation, we can be confident in launching our children into the world. I always like the example of the arrow, like it says in Psalm 127:4, like arrows in the hand of a warrior, so are the children of one's youth. As a Christian family, we are like skilled archers. We're entrusted by God with our arrows. Each child is uniquely crafted for a purpose. And from the moment they're born, we begin home educating these arrows, and we're carefully shaping them through the love, discipleship, correction, and example. So the family home becomes the workshop where the truth is engraved, the characters refined, their point of purpose is sharpened. And then as the children grow, the parents can aim them with intention, not at comfort or worldly success, but at God's glory, eternal impact, and kingdom calling. When the time comes, the faithful parent does not have to cling to the arrow, but we can release it, trusting that by God's grace, our children are going to fly true. Launching them into the world is not about letting go in fear, but releasing in faith. So knowing that each arrow guided by our training, truth, and love poured into them, it's just sent out, not aimlessly, but with direction and purpose. So in our home, we always lived out we're aiming our children at heaven, not Harvard. We wanted them to know that their education mattered, but the thing that mattered most was their heart, their values, their integrity, and their understanding that their identity is found in Christ. So we wanted them to grow into adults who love God, love others, and live with purpose, because their academic success means pretty little if it's not grounded in a life that honors Him. So from the home into the community, once you know what your home foundation is made of, we can spring into the community and find groups that will help enhance our home education. So as homeschooling continues to grow, like I said, many communities have co-ops and play groups and social groups, athletics, theater, hybrid, micro schools are popping up all over. Pretty much anything you can think of. Many counties and states have laws that allow homeschool students to use their public after-school clubs and athletics. And if you're in a community that does not have a lot of options, or options that you're looking for, if you build it, they will come. So we're going to get into now kind of how to start a home education co-op or a group in your area to build that community. In 2010, when I began homeschooling, I found a small homeschool co-op that was just starting. In that, I began helping with it and grew into being the director and owner. And now we're starting our 16th year. It began with about 40 to 50 students, with classes offering 1 day a week. And starting this year, we just had our first week and we're starting with 725 students, and we have options 4 days a week. So we have some students who come for one class. We have some who come for only academic. We have some who come for only electives. And then some who have a mix of all of it, where there multiple days a week. So we offer everything from your basic core classes to any and every elective you can think of. We started 16 years ago with only core classes and a couple of electives like art and some private music lessons, and now have cooking and engineering and survival and espionage and psychology and woodworking and homeopathy and homestead mechanics. You name it, we've got it. And we don't just hire anyone, we hire instructors who are professionals in that industry. Our cooking classes are taught by a private chef. Our survival and espionage are taught by a retired combat Marine. Our mechanics class is taught by a local business owner of small engine repair shop. And our art classes are taught by a professional artist. Our homeopathy is taught by a doctor. So we've laid the foundation in our home and jumped in the community and just continued building off of that into a home education community contracted co-op that only offers these classes, but opportunities for the parents to connect in small groups. We have mom workout sessions, dad's morning club, and just so much more. So you just have to have a vision and the heart to build it brick by brick and year by year. So if you are looking to start something or you don't have something in your community, looking what do you need? What is missing? Why do you want or need a group? What's your philosophy of education? Figuring out these answers to the questions will help you to narrow down where you can begin. And then you can start to take those steps to forming a group in your area. We're going to dive into those steps. First off, you're going to want to pray and be sure of the vision before you move on to the logistics. So what is your purpose? Is it academic support, enrichment? Is it faith-based? What age groups will you start with? Do you want to start with all age groups or just narrow it in on a smaller group? Will it be parent-led? Will you hire teachers? Will it be a mix? So just getting the vision before you move forward. Location may be one of the hardest things to find, but obviously also something you must have before you can continue down the path. So when you're looking for a place to host your homeschool co-op, there are several types of locations to consider. Churches are by far the most common, especially for the faith-based groups, but you might also find a great fit in community centers, libraries, or even shared space like YMCA or dance studios or vacant storefronts. When you're narrowing down your options, there are a few key things to keep in mind. First is the space available on the days and times you need it. Next, look at the cost. Make sure it fits your budget. Think about setup. Do they have classrooms or large meeting rooms? Do they have tables and chairs? Do they have a kitchen? You'll also want to consider parking, overall safety, and whether the facility is comfortable hosting a homeschool group. So once you've found a place that could work, you're going to want to make just a short pitch about your vision and how you'll care for the space. Ask about their usage policy, rental rates, liability requirements, and then visit the location in person. Check the layout, listen for noise levels, picture how the flow will work for your group. And finally, once you've made your decision, secure the location with the written agreement so everyone is on the same page. Next step is obviously building your core leadership team. That is pivotal. Depending on the setup of your organization, you'll have certain requirements. Every state has different requirements for how organizations are run. If you have a nonprofit, you're going to need a board of directors. If you choose to start an LLC or S Corp, you can take on the owner-director role and build the team from there. So either way, having the support team is necessary for success. Some ideas are to have a treasurer to handle the funds, someone who is gifted in scheduling and administration, liaison between parents and the teachers, and any position you feel is necessary. It's just most important that everyone on the team have the same vision and values. So the next step is just discussing what kind of classes your co-op might offer. There's a wide range of academic subjects, your math, science, English, history, enrichment classes, like cooking, foreign language, the arts, STEM projects, and of course, there's physical education. How often do you want to meet? Some groups meet weekly, some meet bi-weekly, some only meet once a month. Think too about the length of your sessions. Will it be a half day, full day? Maybe it's going to be a flexible schedule, just depending on the classes. When you're forming a homeschool co-op, one of the most important steps is putting together clear policies and guidelines from the start. This isn't about being overly rigid. It's about making sure everyone knows what's expected of your group so that it can run smoothly. You're going to want to create a code of conduct for both students and parents. This should spell out how every student is expected to treat one another, how to handle disagreements, and the standards of behavior that align with your group's values. Along that line, you'll also need a discipline policy. This doesn't have to be complicated, but it should explain how you'll answer behavior issues in a fair and consistent way. We at our co-op have one basic rule that covers everything, and it's respect. So we keep it simple, but we can go off of that when we have any issues arise. Also, the safety and child protection procedures, they're crucial. It might include things like background checks if you're having teachers come in, sign out if you're going to do that, emergency plans for like weather, medical situations. And then we get to the financial side. You're going to want to be crystal clear about the financial policy. It covers tuition, supply fees, your refund policy. Decide on a budget outline, what those fees are going to cover, whether that's the facility rental, insurance, class supplies, if teachers, what they're being paid, if you're hiring instructors. Always research your local or your state guidelines. For instance, in my co-op, all instructors are independent contractors, so I have no employees. One major thing this means is that the independent contractor must set their own fee. I'm not legally allowed to tell them what they are going to make. So it actually takes the burden off of me. And each independent contractor each year sets the fee for what they're teaching, and that's what the families pay. So also decide how the fees will be collected and tracked. Are you going to accept checks? Will it all be online? What kind of system are you going to use? Who's going to be responsible for the bookkeeping and making sure the records stay accurate? By putting all these policies in writing, you'll protect your co-op, keeping things organized, and giving families the confidence that you have built a safe, fair, and well-managed environment for everyone. Just remember when you're planning for your budget to make sure you account for all key expenses, facility, rentals, supplies, teacher payments, hiring instructors, and then decide how you're going to collect and track those payments so that everyone can be organized and transparent. When you're starting a co-op, you'll also need to think about the legal and insurance side of things. First, liability insurance is often required by the facility you're renting from. It protects both your group and the location in case something unexpected happens. If your co-op is faith-based, you also might want to create a statement of faith. This helps clearly define your group's beliefs. It ensures that everyone participating understands and agrees with your mission. And finally, waivers for participants are a must. These outline risks, expectations, and responsibilities. They give families a chance to acknowledge that they understand and accept those terms before joining in. When it comes to scheduling and enrollment, start by building out your class schedule, decide which classes will run, when they'll meet, and who will teach them. Once that's set, open registration so families can sign up. As part of the enrollment process, be sure that you're collecting all the fees and signed agreements so that the expectations are clear from the start. And finally, assign volunteer roles, whether it's teaching, assisting in classes, handling setup and cleanup, or helping with administration. Just make sure every parent knows how they'll be contributing to the success of the co-op. And when it's time to recruit teachers and families for your co-op, start by reaching out to existing homeschool communities. Lots of Facebook groups out there, put flyers out in different locations, host an interest meeting. It just gives you a chance to share your vision, explain how your co-op's going to work, and answer questions for those families and anyone who might be interested in teaching. And again, like I said, spread the word on social media, Facebook, flyers in libraries and coffee shops, community centers. The more places your message appears, just the more you're going to be able to connect with the right families and teachers. And then you're ready to launch your co-op. Consider starting with a Meet the Teachers event or an open house before the first day. It gives the families a chance to connect with the instructors, ask questions, and get comfortable in the space. So, and remember, you don't have to do everything at once. Start small, build that strong foundation, and allow your co-op to grow gradually so that you learn what works best for your community. And for those who are actually starting it and in the leadership position, as you're planting the seed, you're nurturing it to grow, you need to be sure that you are watered as well. Don't give up your time with God. Don't give up your time with your family. Don't give up the priorities in your life to make sure everyone else is being watered. You need to take care of yourself as it's a large undertaking. So we'll just go into quickly the my co-op that I have run to give you some examples. It has flourished only because of that firm biblical foundation, going to God in all our decisions, every action, every detail. The foundation has been laid, and no matter what it is thrown our way, we continue to rely on God and make each decision through our belief and our moral compass. We are the Teach Eagles, and that eagle has gone through some ups and downs, but as we keep that cross on its chest as the full armor of God, we know what direction we're going in. It's good to let everyone know the heart of your co-op. We post this Canva here that shows what our heart is. It's on our website, it's in our handbook, it's in our onboarding documents. It is wherever we can post it. We want to sum up what we believe, who we are, and our definition of home education so that people know coming into our group what we believe and what we're doing. So it says, I know it's a little small on here, but it says that Teach will always welcome everyone because it's only through open arms and genuine love that we can shine the light of Jesus to those who may not yet know him. Christ calls us to be his hands and feet, reaching out with compassion and grace to all people. At the same time, we will always maintain that anyone on our campus must respect our belief statement. While we invite individuals from all walks of life, it's essential that our core values and commitment to biblical truth remain honored and upheld within our community. I've gotten the question before why we don't interview and only allow people that have the exact same beliefs. So we want to put that out there, that we want to welcome everyone through the doors of our co-op. Then we also want to put out like what we believe as a co-op is the definition of home education. We leave all authority to the parent. We provide Christ-centered education, and we understand each family and each child is their own unique individual. The parent has the full discipleship over their child's goals and their grades. And we believe that the education takes place in the context of the family. We do not believe that home education is just school at home. We don't believe it's isolated learning, and we don't believe it's avoiding responsibility. Excuse me, you can check out our website if you're interested in seeing how our co-op is run. On that Begin Your Teach journey, you can find our schedules and cost and registration process. You can find the onboarding documents, which takes families through all the ins and outs. Calendars, resources. So if you're looking for examples, they're there. I'll quickly go through so you can see, give you a glimpse of what can be grown. These are our current schedules. Red means the classes are full. So when families go on and see what we have, they understand that what is open for them to register. On Monday and Wednesdays, our schedules look like this. We have from pre-K all the way through high school. And this is what we call our a la carte menu of classes. These days we offer everything, core classes to all sorts of electives. Families can pick and choose what their student is taking, and they build out what they want each of their students to have. About 8 years ago, we implemented a core-only day. This more mimics a traditional classroom environment where the students get their 4 core subjects, math, science, English, and history from one instructor. Many who are jumping out of a traditional school like to take this kind of soft dive into home education. They know they're getting those 4 core subjects. And then we also allow for a mix of all of this. You don't have to just do a Tuesday or a Thursday or a Monday or Wednesday. You can basically build what works for your family. And again, no family is going to have the exact same schedule. Also, having a place where families can review all of your policies and procedures is helpful. We have this onboarding document that is on our website and any of our parent and student portals. It's one place where they can go and click through. As you can see, it has that Heart of Teach. It's got our handbook, information on all of our instructors, parent responsibility, rules. What we call My Teach is our internal portal just for our students, how to stay in the know, our calendar, how to communicate. So just one place where they can get all of their information. We have learned that making it simple is best. Having information in one place, one click of a button gets more eyes on it than having them have to search all over. Feel free to follow us on Instagram or Facebook. As I tell others who come to me about the process of starting homeschool groups and building that community, we did not start here. We are here now, but this is 16 years of growth. So when we get those questions, I just want everyone to know who needs to start something that don't try to start something that has been going on for so long. It needs to be built. But the sky is the limit. It's up to you, and it's basically, are you going to accept that mission? So we can now, I know we've got a few more minutes left in this session, so we can take some questions. I can go through and see if anything's come through on the Zoom.
Okay, Corey, that sounds fantastic. Why don't you stop your screen presentation? Let's open up to some questions and see what we've got. I'm gonna remove the spotlight so everybody can see everybody again. Hey, we're all here. I have a question for you, and if anybody has some additional questions, feel free to go down and just click on the raise hand button, and down the bottom of your screen. It might be in a different location if you're coming in from a mobile device. Click that up and get you in the queue. No bad questions here. I first, a comment. I've been a pastor and in ministry for a long time, and I applaud your faith and your boldness in stepping out, and I love what you're doing. We also know that there's also secular home groups as well. So if some people are looking at doing a co-op, they can take the same principles that you're working with and apply it to their secular home group, and so on, right? So I was up in, I ran a ministry up in Crestline, California, up in the mountains up there. And just that locale, for whatever reason, probably about a third of our community were homeschoolers. So it wasn't difficult to find different community activities, games and sports, and, it was all there. Do you have any tips on I heard you mention you can go out and kind of start something. What's the best way to start, and how do you kind of ramp up kids into something while you're waiting for it to evolve? If you might be in a community where it's not like where I was.
Yeah, I've actually had others from other areas of the country contact me about starting something and starting it from scratch. And truly, that how I just kind of went through the process was the location and the instructors, or who is going to teach, are probably the most important thing. So if you know in your group or your area you don't have a theater program, and you're looking to start that, finding a location that is capable of hosting a theater group, finding a group of people or theater instructors who understand that. Those are the two things that I feel most important, getting that lined up, and then moving forward from there with what days and advertising and figuring out the cost and just getting it out there. In our area, new groups are being started all the time. And truly, I believe the social media world is where you get, once you have that foundation of what your group is going to offer, where it's going to be, who's going to be teaching it. Home education families really want to know who they're entrusting this group, what this subject is going to be taught, by who it is. So introducing the teacher is really important. And then again, I just say you have to be willing to start small. If you have 4 kids sign up for something, start it, because it's going to grow, but it's going to take starting small.
Love it. Love it. And by the way, in our session today, if you'd like to be able to reach out and connect with Corey, here's what you do. Just go ahead and put in the chat, type Corey and your name and email address. You can save this chat. We encourage you to save it throughout the day, and we'll make sure that she gets all that contact information and is able to reach out and connect with you. So you can do that. One more thing, Corey. As you were talking a little bit, I understand with teacher, a localized, brick and mortar facilities and places that you're working, as in areas where, that may just not be feasible, rural areas or, out in the country and places. Have you done much work with, online, for example, with the Great Discovery? That's really what our platform is all about, is with channels, you can literally go and set up your theater groups, your cooking classes, your other types of things, as well as support resources. And people can go and monetize it and subscribe to those groups. And then it kind of gives you a true, potentially global access. You can have homeschoolers from everywhere. Have you done anything like that?
Our specific group here is in person. However, we have, one of our original teachers was Dennis, who is an online presence, and we have some of our instructors now who are taking that on, where we have the in person, but they're videoing their lessons and they're getting their lesson plans out, and they're putting out just an online platform for people to be able to take that class. Our Bible instructor is taught by a pastor, and people absolutely love him. So I encouraged him this year. He's recording every class, and hopefully at the end of the year he'll have a curriculum that he can post for people to purchase and benefit from. So we are starting that process with a lot of our instructors. They're seeing that they are able to get out nationwide and international with what they're teaching.
Right. That's amazing. Thank you so much for that. Does anybody have any other questions for Corey? Go ahead and put your hand up. And if you don't know where your hand button is, just wave on your screen. We'll spot you. And there we go. There's Dennis. Do you have a question, Dennis? Or a comment?
Well, more of a comment. So, when Corey says, we met at the beginning, and we did. So oftentimes, if you're considering doing a co-op, like Corey was saying, they really do start small. Corey's an exception around the US that her program has 700 kids attending. That's big. There are some that get that big, some even a little bit bigger, but typically they're much, much smaller. And it does take a lot of work. But for me, I was there at the very beginning, and so watched them grow, helped them along the way. They helped me as well. But one of the things to share about is, like, when you hear Corey and you hear all of the things that she did and all of the things that she's created, and she's invested 16 years of her life into creating the Teach Co-op. At the same time, I know both of her kids, and I've known her kids since they were probably 8 and 10 years old. And seeing them and watching them grow up and seeing where they are today and going to their, high school plays and seeing the different things they were doing, and if they were doing tech stuff and robots and whatever they were into, it was one of the things that I loved about when I was going in person to Tampa to the co-op, was that I got to see what the kids were doing, and they were always sharing. And it was always like a family experience. And that's one of the things that you get out of being in a co-op setting, is it's always a family experience, whether it's 10 kids or 700 kids. So it's just really so that sometimes when people create something that has a big success like that, they don't always see. It's kind of like the fish in the water, right? The fish doesn't see the water. Corey's not really giving you that huge success that she is. And so I want to make sure that you all know that. But, what she's done, and she has maintained her family first, and even the dog. So even her dog buddy, rest his soul, but it's really just something really, really, really awesome. So thanks for being here today, Corey. It's so good to have you.
Thank you.
Oh, by the way, you didn't say math when you were talking about your program, so I just wanted you to know.
I'm sorry.
Left that out, but
That's just insinuated.
Insinuated.
There we go.
Everybody loves math. There we go. Okay, thank you, Dennis. I appreciate that. James Moneypenny, I see your hand up there, my friend.
Yeah, well, I already love you, Corey, before Dennis said that you even included the dog, but now I respect you even more because we're a big animal family. My daughter and I have a little informal rescue farm out here in Anna, Texas. Cool. So that's respect. And so I started homeschooling my son 28 years ago. That'll give you a little idea of how old I am. And now he's highly successful. My daughter, I've been homeschooling her in a university kind of shared, hybrid model. And all I can say is what you have put together here, Corey, and what, Kendra is doing is making homeschooling so much easier than when I got started with it. I wished you ladies had started this 28 years ago. I would have saved a lot of pain and misery and struggling and learning by making mistakes. But with all the mistakes that I made, my kids still have turned out really well. So I love homeschooling, and I love what you ladies are doing. So thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, James. And thank you so much, Corey. I appreciate it. And again, once again, if you want to get in touch with Corey or want her to get in touch with you, make sure you put Corey and then your name and email, Corey, for your name and email in the chat so we can go sort and vet through those and make sure that she can get out to you. And Corey, feel free to drop any links or information or contact things that you have in there one more time with your name up on top of it so people can find you as well. That'll be great. Well, we're going to jump on to our next session coming up here. And this is going to be exciting. And it's something that I've actually seen firsthand. And, you know, the session that's going to be coming up is rethinking high school. You know, all of the experience where, you know, where my daughter was doing fantastic until she rolled into high school, you know, and then suddenly then she was, you know, got into all the different cultural differences and things and challenges. And, you know, some parents, you know, aren't, you know, there's a lot of influence that happens with kids at that point. As the scripture says, raise up a child in the way they should go when they're young, and when they're old, they'll stick with it. And, you know, they're pretty young at that point, and a lot of influence is poured out on them on different things. But there's other sides to, you know, rethinking high school. High school is not a bad place, right? You know, you should have some guardrails and be aware and be prepared for what's about to happen in that environment. But our next speaker, Janine Deems, is going to be coming up. And Janine is an educational strategist. She's the founder of Smarter by 1 Degree, Compass Virtual Academy, and a teacher of 24 years. I didn't think you were 24 years old. I don't know how you did that. And Janine has spent her career helping students reach their educational goals, realizing that time and money were barriers that kept many from attaining it. Janine applies strategy to every situation. And when you apply it to education, it can allow you to get the education that you want at the price that you can afford. So with that, let's give it up, give a clap hand out there for Janine Deems coming up. This is going to be a great session. And by the way, each one of these sessions are going to be recorded and available. As long as you're registered for this event, you'll get copies of it. So even if you haven't attended, get anybody that's registered. If you got to jump in or out, you miss any part of it, don't miss it, because some of the giveaways are only going to be on the live session, but you'll be able to get access. Janine, take it away.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So I'm excited to come after such great speakers because they already primed you to know all the amazing things that are possible if you homeschool, right? We can do things differently and we have more time to pour into our kids. And so that is a perfect lead into what I'm going to be talking to you today, which is rethinking high school and college, or rethinking education as what you know, you've heard, how you did it. There are so many more options, and I want to talk about what your kids are what's possible for your kids to do in high school. So I'm the founder of Smarter by 1 Degree, and as he said, I've been a teacher and educator for 24 years, and I am a homeschool mom. I made it, and our daughter is already graduated. But I homeschooled 4th through 12th grade, and it was the best experience I've ever had. And it was so rewarding to really focus on rethinking education for my own daughter, and then being able to apply that for all of us to be able to do. So crazy. I'm going to introduce you to my daughter here on the next slide, but she also, besides all the amazing things that she was able to do during high school, she was also able to graduate at 16 years old with her bachelor's degree debt-free. And so I'm excited to show you that it all started with my daughter, Jordan. I had always been a classroom teacher, and she begged us to homeschool, and I'm so glad I did. It was the best decision I ever made, not just for my daughter, but for our family as well as my career. And so it started with me going to homeschool conventions and coming to online summits like this, trying to find the best option for my daughter. She had a learning disability. We were looking for something that focused on learning and that she would be engaged with and that she would enjoy and that she would continue to be a lifelong learner for the rest of her life. And as I was searching, I kept coming to curriculums where I felt like they were very similar to the classroom curriculums that I was teaching in the public school. And I didn't need to mass produce education the way we have to in a public school setting. We're able to allow our kids to have the time to enjoy learning as well as explore interest and different things like that. And so again, I couldn't find what I was looking for. So if you have been on that same hunt as a homeschool parent, I was right there with you. And I was also looking for something that I could actually do. I was an educator for over 2 decades, but it was still funny that I still felt inadequate as a homeschool mom to give my daughter the best experience that she could have. And so I was looking for something that I could do. I was working full time, taking care of my disabled father, all of our life responsibilities that all of us have. And it was like, but still, with all of those things, how can I still give my daughter the best educational experience? And so that's what we're going to talk about today. And like I said, not only did she earn her bachelor's degree, but we never sacrificed anything. So we had 22 family members that lived within 5 miles of us. And so when there's always a birthday party or something to celebrate for a family member when you live so close to so many family members. And so family was a priority. Church was a priority. She went to youth group on Wednesday nights. She went to her youth group, small group on Mondays. She volunteered in her youth group. She volunteered at an assisting living center that she asked to volunteer in because they reminded her of her papa who was disabled and who she spent so much time with. But she had the time to volunteer and start thinking outside of that teenage self that she was, which we know all of these voices are vying for our kids' attention when they're teenagers. And so it's a very selfish society that this message is being sent to our teenagers that it's all about them. And so I loved that she was able to spend time with her grandparents and all of these amazing people that poured into her life and helped mentor her and raise her besides just myself and my husband. I always say it takes a village to homeschool. And as you just heard from Corey, if you can find your village and your people, it is not only so much more enjoyable, but it becomes easy to homeschool our kids. And so I love that people tell me all the time, well, if your daughter graduated with a bachelor's degree, she must either be a genius or you locked her in the basement for 12 hours a day. Well, we don't have a basement. And she was definitely not locked in any room doing homework and busy work and all of the traditional education things that come with that. She was busy waking up every morning, loving art. She's an artist, as you can see, and she is that kid who, as soon as she masters something, she wants to do something else. And so what I love is she just kept learning and growing in herself, exploring art and all the different mediums of art, as well as doing 2 internships, starting her own business, and getting to do everything that she wanted to do and that we wanted to pour into her during those important teenage years. She also plays soccer year-round. And like I said, we never sacrificed anything. And I think that's why we're all here today or watching this recording, is that we want to give our kids these opportunities that are available to them. But when we do things the way we've always done, then a lot of times we don't have the time or energy to be able to do these things for our kids. And so I'm excited to share with you, now that you got a glimpse into my life and my daughter's life, what is possible for your kids while you homeschool. Okay, we all know the game of life, or most of us do. We probably played this with our kids dozens and dozens of times, like I did with my daughter. And we would always laugh that in the very beginning, we had to make a choice. We had to choose, do we want to go the college route or do we go the career route and get that payday right away, that instant gratification, right? And we always have to make a choice. But I want to talk to you today about life being for homeschoolers where we don't have to choose. We don't have to choose to go the college route or the career route. We can have both. And not only can we have both, we can do it while having everything else that I just shared with you that my daughter was able to participate in. And so we're going to talk about what if your kids, while they were in high school from 9th to 12th grade, they were able to get this quality education while having time to intern, volunteer, church, family, or anything else that is important to your family. I always love games because my favorite word on the planet is strategy. I love, love, love strategy. So if there's anybody in the room that loves games as much as I do, what I want you to think about today is that with every one of these games that you see here, there's a different set of rules. If I played Monopoly with the sorry rules, would I be really successful? No. What if I flipped that and I played sorry with the Monopoly rules? Once again, would that be enjoyable? Would I win? Would I be successful? Of course not. We know that each of the games here on this slide each have their own set of rules, and we have to play by those rules in order to be successful. So what I want to talk to you today is about we've been playing a game with a set of rules when we're not even playing that game, or we don't have to play that game. So let me go ahead and start out with a statistic. Did you know that if you added all of the undergraduate students that are here in the United States, and you looked at the ones that go to Ivy League school, they make up a representation of less than 1%. 1% of all undergraduate students go to an Ivy League school. However, traditional education tells us that we need to do everything by these rules. And what I want to share with you today is, why are we playing this game? I didn't go to an Ivy League school. You're probably sitting in this room, and most of us didn't go to an Ivy League school. And so we don't need to play that game with those sets of rules. What we want to do is play a different game. We want to talk about education. If you think about your life and what has changed over the last 30 years, 50 years, 100 years, we don't do anything in our lives the way we did 30 years ago. Most of you have a cell phone, right? And it's been life-changing. We are able to do so much on our phones, whether you think that's a good or bad thing, right? So many advancements have been made. I do my banking online. I don't go down to the bank anymore. And so there's just so much. I don't go at work into this big, huge room with file cabinet after file cabinet and look for a file. I go on the computer, I type in a name, and it instantly brings up that customer for me, and I'm able to be strategic and save time. That is all due to the advancements, to technology, to the smartest people on the planet right now, as well as tools that we have at our disposal, like computers and cell phones and everything else. But what do we do when we talk about education? Most of us do exactly what our parents did when they were being educated, and then what we did when we were in K through 12 school and even college. We do the exact same thing because that's all we know, or maybe that's all we've ever thought of. But what I want to share with you today is, let's rethink from a different perspective. Put all your thoughts on a shelf right now and just be open for the next 15 minutes to really think about what in our lives have stayed the same, and is it possible that when we provide strategy into an educational setting, that we're actually able to have a competitive advantage? I'm sorry, give me 1 second. So I don't want to lose the people in the room who are thinking, but I actually have a student that wants to go to Ivy League school. Awesome. That's great. You need to play by those rules, right? You're the less than 1%. And so you need to do everything the way we know that you have to do. You need to volunteer. You need to get a great GPA. You need to study for those SATs. You need to do everything to prepare you for Ivy League school. This is Trinity, and I love that when we start this is possible. Trinity did 4 years of high school where she earned her bachelor's degree by 18 with me. And she had always said that she wanted to go to law school. And in her last year, she said, I've decided I want to go to an Ivy League law school. And I thought, oh no, wait a second. Oh my gosh, I don't even know. Is that possible? I mean, everything tells me that it is, but I've never helped a student do that. And so what I love is that at 18 years old, she was able through high school to be on a travel debate team where she traveled the US and had an amazing time and built friendships and really found out that this is what she loves. She loves that and that she wants to be a lawyer. And so not only was she able to do that, she was able to volunteer, she had a part-time job, and she had the time to study and get her GPA up and to study for LSATs. She was able to study for her SATs. So she was playing by the right game with the right rules, and she was able to get into Cornell Law at 18 years old. The average age is 26 to 28. And what's so impressive is that not only was she the second in her class, she was able to graduate at 21 years old. We're not talking with an associate degree or a bachelor's degree. She graduated from Cornell Law with her law degree. Last week, she sat for the bar exam. I talked to her and she was so excited. She was studying, she was nervous, all the things. And I said, I'm praying for you, Trinity. I'm so excited for you. You have all of the tools and knowledge to do well on that bar exam. But how amazing that if you have a student that still wants this pathway, then your students can spend the time and still have time for co-op, for church, for all the other things that you want them to do, just like Trinity. But for the rest of us, we can play a different game with a different set of rules. What if high school was where you could explore different career options? You could learn and build career skills. You could do it in a risk-free environment. So for me, I went to college and I changed my major. How many of you did, right? It's very common. They say that around 80% of college students change their majors at least once. And so what happens though is that when we're in college, that costs us time and money. If you did it, I had to set back my graduation date because I needed to take another semester. We don't want that for our homeschooling kids. Why play by that other set of rules when our rules can allow us to explore careers? Our students, my daughter loved criminal justice, which we had no clue until she took that class as part of her degree in high school. And so she was able to do a fingerprint class and she had so much fun. And we were able to do specialized classes and opportunities to really allow her to go down that trail and see, is that something that she wants to do when she grows up? She was able to do 2 internships and learned amazing skills and networked and really was able to work under somebody without the pressure of getting her first job because she was younger. And so it allowed her in a risk-free environment to learn from somebody else and to really learn those career skills and executive functioning skills and everything else that leads to our kids being successful after high school and college graduation. Apprenticeships, volunteering, the list goes on and on. We have so many students that not only earn their bachelor's degree debt-free by the end of high school, they also finish trade school by the end of high school, or they go straight into trade school at 18 because they're debt-free and they have this amazing degree. And so I'm not sitting here saying that everybody needs a bachelor's degree, but how many of us know that it opens doors, it gives it gives our kids more opportunities. And later on in life, they might just need that degree to change careers or to advance and get a promotion. And so if our kids can have it and earn this quality education while having the time to explore, why not? It's rethinking what we do through those high school years. So I'm going to share with you some statistics. When I started looking for my daughter, I thought, okay, we're going to get scholarships. That's how we're going to pay for college because I can't afford 4 years of college. And I quickly researched and found out that only 1 in 8 students is awarded a scholarship. Isn't that surprising? I had no clue. 1 in 8. So I was thinking, oh my gosh, the statistics are not in our favor that my daughter is going to get a scholarship. And then I found out that 97% of all of those scholarships that were awarded to that one student are less than $2,500. If you're feeling the way I did, I was like, wah, wah, wah. Like, this is not the solution to help me pay for college and to help my family stay out of debt and to help my daughter have an amazing future without going into debt to start her new adult life. This is where I thought, okay, I need to research more because this is not a solution to pay for college. I also found out that it's only 0.2% of students receive a scholarship over $25,000 and less than 1%, 0.1% of all students get a full ride scholarship. Isn't that wild that if you're the one that got a scholarship, they are not getting full ride scholarships the way that we all hear our friends talking about, or we see in Facebook groups. We see all these kids going away to college, and what we don't realize is that they're not finishing and they're not getting that full ride. They're getting a scholarship that helps, but it is not paying for the average cost of their tuition, their living expenses. And right now, if you've looked around here in the US, it's about $40,000 to $50,000 per year for an undergraduate degree or a bachelor's degree. And so again, these statistics were helping me get a better grasp and understanding that I thought I knew a lot being an educator. But when I started to actually dive deeper for my own family and my own daughter, I was amazed that less than 1% of scholarships are a full ride. And so once again, I wasn't going to have a solution to help my daughter and my family. The average student debt or loan right now is $38,000. So how many of you know somebody that has a lot more than that, or unfortunately, even maybe yourself, maybe one of your older kids? You might be here today because you did the traditional route with your older student or a couple of your first kids, and now you're like, I bet there's a better way. I wonder if there's a better way. We don't want our kids starting with any debt. And so one of our missions and my goals is that our students are debt free, and not just students, but that the parents are also debt free for a quality education. And so right now it's taking students an average of 20 years to pay off their student debt. And I'm sure there's people here today that are listening to this and you've been paying for more than 20 years. I have a family member that has been paying over 30 years on her student debt. She's only able to pay interest payments, so it's never going to go away or come down. And she never finished her bachelor's degree. So did you know that you could be in debt for student loans and your student never even finish? And with a degree, it's not the same way as other things in life. If you get 3/4 of the way done, that employer doesn't say, great job on getting 3/4 of the way done with that bachelor's degree. No, we all know that they're like, nope, if you didn't complete it, if you didn't finish, you might as well not have started. It's a completion degree. It matters that you finish what you start. It matters that you have that diploma. And so we want to help our students complete a degree. We don't want our students to start collecting credits. Maybe you're in that situation where you've collected credits and it's hard for adults around parenting, homeschooling, working full-time to be able to get that degree that maybe you need for an advancement. We want to help kids earn their degree debt-free and actually finish it. The colleges don't care if you don't finish it because you just keep on paying them. How many of you know somebody that has been taking 8 years or more on an associate degree or a 2-year degree? It's so common in this day and age. And so 39% of first-time, full-time bachelor degree seeking students do not earn their degree within 8 years. Okay, if you're adding this all up the way I did, I was like, I can't afford 4 years of college. What do you mean that she could be 1 in 3 or 39% that don't finish in 8 years? I definitely can't afford 8 years of college if I can't even afford 4. And so did you know that those student loans don't go away? This is one of the most common things that families tell me that they weren't aware of, is that you can't get these loans wiped out in a bankruptcy. They're not like credit card debt. These loans stay with you for the rest of your life, or they will stay with your student for the rest of their lives. So what if we play a different game with a different set of rules so that we can help our kids? This is Nick, and this is my second nephew to graduate with his degree debt-free. And what I love is he wanted to be a youth pastor. And he said, my biggest thing though is it's so expensive to go to one of these Christian universities. And I don't know what I'm going to do because I know when I become a youth pastor, I'm not going to make a lot of money. That's just not the career that pays a lot of money. And so I want to be debt-free. Please help me figure out a way. So we were able to not only get Nick his bachelor's degree in psychology debt-free, but in less than a year of interning after he finished his degree, he was able to get a full-time position as a youth pastor here in Texas at a church. I'm actually going tomorrow to listen to him preach as my second sermon that I've gotten to go. And it's just so rewarding as a homeschool family, as an auntie, and as somebody who maybe wants a less traveled path. Maybe they're not going to go and work in a big, tall office in New York. This is something that our kids maybe want to do something in social work, or like him, he wanted to be a pastor. This is still something that can allow our kids to be strategic so that they don't get themselves in $80,000 of student debt while they're making a low income. And we know that he is thriving because he doesn't have that undue pressure on his new wife last year. Just recently got married at 21, and they don't have that burden. And so this could be for your family too. So another game that a lot of times we play is we think that our kids have to go to that big name college. My kid went off to this school. They were accepted into this school. Well, did you know that you could go down to any community college tomorrow and they accept everybody? It's true. You're paying them and they will accept anybody to go to college. Getting into a school is not the issue. Getting into the school should not be our perspective. It should be helping our students to be successful, completing their degree, getting out of school, and being able to be successful after college and high school graduation. That's what we're talking about. There are so many schools and universities in the US and abroad that maybe your friend or a family member doesn't know about the name of that college. That doesn't make it less accredited. It doesn't make it less valuable. If you're earning an accredited degree at an accredited university, then you have nothing to worry about because you could transfer that if you ever want to continue to a master's program, or like Trinity to go to an Ivy League law school. You can, because you have an accredited degree. And so again, what game are you playing? Are you thinking more about getting your kid into a school or a big name school, and you're not thinking about them getting out of school? What I want to talk about is strategy. Strategy allows us to have that competitive advantage. It allows us to make informed decisions, right? For not only our kids, but as well as our families. We don't want our family to go in debt over college just as much as we don't want to put our kids in debt. We want to give our kids the innovation, the efficiency, and the tools to be successful, not just through high school, but also through college and after. And so we want to use strategy to help us get there. We're not cutting corners. We're not taking shortcuts. We're being strategic, and we are getting an advantage that other families don't have because they don't homeschool. So I found that by traveling the United States and doing these homeschool talks, that we all need the same things. They like to tell us in the media that we're so different, and as we know, we're not. We all need affordability, flexibility, and efficiency for a quality education. That's what we want for our kids, but we want to give them the opportunities to grow in every area, not just in education. And so what we are talking about is how to get that efficiency and strategy for your family without cutting corners and giving them what they need so they have the time to learn from your guidance. What if you were able, because all of this was done for you, and your kids could experience this in your homeschool, in your home, you would be able to give them guidance, advice, you could help them with research and exploring careers. You could provide them the tools to be successful and teach them how to use those tools. You could teach them executive functioning skills. We have so many students that do not have the soft skills and the executive functioning skills, but they have a perfect GPA. They have a great SAT score. I just talked to Texas A&M, and they were telling me a few weeks ago that they deny students who have a perfect GPA and a perfect SAT score because they weren't volunteering, they weren't interning, they weren't working with animals. The idea is that you could give your kids that traditional education route, and then to get into veterinary school, they're not even accepted with all of the check marks that we've been told get them into medical school. They're still not accepted. Not only do we not want that to happen, but we also know the value of interview skills and learning how to make a resume and learning how to make a LinkedIn profile and setting our kids up with that knowledge of executive functioning skills and interview skills and really pouring into them. My daughter learned how to bake. She learned how to cook. She learned how to change her own tire. There were so many things that were life skills that we were able to pour into my daughter during high school while she earned a bachelor's degree in a quality education. And she graduated with her bachelor's degree with a 4.0, which is amazing. It checked all the boxes, but we felt there was more value in the person that she had become and the skills that she learned and her volunteer time and all of those skills that are reasons why we all homeschool, is to pour into our kids, to keep them safe and to give them more opportunities. So another thing that I found in my research was that dual enrollment is something that we all hear about. You, in the US at least, you cannot go a day thinking about high school without hearing dual enrollment. I love to share with families, though, not only did I research dual enrollment, but I realized that the world is so smart at convincing us homeschool parents to put our kids back into public school. And they called it a different name. They called it dual enrollment. So we take our kids out of public school for K through 12. We're homeschooling them. Then they've convinced us to not just send our kids to college at 18, which what is college? It's public school after K through 12, right? It's still public school. They have convinced us homeschooling parents to not just send them back at 18, which is the traditional age. No, they've convinced us parents to send our kids to the public school for college at 15, 16, 17, earlier than we would even send them to public school for college in the traditional sense. And my argument to you today is, if we rethink education and we take a step back, you might realize, like I did, that they have convinced us to put our kids back into a public school setting at an earlier age so that we can have the benefits of dual enrollment. If you are excited to give your kids benefits, but you're not willing to sacrifice all of the things that we've been talking about already in this session today, then come with me just a few more slides about dual credit and the differences between dual enrollment and dual credit, and realize that we can homeschool our kids through high school and college without ever giving them back to the public school. So dual enrollment is deadlines, it's due dates, it's busy work, it's a lot of homework and assignments. And that is the traditional game or the traditional route of education that we know, our parents know, right? It's always been that way. But what if they could take self-paced classes? So when my daughter struggled in math, we took it nice and slow, and we weren't in a hurry. And she still graduated at the end of high school with a bachelor's degree with a 4.0. That's what our kids can do. We can give our kids that extra support in the areas that they're weak in, and then we can help our kids find their strengths and really find who they are in high school. What if they found the thing that they are great at, that they are interested in, that they're passionate about, and what their gift is? My daughter found out that it was art. She is such a gifted artist, and we didn't focus on math, that it wasn't her strength. We didn't make that the entire focus. We're going to put you in all of these different specialized programs where you're going to do 4 hours of math a day because that's your weakness. No, we took it slow and steady. She got up to where she needed to be. She did amazing. And then we were able to focus on that she loved volunteering, that she was great with elderly people, that she was great. She volunteered and taught a 4- and 5-year-old art class, which was so eye-opening to her. And she just brought it up a few weeks ago and said, Mom, I was so young when I did that, but that was so impactful in my life. That really opened my eyes to see, like, Mom, you're an educator, and I've never thought of education, like I'm not going to be a teacher, but I realized that I'm really good at helping people and teaching people what I'm good at. That is such a gift that she was able to find out in her teenage years. No SATs, no ACTs, no college exams. These college entrance exams might be stressing your kids out. My daughter had a lot of test anxiety. And so I told her, I want you to focus on learning to mastery, and you'll do fine on the test. And again, she did amazing because she was actually learning, she was actually engaged, and she wasn't stressed out about the test. I explained to her that when you learn to mastery, that test is showing evidence of what you learned. And when she did it, she said, Mom, these are so easy now. It was because she was rethinking what that test was. Traditionally, in the public school that she attended, she thought of tests as anxious and she's never going to pass. And it's trick questions and all the things that went through her mind. And we were able to put her in a self-paced environment, a safe environment where she could thrive at her own pace and say, no, that test is to show mastery of what you learned while you took that class, and she thrived. So I love sharing with families that you don't have to put your kids in dual enrollment to help them thrive. We don't need to survive through high school with our teens. Our kids don't need to survive high school. Our kids can actually thrive. Dual enrollment also is something where the average student has 6 to 12 credits. Again, in all these homeschooling Facebook groups, we all hear everybody's graduating with an associate's degree. It's not true. Start looking at the statistics, just like I've been sharing with you today. The statistic is that students graduate high school with 6 to 12 credits. That's great, but it's not what you're thinking of to sacrifice youth group, co-op, and all of the amazing things that your kids can do. It's just not worth it, and we don't need to play by that game. There is another game that we could play by. So these are alternative credits. And you've probably heard of one of these before, even if you're international, CLEP. There are so many different forms of earning college credit outside of the traditional classroom. And so these have been around for a very long time. Students have been earning college credit and successfully graduating with degrees using alternative credits, not just for a bachelor's degree, but even for a master's degree. And so I love to help families not only get a bachelor's degree, but now we have over 20 master's degrees where students can do the same thing and apply strategy and save time and money. So again, did you know that this isn't since COVID that this all started? Since 1892, whoever even thought of this over 130 years ago, where we could be in the safe environment of our home, giving ourselves the tools and the time to focus on learning to mastery. It's been around a very long time. And so if you have a kid, another thing that people always say is, well, I have a kid that wants the college experience. Well, first of all, is that worth $50,000 a year? Is that worth $200,000 or even $20,000 in debt? The answer is no. We all know that as adults. But Blair here, she wanted that college experience. So she earned her psychology degree through Smarter by One degree and was debt-free for it. And then went to a big name school, ASU, that is there in Arizona. And she got her forensic psychology degree in person on campus. So she got the best of both worlds. And then she just started or is about to start her doctorate in psychology at 20 years old. This is mind-boggling. Your kids don't have to go on for their doctorate or to an Ivy League school. That's not my daughter. My daughter was done at her bachelor's degree, debt-free, and then continued to work and grow in everything that she was doing. And so this is not where our kids have to be 18 and they're working on Wall Street. That's not what this is about. This is a roadmap to help all of us homeschool high school, letting ourselves rethink education and high school and college and say, just because my parents did it that way, just because I did it this way, doesn't mean my kids have to do it this way. What if we apply strategy and rethink what we've always done? So our kids can do 3 hours a day. And you are like, what? How can they do 3 hours a day and earn this bachelor's degree? It's because we're working smarter, not harder. We're applying strategy, so we're not cutting corners. So our kids focus on learning to mastery. They do short bite-sized lessons because how do you like to learn? If you're like me, I go to YouTube and I want to learn something really quick and efficiently. And so our kids want to do that as well. And so we use maps and graphs and pictures and illustrations to make the information come alive. It's so fun to see our kids talking about what they're learning, diving deeper with what they're learning, and doing it in these bite-sized lessons so that they can learn, process, and apply what they're learning, as well as every lesson is taught for the visual and auditory learner. That's again because 95% of us learn best when we hear and see information at the same time. Exactly what we're doing today. You're seeing and hearing what every speaker is talking to you about. Again, you don't have to worry about SATs or ACTs. If you want this pathway, which 99% of us are looking for this pathway, we're not the 1% that are going to an Ivy League school, and we want to complete a degree. We are not transferring credits. A lot of families say, well, how do these credits transfer? You have to erase and rethink. We are not transferring credits. We partner with accredited universities that have approved these classes for their specific degree before your student ever starts the program. I know I'm running late because I love to talk and I love to educate families and share what I found in my journey. And that's really how Smarter by One degree got started, was I realized I wasn't the only one that was worried about high school, was worried about college for my kids. And so I'm going to leave these, you can find all of these testimonials on the website, because a lot of families disqualify themselves or their student because of learning challenges, because you travel, because you're in another country. We help in 7 different countries, as well as in every state in the US. And so no longer do you have to worry about what your state requirements are. They're all built into this program. You don't have to worry about accommodations anymore. We built them into the program. It is so amazing to see our kids thrive. And then we also help parents, because we had so many parents that said, I'm doing this with my kids. Can I finish the degree that I never finished? And the answer is yes. We all want to save time and money. We all want efficiency. And so we have families who we've had multiple graduates in their family already. We're on the 4th or 5th student graduating with their bachelor's degree debt-free. And so this is for your entire family. We also want you to know that we just want to be your guide. I went to homeschool conventions and summits like this where I was looking for somebody to help me, and I never found them. You see today from all of the amazing speakers that we are out there. We are here to help you. You do not have to do it alone. We want to be your guide, but you're the hero in your story. You're the one sacrificing for your kids and for your family to give them something better, to give them more efficient, to give them more opportunities. That is where you come in. You're the hero in your family. We want to guide you. We want to support you from day one through graduation. We offer support Monday through Friday so that you can stop worrying about how you're going to prepare your student for college. Stop worrying about how you're going to pay for college. Stop worrying about ACTs and SATs. Stop worrying if your student is going to be one of the 39% that drop out or don't finish in 8 years. Stop worrying about what your family is going to have to sacrifice to get this quality education, and start thinking about all the ways you can save time and money, have an entire team to support you, because we're the homeschool experts in homeschooling high school and college. And this is my last thing. Everybody says, okay, this has to be too good to be true. What is the cost? Well, you're going to be blown away because this is only $249 a class, and that gives you the high school credit and the college credit. And if you want your student to earn this bachelor's degree, they can get their bachelor's of business administration from an accredited university with support Monday through Friday in email, text, phone, and Zoom, all the way until they graduate from high school and their bachelor's degree for, oh, and that price is wrong. I totally made a typo. Sorry, it's $10,765 for $10,000 from start to finish. It's all of your homeschool classes. It meets every high school requirement. It meets every college requirement. And so we're going to open up for questions. Everybody always has questions, but I'm so excited that I got to share with you my experience and my research and what led me to starting to Smarter by One Degree.
Okay, Janine, thank you. That was absolutely fantastic information. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of time for questions right now, but we do have breakout sessions, our very first breakout sessions in there. So what we might be able to do is we're going to go into rooms of about 7 each, 5 rooms of about 7. And in these rooms, if you want to do a couple things, this is your opportunity to connect. It's also your opportunity to discuss, and we'll have an opportunity to come back and get some questions from Janine. But before we jump in there, make sure that, one, if you want to get in touch with Janine or have her get in touch with you, put your name, right, Janine, big block letters, and your email right underneath it. Your name, Janine, big block letters, put it in the chat. And Janine's already dropped a link into her information, and that's going to be great. Janine, thank you so much. We absolutely want to get back to some Q&A, and we got some Q&A sessions that we're going to drop into the mix here coming up here. So thank you so much. Really fantastic information. That's super exciting. But we are going to jump right into our first breakout session. Now, here's what we're going to do. Mr. James Penny is going to be hosting this along with Kendra Taylor. But I got a challenge for you. When you go into it, just like anything, there's a little bit of strategy to breakout sessions. Okay, you're going to be meeting some people. Somebody speaks a different language in there. You can use the translator if you can figure that out. If anybody doesn't know how to use it, maybe you can give us some tips. But here's what it is. Start off with first 30 seconds, exactly 30 seconds. Your name, a little bit of background, where you are in homeschool, Okay, then the second part is 2 minutes each on, where you are, about a minute and a half actually, where you are with your homeschool journey in relation to any of these questions. What is your takeaways that you've heard from any of the three speakers? Now, in order to make it good, we want to be able to, keep the time durations a little bit tight. So somebody can be a designated sort of timer. Designate somebody in your group to be sort of your group leader. Whoever it is, you just nominate them. Whoever, I don't know, has the cutest hair that day. I don't know, something like that. And we'll go with that. But we got a 15-minute breakout session. Engage, swap information, make some contacts, build your community, and make some friends. So I'm going to turn it over to James and Kendra, and you guys take us away.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you have 15 minutes. Let's go have some fun. Be sure to have your contact information. Pop it in the chat. I'm going to change the rules slightly. The person with the longest hair is the timekeeper. So let's share the mic and have some fun.
We can't be shaming somebody if you go, I got prettier hair than you. Right, I got you.
Ryan, you should be able to join your room if you care to. If anybody's having a difficulty joining their room, look at the bottom of the screen. You should see breakout rooms. If you don't see an invitation or breakout rooms, go ahead and click the more button. It's a little round button that'll get you into a breakout room. We don't want anybody sitting there by themselves, so please do join your room. We've got quite a few people who have not joined.
There's something that happened with I got kicked out.
James, it came up that there was an error. I couldn't join my room either.
Try it again.
Okay. All right. Let me
it said timed out, James.
Timed out, okay.
We just do it here while everybody else leaves.
Yeah,
we'll homeschool it.
There you go. Let me just see if I can move you into a room here that will work better.
Yeah, I was in with Janine. I want to be with Janine, but I want to see if we can get kind of broken out into a few more.
Yeah, looks like the rooms. Some people just didn't get put in the room for some reason.
That's probably that time there.
Yeah.
My camera even turned on.
Technology's great when it works, right?
There you go.
Okay, I think now we got everybody going in.
Somewhere. Here we go.
Yeah, we got 32 are in the rooms.
Okay, we can probably pull together one or two more rooms out of here. One anyway.
Yeah. Nikki, did you want to join a room? Are you there? Lisa, any of you who haven't joined a room, if you can unmute yourself, let me know if you want to go into a room.
Just drop everybody in. We'll sort it out.
Yeah, we've got everybody is assigned to a room, but let me reassign them. If they're not joined. We'll pop in.
You got a snaggle.
I think just some of the people are not that. Their computer is part of the problem because they're not responding verbally either.
Okay, well, just pop me into one with
okay.
Without another leader, I'll jump in there.
Okay. There you go.
Yeah, James, I'm not going to get in a room. It's Dr. Janet.
Okay.
Can I select my own room? I just got dropped into Dennis. Let me see how I can do.
Which room? Which room? You can't select your own, but you can tell me which
Oh,
one
yeah,
you
I
want
can.
in.
Actually, I can. I can go select.
Okay.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay.
Really can. Let's go jump in here with let's go jump in here to I'm gonna jump in here to this is so many choices. What do I do? What do I do? I'm gonna go into room 3 again. Oh, that's oh well. I'll go right back where I started.
I can put you in room 3. Oh, wait. It says you're going into room 3. Hey, Lisa, how are you? You're muted.
Yeah, sorry. I'm having technical problems with my laptop this morning.
Oh, okay. Would you like for me to put you in a room?
Oh, sure.
Okay, there you go. You should get a pop-up. If not, click Zoom or breakout rooms at the bottom. Mr. Ed Garza.
What's up, brother? From another?
Opportunity, man. Now, we've been having a fun day so far.
Cool.
I'm going to be bringing everybody back here in about 1 minute.
I sent you
So
the
we're gonna-
that screenshot of the dashboard. It's there.
Yes, I opened it up, took a look at it.
It
Nice.
looks really good, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
I mean, what else would I expect from you, right?
Yeah. Looks like a mom with her kids in the background homeschooling, right? Yeah.
Yes. I like that. All right, so I'm gonna bring up breakout rooms here. More seconds. I'll be sending out the 1 minute warning. Boom. 1 minute warning out. Folks will be coming back here in about 1 minute. Welcome back, Neo. Welcome back, Beverly. Everybody will be popping in here in about 40 seconds. They all got the 1 minute warning. Thank you for being here. I hope you had fun in the breakout room.
It was an interesting room, needless to say.
Interesting could mean a lot of things. So
Well, I'll just leave it that I'll just leave it said.
there
It
you
was an
go.
interesting room.
Well, good. At least you weren't bored, right?
You know what? Bored is something of a mindset, I think. So you can choose to make it whatever it is that you want to make it.
That's right. I'm not even bored when I'm sleeping. I have some pretty incredible
Wild
dreams.
dreams? Yeah, me too.
Yeah,
Sometimes I do my best work when I'm dreaming, you know?
yeah, I solve a lot of problems dreaming. Sometimes I'm parachuting, sometimes flying
You should try that in real life if you haven't. It's awesome.
That
I have,
ended
yeah.
kind of quick.
Yeah.
Can we go back?
All right. Well, we're going to have another one soon. So yeah, we had 15 minutes. But thank you all for being here. Sounds like you're having fun, or you wouldn't want to be going back. If you had
15
you had
minutes.
fun, if you had fun in the breakout room, put 10 in the chat box, and we'll have another one coming up here for you soon. All right, so I'm glad you guys did have fun. With that, we're going to turn it back over to our host, Mr. Tim Taylor. Mr. Tim Taylor, let's rock and roll.
Okay, well, let's do it. We're going to be moving in and shifting gears here. And I think as most of you, whether you're new to homeschooling or seasoned veterans at it, or just looking at it for the first time, you're seeing some real value here. What Janine just showed, what Kendra was showing, what Corey was showing. This is all just amazing stuff. Give them a 10 in the chat just for coming out and spending their time with us all. This is enlightening. It doesn't matter where you are on your track, you're going to be able to get something. One of the things I learned, is homeschooling works. It is something that we are passionate here with the Great Discovery. Most of as far as I know, all of our people, except for me currently, are homeschoolers with either kids in or out that have gone through homeschooling. It's something that we're really passionate about. The reason is it works, and it's really not a new concept. It's worked for a long time. You don't have to look far. Even in public school, they teach you U.S. history. Did you know most of the founding fathers were homeschooled? George Washington, homeschooled completely, never went to college, right? Abraham Lincoln, homeschooled all the way through. George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, he was homeschooled and then went to 2 years of Williams and Mary. That was it. And look at where they formed our country. It goes on. It's just it's crazy stuff. Benjamin Franklin, he dropped out of school. He was bored with his tutors at 12 and went into apprenticeship. His dad was a candle maker and went on to be one of the greatest inventors and philosophers of all time. So this is powerful stuff. And what it comes down to is really that creativity, that gene, that desire that happens. And that's I believe firmly it comes from a family environment of people being able to work together. The candle maker, they were working together, doing things. He was in Benjamin Franklin's, when he moved off to an apprentice, he wanted to apprentice to learn things. It was how things work. It's that desire that's an innate thing that happens with kids. So we're going to go into our next session now is going to be co-hosted by James Penny and also Kendra Taylor. I'm not sure if Ed Garza made it into the session. I know he had some medical issues going on here today. He did make it. Woohoo! Hey, Ed, fantastic. So we want to hand it over to you guys. We're going to tell you about this new concept that is called Magic Minds AI Academy for Kids. Now, all of us have had some little fear factors and things. I was scared that, it's like the Terminator is coming for us, right? With AI and all that. And just look at what we've got for it. This is going to be take notes here. This is something different than you might have even perceived before. Check it out. I'm going to drop out.
All right. So I'm going to get things started, and then I'm going to introduce Kendra to tell a little bit about her experience and share her successes with the system that Tim's talking about. But before I get started, I want to address what I consider the elephant in the room, AI, right? I'm a homeschooling father, I started homeschooling 28 years ago as a single father. I've homeschooled now both of my children. My daughter, I did kind of a shared schooling, a university model where part of it's home, part of it's actually in classes, which has been so much easier than what I did with my son. But as a homeschooling father, I personally, as much as I know about technology, my background's in building international franchise companies, massive technology systems around the world to help them become successful. And now, an expert in AI, not as much of an expert as my CTO or part of also co-owner in my company, Ed Garza. But I had concerns about AI. In fact, I don't allow my daughter to use any of the AI tools that she can access out on the internet. But let me ask you this, please, in the chat box, each of you put in, what are your key concerns with AI? What are your thoughts there? What are the things that make you go, I don't know about AI? I want to see those, and we're going to address those as we go forward. But truly, I'll be the first. I don't want AI. I'm typing this in the box. AI doing work for my kid. Because I want my kid to learn. Right? So that's one of the things. People are saying they love it as a tool, not a replacement. Yes, actually. So I'm going to share with you a little video, and then we're going to talk a little bit about this AI tutoring system that, as a homeschooling father, I've made a point, along with our chief engineer and chief technology officer, Ed Garza, to make sure that this tool does not do work for kids, but provides them a great tutoring experience to spark their imagination, help them dig deeper, challenge them, and make them learn more faster than ever before. The greatest tutoring system I've ever seen on the planet. So let's watch this little video.
We understand technology is moving faster than ever, and artificial intelligence can stir up a range of emotions. As parents and educators, it's natural to wonder, is this what's best for our children? Will AI support learning or replace the human touch? But history shows a familiar pattern. Every major leap in educational technology began with skepticism. The printing press, radio, computers, even the internet, each faced doubt. Yet all eventually opened new worlds of learning, widened access, and empowered generations. Homeschoolers, too, have journeyed through doubt. Families were once told, you can't teach at home. Will your children learn enough? Will they be ready for the world? Yet, over time, homeschooling has thrived, fostering creativity, independence, and strong family connections. Now, we stand at another crossroads. As technology and tradition converge, AI is not here to replace us, but to become a tool, like a pencil, a book, or a computer. It helps personalize learning, break language barriers, and prepares young people for a future where technological understanding will be essential for every career. Universities like MIT, Carnegie Mellon, and Stanford now make AI literacy as central as reading and writing, spanning fields from medicine to the arts, business, and engineering. The job market is shifting. Employers now seek AI skills for nearly every profession, not just tech roles. Our role remains to guide, mentor, and inspire, using AI to empower, not replace, human wisdom and care. Let's welcome this new chapter together. The future belongs to those ready to learn, adapt, and lead with heart and with the right tools. Welcome to the Magic Minds AI Academy.
All right. So I'm going to go ahead and just share with you just an overview of some of the things that are in the Magic Minds AI Academy. Starting with Dean Bella Books, which is the Academy Dean. And so let's hear from her, and then I'll show you some of the cool features available in here.
Are you ready to unlock your child's imagination and help them fall in love with learning? Welcome to Magic Minds AI Academy, where we turn curiosity into confidence. Every lesson is an adventure, guided by friendly characters like me, Dean Bella Books, who make reading, math, and creative thinking absolutely magical. Here, every child, no matter their age or reading level, gets personalized support and stories that spark big smiles and even bigger ideas. Parents, you can rest easy knowing your kids are getting top quality education, boosting their skills, their self-esteem, and their excitement for discovery, all for just $29 a month, with the freedom to cancel anytime. No questions asked. Watch your child blossom while they laugh, create, and learn with friends right from home. Join the Magic Minds family today and see just how fun and affordable learning can be.
All right, so I'm going to just share with you a few of the key features that people love about this system. One, it engages families, it brings them together. So much of our technology actually pulls us apart. You know, I can't tell you the number of times I've been sitting in the same room across the living room in a recliner with my daughter, and she's doing something on her phone, I'm doing something on my phone, and then I'm like, hey, let's go out and brush the animals or something. We're both sitting here together, talking and doing things that don't involve each other, because these kind of technologies pull us apart. But this particular technology actually brings families together. We have fun programs in here. In fact, one of the classes that is talking about up here that's normally $67, now you can get it for $39 as part of this event, includes a book writing course where it pulls the family together and where you can actually write a book together, where you're working through this, coaching you on the best ways to write a book, sentence structure, what publishers are looking for in a published book. It's very educational, and it helps guide you through that and challenge you to think, deeper and go farther with your imagination and build a book that's truly incredible. And with our system, you can actually bring your characters to life with fun voices and animations. It includes even the $29 a month includes a website, all the no tech skills needed, all the hosting and everything is included. You can even sell your stories online, so you're helping your children become entrepreneurs. And so, like this says, creates books that starts. You can even build your family story website. It'll start building your legacy that will last forever online. And I like this particular imagination, because this is something I do with my daughter, is this kind of project. We love doing these things together. It's Saturday morning. Instead of screen time, your family is gathered around the kitchen table. Your daughter is writing the next chapter of her book. Your son is creating silly voices for the talking animals. You're helping them upload the book to their new family website, and then pow, your first sale comes in. So you're not just raising readers and writers, you're raising creators, entrepreneurs, and confident learners. Using these tools is a great way to raise funds for special events for your homeschooling community, and much, much more. These are just some things that we heard from some of our beta testers. Actually, I'm a beta tester, Ed's a beta tester. We're both developers on this, but also Kendra, Dennis Denoya, and many others have been beta testers for us. And we've really, with the guidance of Dennis Denoya and Kendra and so many other homeschoolers, put up guardrails to protect the children from technologies they might typically find online. But these are things they said. This brought our family closer together. My kids wrote and sold their first book at age 9. This is actually, we have quite a few of these growing testimonials about kids writing their books and getting them published. And it really coaches them on all the proper ways of writing the book, building your story, sentence structure, everything like that. It's not, you don't want to have something that does the work for them. You want something that challenges them and makes them get stronger with what they're doing. Best homeschool tool we've ever used, fun for all ages. My son hated writing. Now he's a storyteller. Learning and business and imagination, Magic Minds. And so I'm just going to show you a few of the tutors that we have built in here. These are incredible tutors. We have a writing tutor, reading tutor, math tutor, We have a history tutor, science tutor, and those are just in the academic tutors. And then we also have creative life skill tutors, art and creativity tutor, music and sound tutor, entrepreneurship, money skills tutor, public speaking tutor, coding tech tutor, mindfulness and emotional wellness tutor, a critical thinking logic tutor, social studies and cultural awareness tutor, and even, yes, AI and future skills tutors, which is becoming more and more important in today's community. And so with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Kendra, who, as I mentioned, has been one of our key guiding lights and beta testers with this system. And Kendra, tell me what you think about the system, how it's helped you in your home.
Sure. We absolutely love it. My son, I was talking with James before we really dug into this program about how my son loves creating his own books already. Like he had been typing them out on my laptop, and we'd been working together to make little stories about the Christmas elves, you know, those elves that kids get, the elf on the shelf kind of thing. And we took his ideas and used this program to turn it into an entire book with a picture of the elf, animated. It's just so cool, and it really made him so proud to be able to see what he started with grow. And he printed it off, you know, he showed everybody. He was so excited about it. So it's just taking some things that your kids are already working on, expanding them, or you can start totally fresh. Like he said, you can use this as a whole lesson. You can use this to expand what they're already learning. There's just so much that you can do with it, and my 8-year-old is loving it. So I'm excited for us to dig into the other tutors more as well. And for my son, I'm also excited for the math tutor, because he is one of the reasons we homeschool is because he was way ahead in math. And now he can ask the questions that I may not know because I'm not a math person. He can get extra help there, and it really helps me too. So we can learn some things together, right? So just being able to have all those tutors at your fingertips, which would cost tons of money to outsource, is so helpful, because that's something that we obviously, as a homeschooling family, we're not going to be paying for 10 tutors, right? So this is a great way to get all of that in one place.
I love it. Thank you so much, Kendra. Now I'm going to turn it over to our chief engineer, and he was actually the original programmer behind our AI systems. Now he runs a programming team, of course, with the way that we've grown. I'm going to turn it over to him here in just a moment. I just want to show you one more thing, and I'm going to answer a couple of the statements and questions that I see in the chat before I turn it over to him. When you do log into the system, this is what we call the dashboard. This is where we just watch the video of the homeschooling mother talking about the fact that AI is now an amazing tool for building the business. To get to all of the tools and tutors, about the only training you really need is that you would go over here to this top button right here in the top left, and you're going to click that. That's going to open up folders, and then you can just click a folder, and that's going to have a list of tutors, or, you know, it could be something like the Wow apps, Genius video apps that create some of the videos you've been seeing, website builders, all those things are in there. And when you open these tutors, they're going to actually speak to you, and they're going to give you a list of prompts that you can use to actually be able to interact with it. So see, this one's opening up here, and it's giving you 10 prompts of things that your kids can do. Ask me to play a writing game with you to help you learn and have fun. You know, explain what nouns and verbs are. Give me a step-by-step guide to write a strong paragraph. Create 5-question quiz on punctuation, then grade me and explain my mistakes. Break down the differences between adjectives, adverbs, and simple terms, and show harder examples. Help me create a 1-week study plan for mastering grammar and writing. Summarize this story or article and list 3 takeaways. Now, I'm not going to go through all 10 of these, but I will tell you that in any of these tutors, if you ever wonder what they can do for you, you can simply just type in this chat box down here at the bottom and ask it, what can you do for me? And it will give you an extensive list of all the different fun things that you can do with these tutors. They're super duper easy to use and follow. Now for that, I'm going to go ahead and address a couple things that that we have here in the chat box, and then I'm going to turn it over to the one and only Mr. Ed Garza to go a little bit deeper on this. And so I see, some people in here, I don't want AI to take over their ability to think. Yes, that was a big concern for me as a father, huge concern for me as a father, especially when AI first started coming out and I didn't fully understand it. And that's one of the things that we built into this is it's designed not to do the thinking for you, but to challenge your thinking, to make you think further, deeper, explore more. Privacy and security. I'm wary of my kids being on social media, let alone AI. Beautiful statement. Same here as a father. One of the things that we have in our system that we insisted on when we created this, and Ed has done a fabulous job, is we are what's called a closed system. So each member gets 5 terabytes of storage. When you type something into, let's say, Chat GPT or some of these other things out there, your information can float around the world. You can lose your IP, lose your information. In our system, it stays right in your secured system. We don't share any information that you type in or you put into the system. It's your secured data. We only will pull from reputable educational organizations for the content that your children are going to be able to access here. Here's one that it will make people of any age lazy and have it take away the benefits of learning. Again, yes, that's, I hear you, I feel you. It's exactly, as a homeschooling father and just a father in general was a big concern of mine. And so we've intentionally created this to where they have to work at it. The tutors will challenge them and make them work at it. They won't give them the answers. They'll make them work for the answers. I don't want my child to be dependent on and feel like she can't think for herself. Yes, absolutely. We're actually going deeper in thinking, teaching them to think deeper and better. And I'll give you an example. My daughter's just turned 15 years old. She's going to France in, let's see here. She's going to France as an exchange student in 26 days, 6 hours, and 2 minutes. But who's counting? She's done all the thinking, all the work in getting her Texas state ID, getting her passport, getting her visa, and researching all of the exchange companies, lining them up side by side so I could take a look and see which one I felt more comfortable with. That's the kind of deep thinking that the Six Sigma program and the Great Discovery and these tutoring tools will help lead your child to help them think for themselves and do for themselves, only think deeper and challenge them to imagine more than they could ever imagine. Where are you sourcing these statistics? I'm not sure which statistics that you're talking about, but let's see, let me go on down here. And I think that's pretty much those statements and questions and those things. So someone says, James Moneypenny, you just replayed my father role for me. Oh, thank you, Sister Sue. That's a very high compliment beyond imagination. Thank you for that. With that, everyone, thank you for being here. I'm going to turn it over to Ed Garza. I know he has some more to share with you. Ed, take it away, my friend. Oh, you're muted, buddy.
Thank you, James. Thank you, Kendra. Thank you, Tim, Sandra, everybody. Thank you for being here, first of all, and the time you're investing in this summit. Obviously, great information and knowledge, right? So you're probably going to be observing and getting yourself oriented with this platform. That's a principle that we use. We use a term, we call it the OODA loop. It's OODA. Something you could teach your children in the homeschooling network. Do some research on it. You'll love that principle. It's a military principle. It's a success principle. So OODA loop basically means you observe and you get yourself oriented first. Those are the 2 O's. And then the D and the A stand for decision and action. So that's where people go through what we call an OODA loop, right? So we built our whole AI platform, everything that James had mentioned. with a knowledge base as well. We don't just search other platforms and educational institutions and pull information in. We rely heavily on what we continually improve in our AI platform by filling the knowledge base. For example, Kendra has great knowledge in the homeschooling industry. James, Dennis, Sandra, and all the speakers here today, including myself, and books that we've written and curriculums that we trust. So, and not only that, Six Sigma principles as well are all embedded in the background of all of our learning tutors and background and everything that we have in the platform for the system that we put together for you guys. So that's what's fueling a lot of that. Now, these are like our own intellectual IP address. That's what makes it very unique. You're not just searching and putting your information out on open AI platforms, because when you do that, you're actually making ChatGPT and other things smarter. People can pull from that. They're not going to necessarily pull your actual IP, but the AI will use what it learned from you to help other people, which theoretically is the same thing of releasing your own IP, maybe your unique formulas for learning or patterns, or even books that your kids write. And it's incredible to see the kids work with parents. And matter of time, they, instead of fighting for screen time on a phone or an iPad, anybody ever experienced that before with your kids? And I have, right? And they hold on to it like it's part of their body parts, right? They hold on to it, and sometimes they throw a little tantrums about it, right? And you got to pull them away from that, right? Well, I don't, like James says, nobody wants their kids glued to an iPad all day or an iPhone. You don't know what they're looking at, what they're reading, what they're learning, right? Well, one of the things that we've seen when we've tested this with younger groups, kids that are 11 and 14 with their moms, is they start asking for more time in front of the computer to write their book, to create their characters, to brainstorm their characters, and talking to their parents about, hey, I want my character to do this or this and have this behavior, and I want them to, explore the world. And it's incredible what they can do in terms of the interaction with the parents or even siblings, kids working together. We had one kid that he was is 15 years old. He's already published his second book. The daughter, who is 11 years old, said, hey, I want to publish my book now, because she wants to compete with her brother, right? And they get really, really fun activities together. We're not talking about wasteful energy. We're talking about learning, expanding their thinking, and really, really making a big impact. Plus, what does it do for a child's self-esteem when they publish a book as a parent? I mean, it really can elevate their entire, ecosystem in their body. They're just how they think, how they grow up. So that video that you saw earlier, we put a lot of thought into that. The one that talked about the printing press and all that stuff, that really is the process that we understand we're going through. AI will become and is becoming. I could tell you right now, I've had an agency in the marketing industry for over 30 years. I've watched clients that we've had in this industry walk away, revenue lost from our company because of AI technology. I've seen it. I've experienced it. I'm talking about 6 figures of income over the last 2 years. So we had to shift into something like this to become ready for it. We're not the only industry that's facing that. Matter of fact, James, if I could can I show a book that we wrote? And
absolutely.
I'm not going to write a book with you today. That's why we have the book boot camp, that we have the camp that Kendra is going to be doing, right? But I want to show you something that we did so you could see. I like to show the fruit of what the AI platform can do, right? And I want to show, this is something that James, myself, and Aki Ahim, and my wife, and other who has extensive background in homeschooling. She homeschooled her kid, who is a Marine, and he's studying to be a pilot now, by the way. So he's ended up just brilliant. He's a smart young man, right? So we're excited about that. But let me share with you this final book that we put together and show you what's happening. So this is a book that both James and I and all of us wrote together. It's called The Gentle Meadow. Now, it's a principle.
Hello there, friends and families. Doc Clover here, your resident.
Let's let him talk to you in a minute. Hang on. All right. So The Gentle Meadows actually is a book that's called Kindness for Kids. It's for grown-ups, right? So both James and I, we wrote this with the AI platform, and all these characters that you see here, all of them, including Doc Clover, who you're going to hear from next, is the one that is sort of the town physician, right? So we brainstormed all of these actual characters and put this book together. It talks about 9 principles of kindness. And I had a medical procedure done maybe about a week ago. We were in the hospital, and I got to share this with the hospital because they had shirts on that said, kindness is contagious, James.
I love it.
So I got to share this with the nurses, and they all wanted a copy of it. Matter of fact, we're meeting hopefully with the entire team to distribute this because they have a children's hospital, and they want this to be a big part of something that each child gets, right? James and I are going to create a lot of fun stuff, but you can see a talking character. This is Doc Clover right here. And I'll show you the rest of the book, and everything it put together is amazing. So here's Doc.
Hello there, friends and families. Doc Clover here, your resident rabbit doctor from Cloverfield Meadow, where kindness is always the best medicine. I'm here today with some especially exciting news. The Gentle Meadow. Kindness for kids and their grown-ups is hopping out into the world. And let me tell you, this book is brimming with lessons that will warm every heart, big or small. In our meadow, we celebrate kindness every day, welcoming friends, cheering for others, and knowing when someone just needs a quiet moment or a gentle paw to hold first. That's exactly what you'll discover in these pages. Cheerful stories, lovable animal friends, and simple ways to make life at home, school, or anywhere a little brighter. As a doctor, I always say, a healthy community starts with caring for one another. And this book helps you do just that. You'll meet Bumble, Nibby, Mossy, and all of their pals learning new ways to help include thank and cheer for the folks around them. You'll also meet some of our wisest grown-ups, because kindness is a lesson for all ages. So whether you're reading with your little ones, sharing stories at bedtime, or just looking for a gentle reminder to spread more caring, The Gentle Meadow is for you. Pick up your copy, start your own kindness journal, and join our crew where every day is a chance to make someone smile. Remember, kindness is catchy, and it starts with you. See you around the meadow.
So it's broken down into different chapters. There's actually 9 actual books, chapters and stories. This is Bumble. He is our cute little character. This is Nibby, and they all have personalities, and we describe them all in here. This is Mossy. Each character that we developed these actual images in the AI platform. This is Tippy, cute little Tippy. Let's hop and do it together. This is Pippo. Let's make something together. Every idea is a good idea. Sometimes kindness is as simple as a soft place to rest. This is Lolly, the sheep. This is every finish is worth a cheer. Go, friends, go. This is Dottie, the cheerleader. This is Adventure, better with friends. This is Fernie. This is Mama Willow, patience and kindness make every day brighter. This is Papa Bramble. All these characters are just something the kids absolutely love. The Grandpa Pebble, the best memories are baked slow and sweet. A little poetry makes every heart softer. Grandpa Sprig, let's make something beautiful together. Aunt Maple, all these characters are just beautiful. Uncle Bud, many paws make the building strong. Again, here's Doc Clover. Care and kindness are the best medicine. And of course, Miss Flossie, she's the librarian. Every book is a ticket to adventure. Every finish line is worth celebrating. Coach Acorn. And of course, Posty Paws, good news travels fast. That's the local postman. Little words when kind can change big things. This is Sage Cricket. And this is the first story here, right? This is the second story. They're short and sweet. We have an audio book with this, which we have tools in the platform to help you, your kids and you make audio books. There's a fourth story about kindness. So all this was put together with our AI platform, which you could have access to it as well, right? This is in the Magic Minds community. So James showed you a lot of the tools in here, and James, obviously there's a lot of folders here for them. Let me make my screen a little bit bigger for you guys so you can see it. So you can see the different folders here that we put together in the platform. Let's go ahead and go back up. There we go. All right. So here are the tutors that James talked about. Some of the greatest ways to start with your kids in the platform are some of what James calls the tutors, or even they act more like assistants, right? They're a math assistant. They're here to engage with you, the parent, and the student, your homeschooler, right? To really engage with you. Like for example, this right here, this is probably the one that our kids really like, and most of the parents like it too. Rather than playing with a game, James, this one really helps. This is a very popular one. It's called our Wow Agent. It can do just about anything, right? I mean, you could ask it what you want, like James said, and you can speak right into it, like I'm speaking into it. It actually captures your entire voice and it writes for you here. So let's go ahead and get rid of that, and I'll show you. Watch. Can you tell me a little bit about what you can do for me? How can you help me develop stories and characters and write a book? Can you help me with that? So here it goes. So we have other tools in here too, but this is probably our kids really like this because it's called Wow, right? And that's the reason we named it that, is because their typical response after they starts writing for them is wow. That's what they say. So it's kind of funny, but it's really cool. And the great news is the families, and you guys can actually save a thread. Like if you have, let's say you work on this project today for, let's say 30 minutes, and you're starting to develop a character, right? You could actually save it and rename it and save it right here. So, my book, right? And name it. That way you could go back to it tomorrow and continue to work on it. It's like a journal. It remembers everything that it's doing so that you can continue to train it to write what you want it to write. So look, it could help you, do all kinds of stuff like character development, brainstorm ideas, plot the structure. Doesn't say I can do it for you. What does it say, James?
I can assist you with
Yes.
outlining.
Yeah. Right. It helps you with rewriting or writing. It can help. Does it do it for you? But what does it do? It helps you what? Draft scenes, dialogues, right? Feedback and editing, overview and writer's block. If you're stuck and you want help, ask it. Can you give me a little guidance and some options here, right? Overcoming writer's block, consistency checks. This is great for teenagers, 11, 12, 13. The Wow Agent is great for that because this is where they can really brainstorm ideas. And we've had some of our kids write incredible fairy tales in the Wow Agent. Like really cool books, even series of books. Some of them are even writing series. They're on their second series and they're publishing them, which is really awesome, right? So the Wow Agent works really well for like different age groups, of course.
And there's lots of tools that we can share and show with you, but we need to go ahead and leave a little time for questions.
Yes.
So let's do this, everyone. We're going to put a link into our weekly training. It's called our AI Breakfast Lab. And Thursdays, we're going to do specifically for children. Thursdays will be specifically for children, and we take you through. This is free training as part of your member with our $29 a month member. We do coaching, training, teaching every single week. We do it daily, Monday through Friday. As parents feel, any of them we are really age appropriate, but we do Thursday specifically for children. You as parents can join and learn as well. Any of those 5 days a week, I'll put that in there. But any questions you have, please go ahead and raise your hands, And if you think this is a tool you'd like to explore, drop a 10 in the chat box just to let us know. But any questions, please click raise your hand at the bottom. And no, they don't have to be, Joyce, they don't have to be enrolled in the Genius Club membership. This is a special membership for kids to really coach and train kids. Thank you for the question. All right, any other questions? Yes, so I see a number of people putting 10 in the chat box. If you get back with the person who invited you to the meeting, they can tell you how you can subscribe for your own copy of this tool. They'll send you over a link. And by the way, you know, when as family members, if you do subscribe to this, you actually decide that, hey, you love it, you share it with friends and family. Guess what? You know, you can earn a residual commission every month when they pay their subscription. So it's, you know, it's like referring people to a restaurant that you love. Well, the restaurant doesn't give you anything. We actually will pay you a fee for being so kind as to introduce people to us. Yes, Tim, how can I help you?
Question, you know, you know, I was one of the skeptics with AI and still am to a certain extent, you know, yet I also recognize the value of it's here to stay. And if we're not leveraging automation, we're not going to be able to compete in the new society. And it's happening whether we like it or not. But the guardrails, you know, when with your kids, besides getting their, you know, their thoughts and their ideas out there and having somebody steal them, what sort of limits are there on, you know, making sure that they're not getting access to just some really evil stuff that's out there on the internet, you know, and what kind of protections do you have for that? You know, are they able to, you know, will it do like naked characters and stuff, or what's the what are your guards on that?
Yeah, no, we have very extremely strong guardrails. This is way safer than letting you put your kids on the internet. If they ask it for a picture of even let's say if they ask for a picture of a woman with a large bosom, the system's gonna go, no, you can't do that. You know, let alone not just naked, they won't let you actually create or access information on any controversial topic like that. And in fact, we've had people like Dennis DeNoia and Kendra Taylor and a lot of other homeschoolers, including myself and Ed and his wife, you know, who they've homeschooled with their son, really test this out to make sure that all of our guardrails are up and strong and protect the children. So great question, but that's has been one of our top priorities. Absolutely.
And all of their data and everything that they're pulling in is does it deal with anything like disinformation and stuff that might be out there? Is it you know, I mean, I know you have the ability to say you're curating content. Is it kind of keeping, you know, kind of validated, you know, real and true stuff, right?
Yeah, yes, we're actually accessing only credible educational type sites and programs. And of course, as Ed mentioned, we have our internal database that stores and sorts and verifies and makes sure that what we're providing to the kids is 100% safe.
And
I love it. I mean, just the idea of being able to work with my daughter and on stuff. She's an artist. She loves it, you know, but she's hand sketching stuff. I mean, what can we do together? And this is going to be amazing. I know we're going to talk some on the next session about some ideas, but wow, this is a fantastic job, guys. This is really cool.
And we also monitor, we have our tech team also monitoring the back end so we can watch the chats in terms of what kind of feedback our tutors are giving. And if we notice, for example, it's giving wrong advice or doing something wrong, we always can correct it, just like you would an employee, right? Or a teacher. If they're teaching something wrong or there's an error, right, in the program, we edit it, right? And we do that pretty fast too, because we have triggers that help us understand that and checkpoints also. So it's kind of a consistent monitoring of the tutors. And the tutors will get smarter too, you know, as we get more information from people like Kendra or Dennis, especially on his math programs. We could we haven't even taken, and which I'm sure Dennis will want this, we could take some of his curriculum, his actual formulas of learning and anything that he's proven with his system and put it behind a knowledge base of the math tutor, right?
Yeah, we could create an ask Dennis DeNoia, right?
Mr. D Math. Mr. D Math.
Mr. D Math, yeah.
That's right.
Mhm.
All right, Sandra, how can we help you?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment. And I understand the fear of AI, especially with children. Tim and I have our same concerns with Isabella. I mean, my stepdaughter. And so I like to use this analogy. Back when Six Sigma came out, what happened is it was a revolution. It changed the way business was done. And the companies that did not embrace and harness and learn to use Six Sigma to their advantage and use the goodness of it, they failed. A lot of them are not around now, and the ones that did have excelled and have done very, very well. And I just like people to think about that analogy with AI, whether it's yourself, for your business, for your children, whatever it is happening. It is not going to go away. Just like Six Sigma, the companies that thought, oh, it's just a fad, in a year it'll be gone. That's not true. They failed. And so we'll be failing ourselves and our children if we don't learn how to harness it. And the guardrails and all that, I kind of use the term as harnessing, like we did with Six Sigma, same type of thing. But learn to use it to, educate ourselves with it and our children to be able to use it, because their future AI is going to be in it, regardless if we want it to be or not. It's going to be there. So I like to throw that analogy out. This is not the first time something like this has happened in our lifetime. In history, and it's not the last. And so the other thing that we're teaching the children is when things like this do happen and major shifts, teach them to be cautious about it. Teach them to approach it in the right way. So I think teaching the principles of why we're being so careful with it and why we have to put guardrails to the children is also a very, very important thing to teach them along the way. So I just wanted to throw that comment out there. That was all.
Hey guys, I got to beat the timer,
Thanks,
please.
Sandra.
Here we're a couple minutes over right now, so let's see if we can wrap up.
All right. Well, thank you all for being here. With that, Tim, we're going to turn it back over to you, and let's get on with our next event, next speaker.
Well, that's fantastic, guys. Real quickly, you have some links and info on where people can get on this. I think you have an offer on this as well, from what I understand. This is it's available on the Great Discovery, and you've got some options on how people can get this. And I know we've got an event special for you as well. So what do you got going?
Yeah, so let me share the event special. And again, back with the person who invited you to, if you want to take advantage of this. Normally the training, Magic Minds introductory course for kids training and parents, of course, is $38 plus your first month access, which would be a total of $67. For anybody that's come to this event, you can actually have it during this event for $39. So we've dropped the training course down to $10. And so it'd be a total of $39, including your first month of access. And guys and ladies and gentlemen, I got to tell you, you're absolutely going to love this. I've had a couple of the affiliates ask me what their link is to this course. And so I'm going to put this in the chat box again. It's this same exact link, just replace the end with your code instead of this code. And you can start sharing this as of today. And this will make people an affiliate that want to share this with their friends and family, so you can actually get paid residuals when people pay their subscription.
How long is this offer up for, guys?
This is up through the end of next week, so you want to go ahead and get started really soon.
Cool. Okay. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you all. Let's go ahead and jump into our next session. And Kendra, you can just stay up because I get to hijack you. We're going to work together right now. Yes, we are.
Sounds good.
So thank you. So I'm going to go ahead and add myself back up on there. And Ed and James, you can see if you can drop. That'd be great. And Sandra,
Trying to.
yeah, we've had a couple of little Zoom glitches on here, so it's pretty interesting. Well, we're going to go into a different topic here, and one of the common threads I've heard, regardless of whether it was Corey or whether it was Janine or whether it was Kendra, is, it's a challenge sometimes to make ends meet as a homeschool parent. You've taken on an admirable task. It's something that, my goodness, if we just had more people putting the heart and care and love and literally their God-given responsibility to empower and nurture their children instead of handing it off to someone you don't know with input from others that you don't know that may or not be at all in alignment with what your ideals and values are, our world would be a much better place. When I grew up, I didn't grow up in a homeschool environment, but I did grow up in a nurturing environment to the extent that they had the ability. I was a latchkey kid, right? I was pretty much home alone. But one of the things that my dad taught me, is he was an engineer, my mom was a banker, was, Tim, you can do whatever you set your heart to. Nothing is impossible for you. And when he gave it to me at that young age with that one little, wasn't a lot, he wasn't a big teacher, but it stuck. And, I've been a serial entrepreneur ever since. We've gone on to create some magnificent projects, things that most of the world is using today. It came through some of the efforts that came out of that. We've done projects all over the world. I had a job at Carl's Jr. once, and they fired me because I couldn't go to the beach when I wanted to. It's sort of that's the nature. But where I'm coming from is not everyone thinks that way. There's a mindset. A lot of the cases in parents and homeschoolers in particular is like, I'm making this sacrifice, and it all comes, I won't be able to work, I won't be able to have a job, I won't be able to provide for this, therefore the cost of Janine's program are way out of reach, or even, gosh, this Magic Minds program, I'd love to do it, but I can't. It's not true. With the advent of new technologies, we can do things pre-COVID versus post-COVID. Pre-COVID, it was a little bit more challenging. Post-COVID, your grandparents are online. Everybody can communicate. Virtually everything that we've talked about, whether it's curriculum development or content such as Mr. D Math, or even some of the co-op courses ideas that Corey was talking about. These are all things that can be accessed remotely. The Great Discovery was created just for that, to be the world's greatest digital content marketplace for education, for empowerment in humanity. We got one goal, it's to empower humanity. We're going through the biggest change right now in recorded world history that we're aware of. I don't know if you are. Things are shifting in a big time. Where our kids will be versus what we grew up with, it's a different world. We need to prepare them. And so what we're going to focus this session on is really on different ways that you can learn and you can teach them that entrepreneurial spirit while you're applying it without interrupting what you're doing. Things that you can do from conventional to a little bit of, well, that's different, that's unique, to off the charts unique, but very doable with new stuff. So I'm going to turn it over to Kendra. And we're going to go through this and just take some notes. We're not selling anything here. We're giving you some ideas. These are seeds. These are the magic seeds of genius that are given into you that you can do. You just have to think. It's like, wait a second. I am not a consumer and an employee all my life. That's not my role. I'm a child of God. I have this divine spark. I can do anything. And when you start thinking with that mindset, whatever you're doing at home, here's just a few seeds for you. So go ahead, Kendra.
Perfect. Can you allow me to share my screen, please?
No, that's going to cost you $5. Sure, we can. Just 1 second.
Thank you.
I can't add her. That's got to be something that James has to do. James, can you set her up as a co-host? I think. Anybody?
Yes, I'm working on it. I'm working on it. Hang on.
Thank you.
Sorry, I was muted.
I gave away the power and look what happened.
I know, right? All right, there you go, Kendra.
Thank you. Okay, so like he said, we're going to be talking about teaching by day while earning too. So we have some conventional income earning ideas. There's teaching and tutoring online, which is a natural progression with what you're already doing as a homeschooling parent, digital products and content, service-based work from home, e-commerce and affiliate income, and then community and influence. So we're going to dig into those a bit more. So teaching and tutoring, this is something that I've done as a homeschooling mom, and you can easily do as well. I did it with VIP Kid, where I taught ESL online to kids in China. It was really cool. But you can teach any academic subject really through Zoom, OutSchool, VIP Kid, Wisent. Just 1 or 2 hours a day can cover a lot of things that you're doing with homeschooling, whether it's co-ops or courses like with the Great Discovery. And there's also, oops, let's see, let me get back over here. Digital products and content. So a lot of homeschooling parents create their own content, right? You're looking for something specific for your child. You may not be able to find exactly what you're looking for online, so you create it yourself. You go to Canva and create something. Well, don't just use it for yourself. You can take those things and sell it on different online platforms, whether it's your own website, The Great Discovery, Etsy, Teachers Pay Teachers. There's so many ways you can take what you're already creating with your homeschool and turn that into revenue. Then service-based work from home. I've done this as well. As I started my own virtual assistant company. And if you ever worked in the corporate world, or if you just have general administrative skills, as a homeschooling parent, you can easily start your own business. Virtual assistants, you can do everything from just setting appointments, making phone calls, scheduling meetings, to social media support, email marketing. I did a little bit of everything, and you can too, as long as you have some of those basic business skills, which if you're a homeschooling parent, you already have some of that. I'm going to make this work drive, right? So if you don't know it yet, you can learn how. And then e-commerce and affiliate marketing. So affiliate marketing is like promoting products or courses you trust, just like the ones here on The Great Discovery, which you can actually promote to earn an income, like Tim was talking about a moment ago, or earning commissions on sales, different things like that. The Great Discovery is a great place to do that. And Tim, if you want to jump in and talk more about that, you totally can.
Yeah, I do. I want to go back a little bit to the virtual assistant thing. Remember, I said early on that with the Great Discovery, most of our team are homeschool parents. They are. And what really is kind of unique, I'm thinking of two of our young ladies that are working with us. They started as kind of a VA role. We needed some email work, someone to kind of run our email campaigns. And hey, I can do it. I got some time. And so we ended up into a little project, and it sort of evolved. And then she started deploying other advanced, automation tools that we gave her. And she's doing a lot of work for us. When someone else is kind of overseeing and beginning to kind of apprentice her way into operations with us. But they're all multiple kids that they're working at home. They're all supporting. They're going through the same thing. They've got a very active family life. But those are all things that you can do with work that you're doing. It's a very unique environment. When it comes to digital tools, it's no longer about going out and going exclusively to brick and mortar buildings, or going out and knocking on doors and doing mailers and things like that. There's so much automation. And just as one example, let me give you a concept a little bit of what the Great Discovery does. Let me have a screen share here for a second, Kendra. I'm going to go ahead and jump into this.
Sure.
But, the Great Discovery monetized e-learning platform is just this. It is literally a platform, as we're rolling out worldwide. Content here is available in 200 countries and territories. You know why? Because there's kids in 200 countries and territories. There's people that need to learn and be empowered in 200 countries and territories. And, Ignorance knows no limits when it comes to language. Just because you can be fluent in the most magnificent language in the world doesn't mean that you've got the knowledge you need. Or you can be in the most obscure country in a developing economy, and you still need it. And the idea with internet access is it's available. So what we've actually created is a platform where creators, including some of the concepts that we're talking about here, whether it's co-ops or tools, you can host it on the Great Discovery. It's all structured for you. Example, if you're working a co-op, for example, Janine or Corey, and as you're working on that co-op and you're bringing your content up, you've got your math tutoring, you've got your different real human tutoring types of options in there. You can be set into a channel and on the Great Discovery, and on that channel you can control access. You can set a subscription fee for it, and you can promote it throughout your community. One thing I learned in my homeschooling history was we all know each other. Homeschoolers talk to other homeschoolers and they're looking for it. Homeschoolers are also naturally remote learners. It's ingrained in our psyche. We're looking for alt resources, right? And so you can refer other homeschoolers that are on here, and you know what? They can promote your co-op, and what can they get out of it? We set up as a monetization structure by referring people to your co-op. You sell the co-op, they get a little piece of it. They might refer others in their communities. We've created advanced algorithms that are tracking those relationships. So you're getting an override on virtually anything that you share in your community. You went into a Facebook group like Kendra's, and Kendra shared out with some people on the Magic Minds Academy. Somebody referred, and they started referring other people in other communities. Kendra's overriding all of it, but so were they. It's a very unique type of environment. We're not set up as the quote MLM type of a structure, but we do have a monetized program. There's an incentive. The only difference between telling someone about a great piece of curriculum that you're really excited about and doing it on the Great Discovery is on the Great Discovery, you get paid when you do that, right? And that can be helpful. It can be helpful for making ends meet, and it can also be helpful for setting aside for future academic activities. On the Great Discovery, what you'll see here is we've got channels, a variety of different channels, any type of content. You can go search courses. We've got free featured courses, free courses, Genius Club courses, premium courses, academy offers, all the way through it. We have courses that are absolutely, totally, and 100% free, no strings attached. And we've got other things that might be, hey, this is $14. It could be $99. It could be anything that you choose. And it's straight content, and it can go across language barriers. Working with someone in the Latino community, and do they need to be empowered too? Yes, they do. And so all of our content is instantly translatable audibly into local language in 120 languages, and it's monetized all the way through. Other types of tools that we have are, even the Magic Minds Academy. If we're just talking, this is brand new. It's just coming up today, I think. We just came out of beta on it with James and Ed on this. That's a monetized subscription. By simply referring others, you can be overriding that as well as using it yourself. So that's just a means of doing this. The Great Discovery is working as a potential option, but that's something that we can discuss if anybody has any interest in. I'll give you a free course. In fact, if you're registered on this event, you're already a free member in there. So you can go out and check it, and we'll give you, just put a TGD in the chat box with your email address. I'll make sure that we get back with you with some more information. But let's jump back over to the next part of the session there, Kendra.
Sure. Okay, let's go back to, we already went over affiliate marketing, so let's go to community and influence. You can create online membership groups. Just like Tim was talking about, they have channels on the Great Discovery, so you can take your content and turn it into a membership. For example, I have a morning menu membership, which is for homeschooling moms who need activities to get their kids engaged and learning in the morning, which allows moms to really prep for the homeschool day, right? That's one example of a membership. And so each week I add 2 new morning menus into that membership. So the moms have a vault of resources, right? And then you could do any type of membership. Like, what are you good at? What is your knowledge base? You can create a membership and an income around that. So you just really, in this space, you just have to be creative with what you already know and how you're going to use that. And then talking of creativity, we're taking it beyond those traditional things like marketing and virtual assistant. And we're talking about how you can use the tools that we've chatted about previously and create even more income ideas. So using Magic Minds, you can create things like a personal AI story generator for kids. So you could have them subscribe to a channel, and you could use Magic Minds to each week deliver them a new personalized story that's geared towards their interests and includes their name within the story, right? Kids love that. My son has several books that my son's family has given him, or my husband's family has given him, that have like his name included, right? And his brother's name. And those are his favorite to read at bedtime. So imagine getting new stories like that every week for your kids. Parents would love that. And you can create that yourself. And we have the tools here on The Great Discovery for you to be able to easily do that. And then generating an income with Magic Minds, again, you can create a crowdsourced novel for kids. So you can have kids participate in a course with you where they help you create a novel, right? Each week you send subscribers a chapter. They vote on, okay, what should happen next? Are we going to go into the forest or into the ocean? Like, where are we going to take this book, right? And together, based on their votes, you continue writing the book week by week. And at the end of that course, they have all become authors with you in this book, right? So you publish this book, and each participant, you can give them credit by putting their name as a contributing author, right? There's so many ways that you can use this. You just have to think outside the box. So Tim,
that crowdsourced idea is actually something that it's not highly unique. It's a proven model. A good friend of mine, Jim Britt, really well known in his circles, he has a book that's called Cracking the Rich Code. And what he does is he brings in other coaches and trainers and others. They write a chapter. He has multiple different, renditions or versions of the editions of the book that come out, and it's all monetized that comes into it. They get copies of their book and so forth. But this is it's a proven concept. I'm thinking with the idea of co-op or something, or even just a group.
Yes.
We're all in communities. You can, hey, look, we're working on a new book project. If you'd like to participate in this, let us know. Subscribe to my channel. You have a $10 a month subscription fee or whatever that you set out. And by the way, you don't need a merchant account. It's all processed through the system. You don't need to do it. So you can structure it any way they want. And this is just, I think these are just off the top ideas, but let's go to the next one.
Yeah, we had tons more ideas. We had to narrow it down. There's a lot that you can do to create an income from home for sure. So tips for success, you really want to leverage the existing skills you have. I know sometimes when you think of work from home, you think, okay, I need to go out there and learn how to do this new thing to be able to work from home, right? You don't. Think about what you already do as a homeschooling parent, right? Have you ever created worksheets for your kids? Are you using Magic Minds? Do you like to cook? It doesn't even have to be school related, right? You could create an online cooking show. You could create an online cooking class. Like, just think about what you and your family like to do, and you can create an income based around that. And then number 2, batch your work. This doesn't have to take up every moment of your life. Find a day of the week or a day every other week where you can really create a ton of content in one chunk of time, and then post that throughout the week, or post your course content once a month, or create a new course once a month. You can figure out what works best for you and your family, and also your income goals, right? And then number 3, automate it where possible. This is where AI can really be helpful. Like we've talked about with Tim and James, there's so much that you can do using Magic Minds and also the AI Genius Club as well to really automate whatever income stream you decide on. And then lastly, think globally. So you're not just thinking, okay, I can do this with my homeschool co-op where I live. That's great. But how can you use it to reach homeschool co-ops across the world, right? putting it on the Great Discovery is a great way to do that, because not only is it reaching people all over the world, but they can then translate that into whatever language they speak. So, Tim, do you have anything else to add?
Yeah, I got so much more. Gosh, because this is me. I'm like this.
Yeah.
I've been an entrepreneur since I was a kid, and just these ideas just go bang. They're everywhere.
Yeah.
I see. We've got Elizabeth. Saying, hey, Jim Britt? Sure, he's been a friend for 30 years. Mark Victor Hansen is bringing all of his Chicken Book for the Soul content on the Great Discovery. Why? Same thing. There's so many others that are on there. But as you were talking, I was just thinking of the little factoid I pulled up, of Benjamin Franklin, right? His father was a candle maker. It's a family business. Instead of a lemonade stand out in front that makes you $2, and you got your friends and neighbors wondering if there's toxic lemons in there or something. Now this is something that you can work together and create here's an enterprise. We've all heard of enterprises where the cupcake stories, right? People have taken their homemade cupcakes and they expanded it out. There's a multi-million-dollar empire that they started in their kitchen together as a family. These are things that you can do. Doesn't mean it's going to be a multi-million-dollar idea, but there's so many ideas. It just comes to thinking out of the box. Open the box up and just say, hey, I don't have to go get a job. Someone told me one thing one time, and it stuck with me for life. And, it was a fellow that was sitting in my office, and he said, I am really frustrated with America. And I said, why? What's going on? And he said, it's all of the unemployment and all the people that are waiting for employment they can't work. And I just don't get it. I said, what do you mean? And he said, anybody because they have that job mindset, anybody that really wanted to can figure out some way of providing the service to someone else that needs it. Go buy a bucket at Home Depot for $20 with a squeegee. You can make a couple $100 a day washing windows. Why? Because people don't have time to wash windows. They don't want to do it. Anyone can do it, but you have to set aside that I can only do it as a job mindset. And that's what I want to teach my kids. And my daughter is doing exactly that. We are teaching. I don't want her to go, the education is important, yet that's that mindset of what can you do that's a blessing to people. When you give, it's given back to you. It's not working for money. It's how can we serve the people in our area that's going to help them unite their families better and grow our homeschooling family and community worldwide. This is a pilot group for this session. This is a pilot summit, the very first one, small group that's on here. We're going to do another one in September, and just like Corey's group, we're going to grow, and it's going to grow bigger. We already have people on here this morning from South Africa, from Malaysia, from China, from the Philippines, from other different places. Do you think this is going to be something? There are no borders in this new world online, and these are just some ideas that we want to be able to share. So with that, we are at the end of our time now. So I've got 2 minutes left, and we're going to jump in. If anybody has a couple of questions or comments, just give me your thoughts. Let me know what you think, and let's stop the share, Kendra, and we'll see what we can do here. Any thoughts, questions? You put your hand up, you can wave, or just smile and say thank you. We don't have an upsell here. This is just ideas that you can do. And, I do have some workbook guides and things that if you type in, we give you some weekly plans that you can do for everything from, if you wanted to start a VA type of a business or other type of a more conventional approach, or we can help you get a whole business plan put together and drop it right out to you. All you need to do is just drop your name in and just say, I'm interested in finding out more. And we'll be glad to do it. And let us know in the chat. So, okay, very good. I see Ed Garza. Hi, Ed.
Yeah, I love the ideas that you came up with, Kendra. They're just, for homeschool parents to, make extra income, right? Because obviously they're spending time at home. They want to work from home and do other things. I have one homeschooler right now that's actually working on and actually selling video characters to other people. So like talking characters, like you saw Doc Clover speak, right? But it's actually saying the kids' names, right? In the actual videos. And kids love videos. I'm sorry. They love playing videos and watching them. I'd rather them watch something like that than going to YouTube and not knowing what they're going to watch, right? So that's a great service somebody could start as well, right? Because with our platform, we enable you to do that. So you can sell those one-off videos, maybe one video a week that you create with a character that's a personalized, uplifting message to the kid, right? Helping them build their self-confidence, helping them build characters that you want them to build. Characteristics, yes.
Thank you, Jim. Great stuff. And I think it's gonna. I'm super excited about the Magic Minds Academy. I think it's gonna be a great fit. I'd like to, and the whole thing is, it's not just for kids. I want to go and create on that thing with my daughter too. So
it's fun. It's fun.
It's going to be pretty sweet. Okay, thanks so much, Kendra. We're going to jump into our next breakout room, and then coming up after that, we're going to be hearing after this breakout room. We've got 6 simple steps to homeschool sanity with Dr. Melanie Wilson is going to be coming up after that. This is a session that you want to get in, but breakouts are all about you, Sharon, and kind of building community and building relationships and sharing your takeaways. What I'd like to do on this particular breakout session, I think, get into your room again. Just, hey, Tim, your name, how long you've been homeschooling for, you're just exploring it, and what's your best takeaway that you got today. Everybody's got 2 minutes. Let's see if we can do that. You ready, James?
Yes, we are ready. Hey, be sure and have your contact information available. The best thing about networking is meeting after the meeting, so you really develop those strong relationships and know tell them where it's going to go, how it's going to help you with homeschooling or other aspects of your life, or maybe some homeschooling income opportunity ideas. Y'all have fun.
Hey, jet lag lady, I see you over there.
All right. Anybody having difficulty joining your room? Down at the bottom, you should see breakout rooms. If you don't see breakout rooms, you should see a more button. It's a round button over on the right with 3 little dots on it. If you click that, you should then see breakout room. So please hop in and enjoy your time.
James?
Yes, ma'am.
Teshi, I don't have anything even at the bottom for a breakout room.
No breakout rooms popping up for me
either. Let me reassign you and see if we can get you in here. You should get a pop-up there.
Yeah,
there it is.
Was that sister? Who else does not have a breakout room access?
I think some of those people are away from the computer because I just sent them to another room, but they didn't go.
I see. Okay.
Sent them to their room. James, that's Melanie. Do you see Melanie there?
I do. Yes, I'm going to promote her.
Yeah.
How are you doing, Melanie? Thank you for being here.
Oh, you're muted there, lady. There you are. Are you exhausted?
You
look good.
I feel great.
Okay,
I feel
good.
great. Yes. I'm so relieved.
She did. Wow, that's funny, James. Your daughter's on her way to France. Melanie just got back from France last night.
Oh, nice. What part of France?
We went from Lyon to Marseille on a river cruise, and then we hung out in Marseille for a while.
Did you like
Nice.
Marseille?
Um, I really loved the boat ride that we took to see, along the coastline. That was so cool. It's really crazy. It's a crazy city. I was
I
telling,
felt
yeah.
super uncomfortable there when I
Yeah,
was there.
exactly.
Yeah,
It's it's like every form of transportation you get to see like within about, 10 seconds. It's like
yeah.
it's
Right.
really crazy.
Mhm.
My daughter just turned 15. She's going for a year as an exchange student for 10th grade.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well,
Daddy's got butterflies, but
yeah.
she'll do fine.
Oh, for sure. That's wonderful.
She's excited.
I bet she is.
So she's going in 26 days, 5 hours, and 4 minutes, but who's counting?
Oh, that's funny.
That's down to the minute
That's
of her
for
flight leaving.
sure. What's so funny because we had quite the snafu with and it's a long story that I won't go into, but we arrived at the airport yesterday or even earlier than yesterday to discover that, yeah, it was 2 days ago to discover that we had no flights booked home. And so everything that we had to do to get home, and I have zero interest in traveling right now, just none. I'm done.
Okay.
So it was a great trip, but yeah, I'm thrilled to be home.
So our friend and great leader in the Great Discovery, Brie Campano, just sent me a text and said, remind everyone that they're being streamed live on YouTube that are in the main room here. So, man, and I was just about to tell a bad joke,
Oh boy.
but I won't now. Yeah, I forget when we're streaming these. We're still streaming live when we're in here.
So it's been a good day, yes?
Yeah, it's been a good day.
It's been
We
good.
had- yeah. We've had,
We've
it's
been
been
here
a
since
6-hour
10.
day, so
Yeah, so we've had a few people that were here for probably till about 35, 40 minutes ago. So a couple people dropped off, but it's been really good.
Good.
First time doing this, so it's interesting, right? Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
but it's been good.
Good.
I'm heading right after you're gonna do you're talking about traveling, right? So
Mm-hmm.
you know Lourdes, yeah?
Yes.
She's mad. So she fell and broke her wrist.
Oh.
And she was supposed to go to 4 charter school events next week in California.
Oh boy.
So I'm leaving tonight. I got to go to Florida. I got to pick up all the trade show stuff from her. Get back on a plane tomorrow on Sunday. What's today? Yeah, Saturday, then Sunday, and then be at an event Monday, another one Wednesday, another one Friday, and another one next Monday.
Wow.
It's crazy. Yeah, yeah. So everybody's schedule got a little upheaved. So, and it's back to school week.
I know. Wow. No kidding.
Yeah. Good stuff though.
Yeah. Well, you always have a good attitude, better than I
Yeah,
have.
and she's got to have surgeries.
Oh.
Mhm. Yeah,
Oh.
but
That is rough. That's
yeah,
rough.
we'll see. I'll see about 750 charter school teachers over the next week. Isn't that
Wow.
crazy?
That is
Yeah.
crazy. Man.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
well, we need to clone your knowledge, Dennis, and create a Ask Mr. D Math seriously for this tool.
Yeah. You know who just did that? Is Tony Robbins.
Yeah.
His Tony AI, I've never seen anything like it. It is unreal.
Really? He has his
Yeah.
own AI, huh?
He has his own AI, and he built in. It's his voice. It's him. He put everything he does into it. It's really good. It's really good.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, he spent some major
Yeah, I know.
investment into it, which he can.
Right.
You know.
Right. Of course he can.
He only makes $9 billion a year, right?
Yeah. I don't think the world needs two of me, so I probably won't be doing that.
I'd be like, it's me, version 1.5, not 2.0, right? Yeah.
Right. Yikes. Yeah, well, it is very exciting time to be a creator, though. Very
Yeah,
exciting.
for sure.
Yeah.
Do you know, Melanie, have you worked with at all, Smarter by One Degree? Are you familiar with Janine? Have you met her
No.
before?
Mm-mm.
I think she's still here, but she did a great presentation today. So she's got a program where the kids are doing their 4 years of college while they're in high school. So they actually graduate high school with their degree. It's really kind of cool what they're doing. So she did a great presentation earlier today. So we're going to do some work with them, but we should get you guys connected for some of your stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
I had my second son enrolled in a program that did that years ago, where he was going to get his college degree at home while he was in high school.
Yeah.
And he was you never have met him, but he was a more introverted kid. But then, I really attribute some of him kind of coming out of his shell to them, because they paired these kids with a mentor. And I mean, I could overhear what they were talking about, and I just thought it was phenomenal.
That's
Like
cool.
helping him set goals and even talking to him about how to get along better with his brother. I'm like, wow, this is awesome. And he just really changed. And I ended up saying, I don't think you should, I think you should go to college. And, he agreed with me, and now he's a PA and he's like as happy as he could possibly be. So
That's awesome.
yeah. Yeah. But I do think it's a good program. I mean, I don't know if it's the same one, if they've just
It's
renamed
probably
themselves.
different. Yeah.
Okay.
I think she started it, I want to say maybe 6 or 7 years ago. Yeah, it's still
Okay.
new.
Okay.
Yeah, but she's
Yeah.
doing good.
Yeah, that's
But
great.
they adopted all our courses for their math, so it's kind of fun.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, that's good.
That's really awesome.
James is counting them down. We're about to come back at 2:15, and here we go.
Okay.
Yep. 3 more minutes.
And
4
then
more minutes.
you should be able, if you're doing a presentation, you'll be able to share your screen, and you're all good to go.
Okay. Perfect.
And they'll put you up on a spotlight, so you'll be bam.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, thank you
Did
for
your kids
being
go
here.
with you? Did you take any kids to France, or was this you and your
Oh,
husband?
no. No.
Good for you.
Yeah. No, we went with my in-laws and some mutual friends with them.
Nice.
So,
Okay. That's cool.
we had a great time.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Well,
It was
just
honestly
thank you
nice. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you for making the effort to be here with us after all those travels and everything. I know it
Yeah,
can weigh
well,
you down.
I was telling Dennis I was panicking when I found out I was going to get home a day later. It was already going to be iffy for me. And then I'm like, oh no. And I honestly thought that I would be like awake for like 2 days. But then we were able to we booked these sleeping pods in the airport, and that just saved us.
Oh, brilliant.
Mm-hmm.
What airline were you guys on?
Were we supposed to be on?
Yeah, there's
It
that.
was
Yeah.
it was Air Canada managed by Lufthansa.
Okay.
They try to make it as confusing as they possibly
Yeah.
can.
Right.
But yeah.
guy flew Lufthansa to Germany.
Yeah, that's where we flew into originally. You know, went to Frankfurt and then to France.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I flew into Frankfurt and then to Switzerland.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right, I'm about to send out the 1-minute warning.
There we go. So they were just, Melanie, they were just in the breakout rooms and they were sharing about, what, as a homeschool mom, if you're, if you're a one income family, what are some things you can do to produce income? Affiliate marketing or
Interesting
businesses, and same for kids too, like what kids can do. So
Uh-huh.
that's what they were doing in the breakout
All right.
room.
All right.
Yeah.
Any seconds?
Hey, look at Herbert.
All right, here they come. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome, Marcia. Welcome, Dr. Herbert Harris. Welcome, Mr. Picklegoff, Stuart. Welcome back, Ed. Welcome back, Brian. Welcome back, Janine, Patrice, Dr. Monica. Welcome back, D. Tim, Taylor, Beverly, and Christy, Joyce, Elizabeth. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a fun time in the breakout room. If you guys did, put the funnest thing you talked about in the chat box. Let us all see that. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to the one and only Tim Taylor so we can get started with our next session. You are muted, Mr. Tim Taylor, but your lips move marvelously.
I know. I was just messing with you guys. It was unmuted the whole time. I'm kidding. I'm working now. Okay, let's see if we can get this up and restarted. How many of you guys had a great breakout session? Good, good. Who had the best breakout room? Let's put a number up there. Put your room number if you had the best. Let's see who had the best breakout room that was going on there. And let me see. I can spotlight myself. There you go. How about that? Well, we're going to be going on to our day. We also have a little bit of a quick schedule change that I'll be telling you about in a second. But our next speaker that's going to be coming up is somebody that you're really going to enjoy. So we're going to be going into this next session is basically 6 simple steps to homeschool sanity by Dr. Melanie Wilson. Now, Melanie is a Christian psychologist, homeschooling mother of 6. Holy moly, that's a lot of kids there. An author who transitioned from clinical psychology career to become a leading voice in the homeschooling community, residing in Missouri with her husband of over 30 years. You go, girl. Mark Wilson. It shows Mark Wilson? Okay. Mark has homeschooled her children.
No. So yeah, Mark's my husband. Mark's my husband.
Got it. Yeah, their husband Mark Wilson has. Okay, I'm reading it now. I need to go back to school. Apparently, I dropped out in that part of it. she's homeschooled her children for more than 20 years, with all 6 having graduated and pursued college education. Her work focuses on empowering homeschooling parents with practical tools for organization, sanity, and effective teaching, particularly through her innovative language arts curriculum. Well, that sounds great. I'm excited to do this. I'm glad that you managed to make it. I was hoping that you got a good, safe trip back from France, were you? That sounds a good trip.
Yes, it was great. It was just a little bit challenging getting home, but we made it.
Okay, fantastic. Well, I'm going to get out of your way, and the stage is yours. Enjoy.
All right. Okay. So I think you can see my screen. Can you?
You are good to
Yes.
All right, perfect. Okay, so I titled this talk, Help, I'm Overwhelmed. The subtitle is Simple Steps to Homeschool Sanity, but the main title I took from the number of homeschooling moms who would come up to me and would use these exact words, Help, I am overwhelmed. And I can absolutely empathize with that because when I began homeschooling more than 25 years ago, we did not have as many options as homeschoolers today have. So here is an example of a rainbow resource catalog. Now, you can see that it was from a number of years ago, but this thing is huge. With the number of options, even back in 2012, 2013, that homeschoolers had for just curriculum. That doesn't even count all the activities and outside classes and things that we can take. When I was first in the beginning stages of homeschooling, my local support group would send out a physical 75-page single-spaced newsletter with options for me to consider for my kids. And as someone who wants to do it all, I would just be a mess. And after I would go through that whole 75-page newsletter and make decisions about each of those things, are we going to do chess club? Are we going to take swimming lessons? I would be relieved. But then the very next month, here would come another 75-page newsletter, and I would question myself, am I doing the right activities with my kids? And I finally just told some of my friends who were in the same support group, I said, if there's something awesome that I have to do, would you just tell me? Because I can't take it anymore. So if you are uncertain about what is in store for you as a new homeschooler, or because your kids are transitioning to a different stage of homeschooling, maybe they're teens and they're starting middle school for the first time, or they're starting high school, or you're wanting to get them ready for college, I want to provide you with some encouragement. With my training as a psychologist and a veteran homeschooler, I want to begin leading you to the homeschool promised land where we have some rest and some peace of mind about our homeschooling. And I have 6 simple steps to get us there. As a faith-based homeschooler, I am going to take us through the Bible's book of Exodus to find that promised land. And there are 6 steps that are outlined in that book that will apply to us as homeschoolers. If you are a secular homeschooler, then steps 2 to 6 will still apply for you. And they will absolutely apply if you have any state of overwhelm in your homeschooling. Homeschooling can be a long and difficult journey if you do not trust God as a faith-based homeschooler. Exodus 3 talks about God calling his people out of Egypt. I wrote this talk initially before the pandemic. And the pandemic, as you know, resulted in thousands of families being called out of traditional schooling. At that time, I had a neighbor who said that online schooling for her 2 young girls had been awful, but she still planned to enroll them because she just didn't think that she could handle homeschooling. I I don't know if I didn't think I could handle homeschooling, but I honestly did not want to do it. I really did not. I didn't think I would enjoy it. And I felt called, um, and it surprises many people, but I didn't feel called as a psychologist. I had begun my profession and discovered that while I loved working as part of a team in an inpatient setting, I really didn't um, enjoy or feel fulfilled in doing one-on-one counseling. So I knew I wasn't called to do that for the rest of my career, but I felt called to be a writer and a speaker. And so when I believed that God was calling me to homeschool my children, I had three at the time. Um, I just didn't know how it was going to work with me being called to be a writer and a speaker and homeschooling too. And now, of course, the irony of it, because this is what I write and speak about, and I absolutely love it. And I have said to people many, many times, the truth is that if I had to give up writing and speaking, I had already really given up my career as a psychologist, but if I had to give those up in order to have the experience of homeschooling my children, I would have gladly done that. That is how fulfilling and wonderful homeschooling has been for me and for my family. And my kids would agree with that as well, to the point that I am hoping that I get the opportunity to help homeschool my grandkids one day. So, um, if you wonder who you are to homeschool, you have to decide if God means it when He says that He will be with us. He promises never to leave us or forsake us. He has gotten me through some really messy situations. I had a child who struggled to read phonetically. I had successfully taught my three older boys how to read using phonics. And then I had this child who just could not learn to read that way. And it was like this. I would say, okay, what does k say? So he would say k and then ah and then t. And even me trying to sing it to him and blend it, he still was just on k act and had no idea that this said cat. So I was pretty concerned about that. So I had that. I had a teen who rebelled and just really threw me for a loop. But the truth is that God has worked everything that, even those things that haven't gone well, together for my good, for my children's good, and even for the good of homeschoolers and future homeschoolers I talk to and encourage. And He's going to do that for you as well. If you decide that you're going to believe that God will enable you to homeschool, as long as you feel called to do that, then you don't have to use a boxed curriculum or sign up for an online school from K through 12, unless that's what you really want to do. I have found that deciding whether I'm going to believe God and trust God is a daily decision, but it can be a commitment that we make right now. And if you make that commitment, you're going to save yourself so much agony. So a lot of times people will say, oh, what kinds of regrets do you have in your homeschooling? And my biggest regret is not, oh, I wish I would have done a second math curriculum. Sorry, Dennis, but my biggest regret is that I I worried about things that just worked out. The most important practice for my family's sanity then was our faith practices. And so what we did as a family is we had daily prayer. Um, the best thing that we did in that was to each go around and say what we were thankful for. And then the second thing was to say, I would have each of us say what we were sorry for. And that saved my sanity because I would just be beside myself at my kids' bad behavior when I was starting our day. There would be fighting, or there would be, chores not getting done the way they were supposed to get done. And when we would be praying together and the kids who were misbehaving, when they would say, oh, I'm sorry that I mistreated my brother, I'm sorry that I was complaining, that would just melt my heart and give me the energy and the change of attitude I needed to continue my day. So, um, the next thing I would say is that recognizing that my job as a homeschooling mom was not to ensure that each of my kids was successful. That wasn't what I was called to do. I was called to be obedient to the calling, which is to teach and train my kids. And then the rest of it was up to God and my kids. And that gave me a lot of peace of mind. And then finally, I would encourage you as a faith-based homeschooler, if that's what you consider yourself to be, when you have difficulties, ask other people you trust to pray for you. It was my friends' prayers and encouragement that helped me get through a very difficult time with a child who was rebelling. So if you do nothing else as a faith-based homeschooler to get past overwhelm, I would encourage you to commit to trusting God. The next step then is to discipline. And that word discipline really has a negative connotation, unfortunately. You probably know that the root word of discipline really means to be it has to do with learning, training. So what discipline really means is that we as parents are training through relationship. And discipline was the first lesson that I taught my kids. I found this old school, now it's old school, curriculum, a unit study curriculum called Konos, and it's still available. And we learned all about obedience by studying horses and by studying kings and queens. And it was vital for me to learn how to disciple and train my kids to be obedient, not in a like a totally subservient way, but in a respectful, honoring way, because I would not have been able to teach my kids all the other academic subjects if I couldn't even get my kids to listen to me and to respect me. So discipline isn't mean. It's not being mean. It's actually a loving process. After trusting God, teaching obedience was at the top of Moses's agenda for the people of God. And it's my opinion that it has to be at the top of our to-do list too, because it can really be a nightmare if your kids don't respect or obey you. I have changed my thinking about discipline over the years, and I now believe that we can each find an approach to discipline that is just right for our family, whether or not it fits with what the experts say or it doesn't. And so I'm going to give you a few principles here of how I think we can successfully respond to disobedience. But these are just for you to consider. I don't know you. I don't know your family, your kids, your circumstances, your history. So you want to take all of that into account as you consider what I'm going to say. Okay. Let's see. It didn't want to go. There we go. Okay. So first, I want to say that I believe as parents, we deserve respect. Not because we are always great, we're always patient, we never make mistakes, we're always perfect role models, but because of our roles as parents. So that I think becomes a challenge for people sometimes. We think, oh, well, I can't, for example, I can't expect my kids to do their chores when I ask them to if I am not always doing my chores. I don't agree with that because I think if we get into that mindset, then we're never going to get our kids' honoring, respectful behavior. So, in contrast to disobedience, I believe that we should respond immediately to disrespect and not just let it go. So, what's the difference between disobedience and disrespect? If I let's say I say to my son, I would like you to unload the dishwasher now. If my son says, no, no, I'm playing a game right now. Stop, mom, leave me alone. I'm playing this game. That is disrespect. It isn't honoring me and my role as authority in our relationship. If I were to say, I would like you to unload the dishwasher, and my son says, okay, and then I come back an hour later and it's not done, that would be disobedience. Probably it wouldn't be willful disobedience. Probably, my child just got distracted and didn't do it. And so the way that we respond depends on what type of behavior it was. If it was the disrespectful one, I want to immediately respond, even if all I do is say, that was disrespectful. Please restate that in a respectful way. And you want to teach your kids how to do that. There is a way of having kids say in a respectful way that they would like to wait. So, for example, my son might say, Mom, I know you want me to unload the dishwasher right now, but would it be okay if I finish this level of the game? And knowing my kids as I do, when they're playing video games, that means I have to say, okay, that's fine, but that needs to be wrapped up in 10 minutes or 15 minutes or whatever that is. Okay. That would be a response to disrespect. We don't want to ignore it, because if we ignore disrespect, in my opinion and experience, it will get worse and worse and worse. Okay. So what if it's just straight up disobedience? So let's say my son did not unload the dishwasher as I asked him to, but he wasn't disrespectful. And he doesn't provide me with any alternative explanation, because there are many times alternative explanations for why our kids don't do something that we ask them to do, right? So, for example, my son might say, I was going to unload the dishwasher, but Dad asked me to come help him load boxes into the garage. And then I would say, oh, okay, sure, no problem. But let's say that you know that your child just didn't do something that you asked them to do, and it was willful, it was intentional, or it's a repeated problem. Then, as an option for dealing with that disobedience, is many times what we have as parents struggle with when it comes to discipline is knowing what we should do. What should we do in response to disobedience? And I love the suggestion of Dr. Kevin Lehman in his book, Have a New Kid by Friday, where he says that we can deny the next request. So instead of us trying to figure out, well, what would really make an impact on my child? What do they really, really value that I could remove as a consequence for their disobedience? Instead of racking our brains on that, we just wait until our child comes to us and says, hey, can I go over to the neighbor's house to play basketball? Hey, can I stay up late tonight? Hey, can I have an extra dessert? Then the answer will be no. The answer will be no. Now, I'm going to give a caveat here and say that if it's something like if you deny your child this, it will be written up in a scathing biography of you when your kids grow up, then don't choose that. I'm talking about something very relatively minor, as the examples that I just gave. So in that case, you could say, no, you may not go over to the neighbors to play basketball. Your child will likely say, no, why? Why? Then you will say, remember when I asked you to unload the dishwasher? In that case, your child will probably say, oh, I'll do it right now. And then you can say, great, that would be wonderful. I would love for you to do that. But the answer is still going to be no. If your child pitches a fit, then that is when you ignore it, not when your child's being disrespectful. And your child will learn relatively quickly that they need to do what you ask them to do. Again, all of this is focused on your individual circumstances. You get to be the arbiter of whether or not your child deserves some kind of consequence for that behavior. But I would not ignore disobedience over and over and over either. Okay, another option for dealing with disobedience is to promise a consequence later. So many times I would be out with my kids, and that is when they would choose to be disobedient, having bad behavior, and I'm out in public and I'm struggling to try to think of what I can do to let them know that they're in trouble. And so what I started doing was to say, okay, this is what you did. And I am going to think about what would be an appropriate consequence. I'm going to pray about it. I'm going to talk to your dad about it. But I can promise you that whatever it is, you won't like it. And simply saying that is a consequence for the bad behavior in the short term. Typically, we want to give consequences as close as possible to the disobedience. I know that goes against what I just said about denying the next request. So, but I like that if we're in a situation where we can't come up with something, but we want an immediate response, we can say, I'm going to give you a consequence later on. What I liked to do, and I think this is a good potential response, is to come up with a logical consequence. Much of the time for me, that was you took my time by your behavior, by your disobedience. And so now the consequence is that you're going to do some of my work around the house because you took up so much of my time. And that tended to work quite well. Okay, so having respectful, generally obedient children will save your sanity. My children were not perfectly obedient, and I actually think that is better. I am working on a book on this topic based on a very popular talk that I give on this very issue. So if you follow me, you can find out about that book when it is available. So after teaching the Israelites to obey, they had to be taught to love their neighbor. People problems plagued the Israelites. There were issues of jealousy, marital problems, and our kids get to practice on their siblings, their cousins, and their friends. And you can see that picture was a picture of my two boys. It's one of my very favorite pictures. One thing that we can do is we can study the Bible together. There's a book called Character Training for Families that I just love. We would do that together at meal times. Have rules for communication. So one of the things that we did as a family is we signed a kindness contract where we agreed not to say things that were very, very upsetting to one another. And if we violated the contract, the other person would say, "What did you say?" as a reminder. And then we would appropriately respond with, "I'm sorry, what I meant to say was." And that did help with sibling rivalry and the relationships between my kids. But I would say these next couple of things helped even more. And that is we had individual time with our kids. What I did just to save my own sanity is I assigned each of my kids a day of the week in birth order. So my oldest day was Monday all the way through Saturday. And that solved a lot of conflict because if the kids were arguing over something, the child whose day it was got to decide. They got to have the best seat in the car. They got to have the best blanket and the best seat on the couch when we were doing school. But beyond that, it meant that we would also have a special time between me and that child doing whatever it is that they wanted to do with me for like 15 minutes. And that is the time that I could say to the kids, tell me about how things are going with your siblings right now. And that goes a long, long way toward helping kids feel loved and respected. we also want to be intentional about teaching social and emotional skills. I do entire sessions on some of these skills, and I found that parents were asking me over and over, I need a resource, I need help with teaching my kids these skills, and I didn't have anything that I could direct them toward. So I created a curriculum called Training Aliens. The idea behind it is that there are these alien siblings at space camp who don't know our social and emotional skills. They don't know what they're doing. And there are short, funny stories about their difficulties and challenges at space camp. NASA has asked the camp attendees to teach these alien social and emotional skills. And so the curriculum comes along with a video course where I teach kids in a child-friendly video, just a 5-minute or shorter video, the skill, and then they can train the aliens in how to use it. And they also have all kinds of activities that they can use to practice the skill. And kids are having so much fun with this. They don't even think at school. They're inviting their friends over to do these activities with them. And I highly commend it to you. It does come in both a secular and a faith-based version. We want to model loving others in our marriage as well. A lot of times, newer homeschoolers think that the biggest risk of for their homeschooling and their ability to continue is like homeschool haters. We're going to turn them in and have the officials come in and take their kids away. But actually, the number one risk to homeschooling is divorce. And in fact, like most of the time when homeschool records get drug into court, it's because of a divorce and a spouse saying, oh, she's not really homeschooling, and you need to look at her records. We want to make time. If we are married, we want to make sure that we have some time devoted to marriage. I'm not saying that we have to go out on dates, even if we just have uninterrupted time alone together where we're strengthening the marriage, that can make all the difference. So, to achieve homeschool sanity, we've covered trust God, discipline, and teach your kids to love their neighbor. The next simple step is to create routines. The Israelites had to learn daily and weekly routines in order to survive in the wilderness. I thought I was going to have to give up homeschooling because I wasn't actually homeschooling my preschooler. That's when I decided to start homeschooling. I thought homeschooling preschool would be a great test case, but my house was a mess. My husband wasn't happy. I thought I had to quit. I thought I had to stop having kids. But then I found a woman who called herself Fly Lady, and she taught me the power of routines. I started using routines instead of just like going to bed whenever I felt like it, getting up whenever, and doing things just willy-nilly. Like I kept mentioning the dishwasher. My dishwasher was either full of dirty dishes or clean dishes, and it would get run sometimes during the day, at night, whenever. But when I started running it every night and making sure that my kitchen was cleaned up and I had no dirty dishes in the sink, there was something about it that the next day, besides my kids being able to help me unload it, I felt like things were under control. And it really changed my life. It gave me confidence that I could homeschool. And my husband was confident that I could handle more kids and homeschool. And for years, I went on just using routines and doing the little 15-minute missions that Fly Lady would give me. But I started wishing that I had some 15-minute missions that would help me organize as a homeschooling mom. So for many years, I would think, oh, I want to sell my used curriculum. But by the time I would think of it, the used sales were already done. And so one day, I thought, you know what? I'm going to make a list of all the areas of my homeschooling life that I want organization in. And then I broke each of those down into 15-minute missions that you could do every weekday besides reading the mission, or an hour on the weekend. And the result is the book, The Organized Homeschool Life, that can help you get some order into your life and feel a sense of mastery. And then because some moms would tell me, how am I supposed to find 15 minutes to organize every day? I created the planner because what I found that I was doing and other homeschool moms were doing is thinking of organization as an event. Like somehow my husband was going to take all of my kids out of the house for 2 weeks in the summer so I could get organized. Of course, that never happened. And even when it did happen, that I had a long chunk of time to organize things, of course, everything would fall apart like immediately. So, organization has to be a habit. And this planner that I've created allows you to build that habit in a fun and rewarding way. So we've covered trust God, discipline, teach our kids to love others, and then create routines to overcome overwhelm. The next step in achieving homeschool sanity is to help kids remember. When we are choosing curriculum, we want to choose resources that help kids remember the main information. So your math facts, your grammar. If you're a faith-based homeschooler, some of your scripture verses that are key to your faith. And so the things, and there are more than these, but the top three things that I think can help our kids to remember what they're learning are pictures, games, and stories. So with pictures, we started using an app called Memlock. There's no C in lock, Memlock. And it uses these pictures to help us memorize scripture. And it made a huge difference for me finally being able to memorize scripture and my kids as well. So we can use pictures. There are picture resources out there that can be used to teach math facts, vocabulary that I love. So I commend you to looking for those kinds of resources. But then games are such a great way to teach facts. If your curriculum doesn't include them, add them. So we have online games, we have board games. One of the things that has always stayed with me is when I, as a brand new homeschooler, attended a local session with veteran homeschoolers, and they were asked, what do you wish you would have done differently? They all said they wish they would have spent more time playing games because they are very, very powerful. And at the end here, I'm going to give you a URL where you can find some of these games that I've made lists of, including the ultimate list of free grammar games. The Israelites told stories of God's deliverance to help them remember. So I discovered one day after one of my sons offered to pay me not to teach him grammar, that one reason, one potential reason that my son and so many other kids just hated grammar is because it was completely taken out of the context of story, which is the very best part of language arts. And long story short, I started wondering what would happen if I created not just a grammar curriculum, but a complete language arts curriculum that used stories to teach these concepts in a very memorable way. So, as an example, in a traditional English curriculum or a grammar curriculum, your student will be told a noun is a person, place, or thing. Find all the nouns in these random sentences that have no relationship to where your child is at or to any story that they're aware of. In Grammar Galaxy, what happens is the nouns are abducted from Planet Sentence where they live. And as a result, they begin disappearing from Planet English where the people live. And the king of the galaxy discovers that this is what has happened, that the gremlin, the enemy of the galaxy, has arranged for this to happen. So he has them brought back to Planet Sentence where they live, but now they have to be guided back to the streets where they live. And where do they live? They live on Person, Place, or Thing Street. And so the king's children, the royal English children, have so much work to do getting all these words back to the streets where they live that they have to ask other kids in the galaxy to be fellow guardians of the galaxy and to do that work for them. And that is how this curriculum works, and kids definitely love it and they remember. So homeschool sanity also comes from helping our kids remember. And then the last simple step that I want to share today is to have celebrations. God instituted many lengthy celebrations, and my kids enjoy these. And the truth is, they remember them the most out of everything that we did. So we did do that Konos study on kings and queens, and you can see in the picture there we had a celebration, a medieval feast. We actually had two of them, but we would involve family members and friends. We had friends who happened to be in town with their young boys when we were doing this medieval feast, and I dressed them up, invited them to come, and they loved it so much that they decided to start homeschooling themselves. Once we had, my oldest son wanted to have a 100 days of school party, and he planned the entire thing and absolutely loved it. When we studied Africa, we invited family to participate in an Africa party. We happened to have a family member who is a mammal curator who has been to Africa on safari many times. And so he came and did a whole presentation for us. So much fun, so memorable. And then what we would also do is to unschool at least part of the time, even if that just means that you go on rabbit trails and you put the books down and you allow your kids' interest to take them where they want to go and just enjoy it. And as I said at the beginning, um, oh my goodness, the memories that we have as a family and the fruit of that we have seen in our family, both with our kids' success academically, in their careers, in their personal lives. They all have such rich hobbies and they share them with us. And we have such wonderful and close relationships as a result. So let's review. We can banish overwhelm and get to the homeschool promised land by trusting God, by disciplining appropriately, teaching our kids to love their neighbor, creating routines, helping them remember what we teach them by choosing curriculum that includes pictures, games, and stories, and by planning celebrations that bring us joy. That's the homeschool promised land for me, a family who loves God and one another. So I mentioned my neighbor at the beginning of the talk, who was going to put her kids back in school, even while the pandemic was still going on. And she contacted me and told me that online school was a disaster. So she wanted to know about homeschooling again. And so I talked with her, and just 2 weeks into it, she talked to me again and she just gushed about how it had changed her life. In fact, she found herself feeling not thankful for the pandemic, but thankful that the pandemic had led her to it. And she was so confident that this was the right choice for her family at that time. And that is the confidence that I would love for you to have as well. And I believe that you can have more of it with the simple steps that I have shared with you today. So, this is the URL where you can find many of the resources I have mentioned, homeschoolsanity.com/global. You can find samples, you can find games. I also offer language arts games every month that go to my subscribers, so you can get access to those as well. Well, thank you so much for having me share with you today.
Well, thank you, Dr. Melanie. That was absolutely a fantastic session. I got some just great tips. I'm writing all this stuff down. Like, wow, I'm going to try that. That's terrific. And I love your passion for homeschooling and everything that you're doing. All of us parents, we can either learn by the mistakes or what works for others, or learn by our own mistakes. And it's way cheaper to learn from the things that work, and a lot less frustrating as well. So thank you so much for sharing that. Now, did you drop some links and everything? It looks like Dennis did for you. There you go. That'll be great. And if anybody wants to reach out with Dr. Melanie, or have Dr. Melanie reach out with you, go ahead and put your name, say Dr. Melanie, and then your email in the chat. Your name, Dr. Melanie, and your email in the chat. And don't forget to save this chat. Dr. Melanie, I want to have you back. This is our very first pilot session into homeschooling. We're so fired up about this whole community. I think I'm not sure if you were on earlier, but most of our team are homeschooling parents, and we have a passion for it. Just the incredible work that it does, and it's it's kind of like just getting 1 degree of change, 2 degrees. It just get if you could only pour it out into the rest of the world of just that love and caring enough for your children to kind of own that stewardship that God gives you. You know, we have responsibility there. And so many times we just quickly pawn it off. It's like, oh, they're the professionals, we'll send them over there. And you don't know who they are, or what they're teaching, or anything else. But God bless you, and thank you for coming on. I think you're really going to enjoy Dr. Monica Hinton and Elizabeth Ellsworth as they come up a little bit later. You guys are going to have a lot in common. But thank you so much, and make sure everybody changes that and saves that chat. Excuse me, and we will get back with you. Thank you so much, Doc. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we're moving on to our next session here, and this next session is going to be epic. And it's going to be it goes a little bit of story with this. Is early on, when the Great Discovery, as we were kind of in our concept stage, we had just rolled out the Great Discovery course, the 4th generation of Six Sigma, and we've kind of laid it out for the kids and the teens, and we launched this platform with it. At that point is when we crossed paths with Dennis Denoy at Mr. D Math, and he got it. He saw what we're doing, and I think he saw the broader vision of where we've kind of evolved and generated to now is truly a global, education marketplace is really what it is, where content is delivered in 120 languages with people being able to share worldwide. There is no restriction. There is no, place where you can't go. How many people can be empowered by sharing Dr. Melanie's content out around the world, or Corey's, or anyone's, anyway, Dennis Denoy came in, and we've just adored him. He's come in and actually took the role as our chief learning officer, really overseeing there's a lot of the content for its quality and effectiveness, to make sure it's structured right. It has that math mindset. Go figure. He wants everything very precise, and we actually love him for that. So this next session that Dennis Denoy is going to be coming up with is basically homeschooling success stories. And a little bit of background on Dennis. He's the chief learning officer at the Great Discovery and the founder of Mr. D Math, one of the most trusted names in homeschool education. He's a Florida State certified secondary mathematics teacher since 1988. Dennis is better known by families as Mr. D, began a traditional classroom teacher and a private tutor, helping students finally make sense of math. His passion for making learning click led him to create Mr. D Math, an innovative online platform now offering engaging courses in math, life skills, SAT, ACT prep, American Sign Language, grammar, and more. Today, Dennis brings decades of teaching experience and a deep love for student success to the homeschooling community, helping parents raise confident, independent learners who thrive both in academics and in life. I love it. And so, Dennis, take it away, my friend. I will jump out of your way and grab my pen. It's a gap meeting with Dennis.
Gotcha. All right. Spotlight. Okay, there we go. Hi, everyone. So this is, for me, year number 37 as a professional educator. I'm like, wow, it's that long. So I'm super excited to still be in the game. My role has shifted quite a bit over the last few years because I have an amazing staff that that really, they're just amazing. That's what I can tell you. So they are kind of take care of everything for me in the background, allow me to do some different things. And over the years, we've developed a program. But, 1988, I was a classroom teacher. I worked in dropout prevention, and I had long hair back then. Actually, I still have long hair. It's pulled up right now. But back then, they said, look, you're perfect for those kids, for the troubled kids. And so that's where I went. And then in the summertime, they said, look, you're perfect. We're going to send you out to the juvenile detention facility. And we want you to work with the kids that are they've been locked down and they're in, basically in juvenile jail, right? Came back out and they said, wait a minute, you're really great with the gifted kids. And so we want you in the gifted classroom. So my career in education has really spanned everything from dropout prevention to gifted to traditional classroom. But as a school teacher, I kind of struggled with one thing, and that was income. I was living in Florida at the time, and as a Florida educator, I want you to think about this. 1988, my beginning salary was $32,000 a year. If you try to do that today, there's no way. Back then it was hard. Today it's impossible. And so I started looking at, well, what else can I do? So I started tutoring on the side. And I was one of those road tutors that was on the road every day, 4 and 5 students a day, driving from, one house to the next, to the next, to the next. I left the school at 3, got home 9, sometimes 10 o'clock at night. It was brutal. And going through that, one of the things that was really beneficial for me was I learned about math. Why? Because I saw all the grade levels. What else did I see? I saw all the teaching methods, because every kid I talked to had a different teacher, a different school, a different textbook. They were teaching me everything. So that service became a tutoring service because I couldn't get to their houses. So we opened a center up in St. Pete, Florida. The kids came in and kept learning and learning and learning. But I was still doing both. And I was still in the world of public school teaching, still doing the tutoring. And then in 2008 is when it happened. And in 2008, I ran into a homeschool family. I was down in Sarasota, Florida at the time. The homeschool family, we started working and they started referring me to more homeschoolers. And one day, one of the moms said to me, she goes, you are so good at this. Why don't you just write your own book? And I thought about it and I thought, wow, that's what I've always wanted to do. But being encouraged really opened the door. And so I went home, I told my family, and of course they said, you're crazy. There's no way. What do you know about writing books? Everything that was kind of an idea of what I had and what my dreams were and what I wanted to do, right away, the people closest to me went, no way. But I did it anyway. So I'm sharing that with you. Why? Because there are times when you think about what are your dreams? And sometimes it's the people closest to you that'll say, don't do it. But I want you to know, do it. Trust. As Melanie was saying, trust in your faith, trust in God, whatever it is that you believe in, trust. Go for it, and your dreams will come true. So as we started to look at our dreams coming true, my kids were 7 and 9 years old at the time, and my son was in 3rd grade in public school. I'm working with the homeschoolers. I'm building curriculum. I'm doing all the things in the homeschool area, and I'm discovering what homeschooling is all about and loving it. And like, wow, this is amazing what's possible. My son, turns out, he's got a gift for dancing and music. And we started to look at, wouldn't it be cool if we could classically train him in Spain? So we did. So we got rid of everything and everybody got one carry-on bag, one check bag, and boom, off we went and moved to Valencia, Spain in 2015. The kids were 8 and 10 at that time. So during that time, as they're growing up, one of the things we could do there as a homeschool family. So if you heard earlier today, homeschooling is different. It's very rigid in Europe. So one of the things that we did was we maintained a residence in Florida, which is where we were from, so that we could be on a long-term stay from Florida in Spain. And so we were still registered in Florida schools doing homeschooling from Spain. So it worked out perfect. And everybody was happy. Spain was happy. Florida was happy. It was all good. So my son, one of the things we could do with him was he was able to register in a music and dance conservatory, doing 30 hours a week of music and dance training for the same amount of money that he was getting in Sarasota, Florida for 2 group classes and 1 private class. So kind of think about the idea of what was possible in that arena, be able to give him the things that we do. My daughter, my kids have always spoken Spanish and English growing up, but my daughter, we discovered, had a gift for language. And in that gift for language, she's 18 years old now. She speaks 4 languages fluently. So she speaks English, Spanish, obviously, and then she speaks Italian and she speaks French. And I think French is her favorite language. So at 16 years old, she's been homeschooled since she was 8 years old. And she said, Dad, I'm done with high school. I was like, oh, really? Well, what's that mean? She goes, no, I'm done. I want to go to college. We thought, okay, honey, well, let's just look and see about your transcripts and where you are. Well, she had enough credits to graduate. So then we told her, we said, why don't we have you do some CLEP tests? Let's make sure. So what happened? She went to CLEP tests. She CLEP'd out and she ended up with 12 college credits during her senior, well, now her junior in high school because she didn't do her senior year. So we applied to a college. We applied to an international university, and the international university said, we can't take her. She's only 17. So they had to go in and they had to redo their paperwork, redo the certification with teachers so that they could have kids under 18 so that she could start college. And so she just finished her first year of college at Schiller University, which in Madrid now. So my son, in 2019, we had to move the family to Madrid because my son got moved from the conservatory in Valencia to the conservatory in Madrid, where he could start training to get on a professional track. So just so you get, this is my daughter, Schiller University. You know, she's studying international business. She started when she was 17 years old. How did that happen? She was homeschooled. How did she learn 4 languages? She was homeschooled. So we start looking at what's possible. But there's more. This is my son, is Rafael. He is 20 years old, and he is a member of the Ballet Español de la Comunidad de Madrid. So my Spanish is terrible. But the 20-year-old, he is the top dancer in this company of 20 people. So 10 men, 10 women, and he's the #1 rated dancer in this company. So it's all flamenco. So it says ballet, but it's interesting. Ballet in Spain is also known as flamenco. So he's a professional flamenco dancer. He's 20 years old. How did we make that possible for him? We homeschooled. And we did what? We dreamed about what was possible. What was possible was let's move the family to where? To Spain. So we did. So can you start to look at what becomes available? Yeah. Now, we got a happy homeschool mom. So I want you to know, I went through my email just in the last couple of days, and these are emails that we've got from parents. We've got emails from kids. So I'll share a couple of these with you. What's it like? And it's not about our program. What it's about is it's about the success that homeschoolers have. So this family, they did use our program. The son was first grade, age 7, and he had diagnosed with malignant cancer at age 7. So he had a homebound teacher. It wasn't going well. He did chemo, he did radiation, he got back to school, and he started to slip. So he had ADD on top of that. In 3rd grade, they brought him home, and they used a program called Singapore Math, which is actually an amazing program for elementary age kids. Then he joined our program as a 7th grader and doing our pre-algebra class. He's moving out. He's going to college. He's majoring in physics. This is a non-mathy kid that beat cancer and grew to love math. So, you know, when you hear this, what happens is oftentimes we think about what is it like when we're not homeschooling? You're doing something different, right? Whatever that might be. But sometimes you get stuck and you get labeled. And as a label, you live into that label and you become that label. In homeschooling, that doesn't happen. In homeschooling, you can break free of those labels that sometimes get in our way. So that's what it looks like. So what about our program? So Mr. D Math, you know, we're accredited, which was no easy task to accomplish. We're accredited by the Western Association of Schools and Colleges. We work with the NCAA for kids that want to participate in college sports. So during high school, they take our classes, and we're approved for the NCAA for kids that are college athletes. So what happened? How did we end up, as Tim was saying, how did we end up with American Sign Language and economics and study skills and digital music production? So everything that you see on the screen here is all done from students that either did what? That were my students way back when, and they decided they wanted to grow up and do what? They wanted to create their own curriculum, so we brought them onto the platform, or parents of our students. So everybody's familiar with our program. And put my glasses on so I can see what time it is. Okay, good. We're doing great. We have a technology program, music and dance, digital music production. We have math and much, much more, and test prep as well. So, you know, this is just something from a young lady that sent me this August 7th, which was 2 days ago, just saying she got an A average. Thanks for running the course. So she built the concept up slowly and easily. She's so glad she's using our program. If you're interested in demoing our classes, it's mrdmath.com. On the main website, there's an area where you can demo. It will ask you to send us your email, and then we'll send you how to log into our curriculum site, and you can demo all of our classes, everything that you've just seen. Now, what about the Great Discovery? Well, with the Great Discovery, I put some micro classes on the platform. So we've taken samples of math classes, samples of different things. I have a goal setting program, which I love, and it's really, really great. But we've taken different samples. So pulled things out of algebra, where we talk about probability. Algebra 2, we talk about combinations and permutations. Geometry, about Pascal's triangle. There's a whole chapter from our pre-algebra course called Fractions Are Your Friends, for everybody that doesn't like fractions, right? Now, do I get excited about math? Absolutely. Are you going to get excited about math? I don't know if you get as excited as I am, but what I can tell you is that when you see the videos, the practice problems, how we teach, how we do things, how we let kids see how to correct their own work, which we're very much big on, that you'll see my excitement and energy in the videos, and you'll find these on the Great Discovery that are already there. If you want our full course, come to our website and you can see everything else. So I also wrote a book about self-directed learners. It's called Teach, and it's really about what are we trying to do? We're trying to create independently responsible learners. So this is also available on the Great Discovery. These are the chapters in the course. One of the things that we did is Tim's talked about being able to do translations. We actually translated this course in this book into 5 different languages, and you have the text to go with it, which also translates. So you can listen to it, you can read it as you're going, and it's free to you, and it's on the Great Discovery. So that's it. So I want to just say thank you. Thank you for being here today. For many of you who've been here since 10 o'clock this morning, as I have. Thank you for that. Thank you for, if you're considering homeschooling, thank you for considering it. It will make a difference in your life and the lives of people you know, as well as for our homeschooling families out there. You're my heroes. I just want you to know. All right. Thanks, everyone. And that's it for me.
Thank you so much, Dennis. That was epic. And if anybody needs to get any more information from, whoops, am I muted? No, it looks like I'm unmuted now. There we go. If anybody needs any information, you can always reach out to him right here at dennis@thegreatdiscovery.com. I think you'll be able to get to him, as well as drop your name in the chat, and he'll be able to touch base with you. Just great stuff. Thanks, Dennis. You're amazing. And for all the work that you've done as we've been going through this growing curve, thank you. We're coming into something magnificent, and a lot of it is because of your energy. Thank you so much. Guys, we got some good news and some bad news. The good news is you've got an amazing speaker that's coming up here, a fantastic session. The bad news is we're going to wind down right after this with a closeout session by Sandra Harry. And anybody that wants to stick around with any Q&A, you can actually do that. But let's jump into our next speaker. This is going to be really cool. You guys are going to love this. And as I was saying, Dr. Melanie, you and Dr. Monica have got to get together. I smell it. I smell some synergy there. You guys are really going to connect and be good friends, I'm sure. And Elizabeth Ellison, oh man, you guys are in for a treat with this right now. So coming up right in this session is going to be a child-focused. Oh, that's not the wrong one. It is Unleash Your Inner Hero, where psychology meets superpowers. So many times kids are going to develop these different phobias and restraining forces, things that are holding them back from experience that they had or perceived sometime in their life. Some people hold on to them as anchors that can go in through their entire life. So Dr. Hinton and Elizabeth have both pulled together some amazing content. And I'm just going to be quiet because I just want to hear it. Every time I see it, Sandra is a superhero fan. She makes superhero blankets. I think she covers me up with all of them. When I'm bad, she gives me the Hulk. When I'm good, she gives me Captain America. So it depends what my behavior is that day. Whether I'm obedient or not. But I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to Dr. Hinton and Elizabeth. Take it away.
All right. Well, thank you, thank you, thank you. And thank you for inviting us and allowing us to be here today. We are really, really excited, Elizabeth and I, at presenting this material to you. So just a little bit about who we are. We are actually Exceptionally You Academy, the two of us together. And I'm Dr. Monica, and this is Elizabeth Viapondo Ellison. And we together, we've had over combined 60 years in mental health and recovery. I have a tremendous love of superheroes and a love of psychology and helping people grow and exceed. So we're actually going to talk about two subjects today. So first is superhero confidence, and then we're going to roll into Elizabeth's Have You Met You? So I'm going to share my screen right now, and let's see. Oh, may I share the screen, please? Hello, Tim? Whoever's in control.
James has, it'll be just 2 seconds. So,
Okay.
so ad lib a little bit there.
Okay, so just so you know that I grew up reading comic books. I was a young comic book reader. I'm not a Johnny come lately with the movies. And actually, I have to say comics saved my life. I grew up in an environment where there was a lot of discrimination, and I was the only girl on my street. And so in order for me to survive, I had to read. And so I read lots of books, and then I came across comic books, and with the characters and their strength, it was sort of like a way for me to deal with my own trauma and my own fears and anxieties, and really delving into these stories and understanding how these characters have dealt with their own traumas and their own anxieties, and they've overcome. And now that I'm in the field of psychology, I sat here and figured out, how can I meld these two things that I love together into one experience, and there outgrew superhero confidence. And that's kind of where I sit today. Elizabeth, do you want to say a few words before we pull up the...
Actually, the beauty of this is I literally am putting up the Have You Met You into an app, because we know kids will access things more likely if they can do it from the computer in their hand. So you can share screen now as well too.
Okay, great.
And our behavioral and mental health component in our heart for our youth to be able to have the tools they need in order to live the life that they were purposed and here for is a lot of why we have become co-creators of what we do.
Okay, yes. So, just to open up again, Have You Met You is one part of Exceptionally You Academy, and Superhero Confidence is the other part. We offer innovative tools, empowered purpose, and authentic influences for families and their communities. All right, so Superhero Confidence Unleashed. This is the current course that is recently released on TGD. And towards the end, I'll show you the other courses. So, Ascendia. So, if any of you are familiar with Stan Lee, and he always says, Excelsior. Well, my word is Ascendia, which means rise higher, grow stronger, and push beyond your limits. So, superheroes captivate us with their incredible powers, their courage, their unwavering sense of purpose, and we're going to explore ways of building strategies for your personal growth, because the superhero journey starts with self-discovery, and so we're going to unleash your superhero within. And this course right now, as it's designed, is good for your age 13 and up, maybe 12-year-old and up. Parents, you can sit and do this with your kids. Grandparents, sit and do this with your kids. I know people who are in their 70s and they've gone through this course and they were excited to build their own superhero. So this is for all ages, and I'm designing one for our younger people. So first off, where do we figure out who we are? So there are two models that I like, the ecological model and intersectionality. And so in the course, I'll explain what those two are. And this is how we develop our core self. So there's the nature and the nurture, but the nurture really has a major impact on who we are as people. And so when you think of the different levels of nurture, you have the child is in the middle, then the microsystem, and that's their family, the school, their peers, if they go to church, if they don't go to church, their daycare centers, and then the mesosystem are those systems all interacting with each other. Then the exosystem is then your extended neighborhoods, your school boards, those things that you may never have any contact with, but they govern and sort of control what happens to you in your world. And then there's the macro system, and that has to do with your culture, your ideology, whatever your parents are teaching you. And then the chrono system has to do with time and what's happening in the world at that particular time that you are alive. So I'm an 80s kid. So if you understand what that means, I'm a Gen Xer, so there you go. So I have certain ways of being in the world just because I was born during that, I was alive and functioning during that generation. Sometimes things get real heavy. You know, life comes at us in all different directions. There's some research called adverse childhood experiences, and so through this chapter, we kind of explore some of those things. The struggle is real. And what we do is we take you through different characters that have actually dealt with different traumas and struggles. Here's one example. Storm, who is my favorite superhero, she struggles actually with claustrophobia. And if any of you have ever read the comic book or seen the cartoon, those issues are actually depicted in the cartoon. And so growing up, some kids may not even know what claustrophobia is. And so this is a great way of trying to figure out what that means for me and how do I work that out. So different characters actually deal with different traumas and stressors. So then we have the superhero impact. So this is a thing that I was saying earlier that really affected me and how I have come to love these characters. And so in this chapter, we talk about the different ways that the superheroes, reading comic books, being in that world can help you deal with real life challenges. And just as an example, we have coping skills. So one character named Luke Cage, he uses mental and physical strength to face as a coping skill. He'll go out and exercise, he'll work out. Same thing with the character Vixen. So that's their coping skills. So it teaches you some coping skills. And here's an example of that. So I created what's called a coping skill map, because there are different ways that we learn to cope. And there's coping with your mind by thinking, coping physically like Luke Cage does. He goes out and works out, coping emotionally, or coping using people. And so then with the map, here's an example of what the map looks like. So you put yourself in the middle, and then you say, okay, what ways can I cope with my mind? Okay, I can use positive self-talk. I can use daily affirmations. And what's fun when you do this with your as a parent, doing this with your kid, you guys can come up with some family affirmations. And then body, so either taking a walk or learning how to do deep breathing. So different activities that you can do physically to help you relax and help you with coping skills. With people, calling a friend And of course, I have seeing a therapist. Faith-based people, you may want to talk to your pastor or your minister, but reaching out to people for that support and help, different family members, because I know one of our presenters said that she lives close to 22 members of her family. So reaching out to family members is a good coping skill. And then feelings. So what helps you bring up some feelings or helps you relax those agitated feelings? Well, for me, I listen to music and I have a cat. So I'll sit and spend time with my cat as a way to help with those feelings. And so that's just one example. So then the next chapter is our superhero mindset. And so what I did was I took the word superhero and broke it down into different components and characteristics of a superhero. So this chapter will help you work through each of these characteristics and figure out what that looks like for you. And so you get to describe what strength looks like for you, what's unique about yourself, how you persevere, and what that even means. And so we go through each word to develop your superhero mindset. Then this is the fun part, when you get to create your own superhero. So I take you through a series of questions about who you are, what you like to do. And so now you've built up some strength. And so now you know how to develop this strength. And so, and that's the steps that we do for this section. And then with that, now you're going to learn how to take those powers and then unleash them. And so again, this is just an example. Set some boundaries, protect your energy, and the worksheets help you with that, help you figure out, well, how am I going to set my boundaries? And what does that even mean? And how do you honor your progress? And just think, everything we do every day, we need to celebrate our progress, no matter how little it is or how grand it is. Just celebrate your successes and progress every single day. And then decide what kind of hero that you want to be and start living that truth every day. And the bonus piece of this course is that I created a worksheet where you use daily to check how you're doing with your progress. And so it's sort of an activity sheet. You can use it every day to help continue to build up your superhero confidence. All right, so now your confidence is unleashed. You are called to act, not just for yourself, but for other people. So this is your family, this is your friends, your community. Confidence is not just a feeling, it's the fuel that powers your purpose. It guides your courage and shows the world that what a real life hero can be. So that's me. That's and my superhero is Firestar, and her motto is healing the hearts and minds of everyone she meets. So that's me. Now, I do have other courses on here that we've put. So the first one is Superhero Confidence. It was the very first one. This one is the free course. Then we have Superhero Confidence Level Up. So this one really explores the stigma. And as I stated, this comes out of my childhood and really understanding the stigma around being Black and seeking out therapy. And so this one really covers a lot of stigma, and it's the Genius Club. And then because I am a Christian, I created this one just really out of a labor of love called Jesus, the Ultimate Superhero. And I'm bragging on myself. I presented it at church and got a standing ovation. Everybody loved it. So I decided that I'll throw it in the Great Discovery and share it with other people because it was just something fun, and it's not very long, and I'm sure you'll enjoy it. Okay, so now I'm going to turn the tables and turn it over to Elizabeth, and she is going to talk about Have You Met You, which is our other component of Exceptionally You Academy that she's designing.
Thank you, Dr. Monica. As always, that was amazing. And just
one more thing. Ascendia. Okay, there you go.
Okay, so I cannot get my computer let me into Zoom, so I cannot read this, and I'm going to let you read it. Well, real quick.
Okay, all right. So, Have You Met You, otherwise known as HUMU, and we're using a behavioral goal setting model called FQ3C, which is absolutely amazing. That'll help you identify your goals, what might get in the way of your goals, and strategize how you achieve them. I use FQ3C all the time. I use it to finish my book, and I finished it before time. So it really works. But anyway, what our slide here says is when you know who you truly are, peace becomes your presence, not your pursuit. You no longer seek approval. You stand in freedom, live the wisdom, be the best version of you, rise your exceptional self. You want to speak to that, Elizabeth?
Well, yes, and rising as your exceptional self needs to have a basis for understanding what and who that is. And a lot of times, I grew up in a family of 10 people, and we were 4 blended families. I went through quite a lot of chaos and dysfunction, and I always wondered why. Well, it's so I could teach this. Now, at this time in this space, the way I can teach this. My whole life, I was just recently invited in to be in an anthology. It's called an apple a day, collective wisdom for your body and soul. And I was told that the reason I was being invited by the publisher into the book is because my life experience of trauma is 5 times or the same as 5 different people who lived a life of severe trauma. And I've gotten to the point where I've said, okay, God, I think I've learned enough for right now. And what it's done is because of my love of being able to be the kid on the playground who helped bring about peace, the kid on the playground who learned how to advocate through my words to be able to help other people use theirs. I was the oldest girl, and I was told that I really never cried. All I ever did was watch and observe people and their behaviors. I started using energy healing and emotional healing very early on. And as I grew up, life took me into situations where at 13, because of trauma that went on in the family, I was in counseling, and the counselors actually got permission from my mother for me to stay extra 2 hours, and then we didn't have to pay. So I counseled them as well. That's just the way life was given to me. So I understood at early age that God had prepared me for much. The beautiful thing is I've understood now how to use this with the youth a lot. When having, worked with my own family, I actually had a test group because not every child learns the same. Not every child feels the same. And so understanding human behavior and mental health, especially for homeschooling, has been at my heart because there were times that I ended up having to homeschool my children in order to not put them in school so that their father couldn't find us. And that's a whole different story, but it's also a part of getting to the point of the mental health crisis that we face right now. And, looking at it's very interesting because I actually, like I said, have been asked to put my coaching into a format, and I'm putting it in a specific platform called Huddle Up so that the children can actually come in after they've been coached or gone through a process or just have a place to have a socialization with each other where they come in and they aren't even going to know who each other is, so that they can't they can express themselves without anyone needing to know who they specifically are in the school system. And it translates also in any homeschooling situation, because in homeschooling, they can know each other. Because with the parents there being the supervisory piece, bullying and stuff like that is addressed right away. And so the Have You Met You actually gives tools for both the parents and the children. And it just helps families all around. Having worked in the behavioral health department at the hospital where Dr. Monica and I met, I ended up being transferred over to the other side out of the behavioral addiction side for adults, where I worked with the children that were in crisis, all the way from 4 and 5-year-olds who were allowed to be in that setting, in a special safe setting, because they were the children of the doctors and of the hospital, and they needed extra help. And I was always called in for those. And so all this is reflected in to the Have You Met You? And the you is like this. This in and of itself is actually a meditation tool for finding your own frequency and allowing yourself to be filled up with the energy of the infinite intelligence of God. I call it God. And that once it's filled up, you then are shown how to be able to pour that into others and then allow yourself to be refilled up. And there's so much that Have You Met You has. It's a mental health framework that's disguised as self-discovery, I kind of like calling it. And it offers emotional regulation and self-awareness. A lot of times we think we know what our children are doing, and a lot of times our children display a mask because they don't want to hurt their parents' feelings. And we learn that a lot of times. And so it gives a check-in. Now, the FQ3C piece actually is a goal achievement behavioral model, but it actually measures emotions. And it helps the person, as you see the young lady in the mirror, to be able to look at herself and not at the things that you're struggling with as if, you did that again. It's more like, oh, so that's why I'm doing this. And they're excited to come to the parent and say, guess what I just figured out? I just FQ3C'd after my Humu lesson, and I want to tell you all about it. And then when the parent says, well, you know, how about I give you a little guidance on this and think about this, and they want to come back and they want to take the assessment again after they follow some more steps to be able to tell you the progress they made. And so this actually helps reduce thoughts of bullying. It helps them to normalize the natural feelings they're going to feel. And I was talking about this with I forget who earlier in one of the breakout rooms. Like, one of the things I've noticed, young men at the age of 8, and it's been really prevalent, start thinking about death and dying when we turn the light off. And if you've ever experienced that, and I did that with all 5 of my brothers, and they came to my mom, and my mom would say some things, and then they'd come to me and tell me what mom said. And so I got to experience all this, and I put this into the different stages. So I now have it for the youth and adolescents. It's going to be going up into the Great Discovery. And I was already starting to tool out the piece for the youth. I've actually have the professional parent certification from the Glenn Doman School of it's called the Rainbow Series, and it's the Better Baby Series for teaching children for to have a genius intellect. And it teaches them processes from 0 to 7 years of age, where if you're a homeschool parent, you probably know and have looked up the fact that that's when we learn the fastest and can absorb the most and learn all those languages some people have talked about that their children know. And I don't want to go over time, but I do want you to know that the other thing it does is it gets our children out of that achievement crisis that's going on. So many of our youth really, with it, like Tim Taylor and I were saying in one of the breakout rooms, it helps them learn how to learn, which is one of the most beautiful pieces and the difference between regular mainstream school and homeschooling. And so it helps prepare and it helps give you all check-ins for whether or not what you're seeing is really what you're seeing. And it's the ripple effect, it's got clinical invitation, and it emphasizes and helps, what do you call it? Make Dr. Monica's superhero confidence even more usable. Because not every child is going to have superhero. Not every child is going to want Christian at first, we hope. But it also has a secular piece. So, and I guess that's about it for now. I think my time is up.
Okay. All right. So thank you, Elizabeth. And I'm trying to exit out of here. Okay, here we go. All right. Are there any questions or thoughts from anybody?
Yeah, please do. If anyone has any questions or comments, thank you, Dr. Monica. Thank you, Elizabeth. It's so inspiring, you know, and it's a unique way where I saw the relationship, you know, between with what you and Dr. Melanie are doing and kind of using these methodologies to really help kids be able to engage. And that's one of the biggest things. I with one of my girls, we ended up had to take her for she had some phobias and things that she dealt with, and she really had a resistance to really being able to get it. You know, she didn't like it at all. And whereas this, you know, this is just a way to break through. I love it. I just love it.
Yeah. Yeah, most children
Anybody
don't
can talk
really.
and wave your hands up there, or you know, there's Joyce. Hi, Joyce, Christy.
Yes, I just want to know how I've got 3 friends who does live classes with teens. How can this information assist them?
Well, definitely with the superhero confidence, it can help them really using the backdrop of these characters. It what what it does is that it helps you see the problems and the trauma without them putting themselves in that situation. So like, for example, Storm has claustrophobia. So if a child's experiencing that, they can go, oh, okay, I can see it from over there and not fully place it on themselves. And it makes it a lot easier to deal with some of these subjects. Another character is dealing with a lot of self-esteem. Miles Morales, if any of you know who that is, Spider-Man, Miles Morales. He's dealing with imposter syndrome. So he's trying to, and because of the storyline of his character, he's displaced from his home. So he's experiencing loneliness and detachment from his family. And so it allows children and young people to see themselves in these characters and less directly at themselves, because when you for many people, when you're trying to address what's going on with yourself, you don't want to admit to it, and there's a lot of shame around it. And so when you're using the characters, you can see yourself in these characters. And I figured that out very young because I saw myself in the character of Storm. And when I was a young lady, and I didn't have the problem of claustrophobia, but she was challenged with being a Black woman, a Black person leading a whole group of different people, and at the same time dealing with discrimination. And that was written in the comic book. And so for me, being in the situation where I was experiencing as a child, I could really relate to that. And so that character helped me kind of get through those experiences that were real life experiences that I was having. And so that's why I feel like using these characters who, and particularly always liked Marvel because Marvel wrote in real life situations. And so being able to see yourself in these characters is a huge help, because it sort of removes the child from the direct experience.
So
Does
they,
that
And then
answer?
so
well,
they
and
can
then
use.
Joyce, and then the bridge with Humu is the pieces. When I worked in the behavioral hospital with the youth and adolescents, I had to come up with tools to get them out of the suicide mindset. I had to come up with tools. I was tasked with coming up with tools that would break them out of being treated, being sent home, and coming back. And I had great success using the tools I have.
So they
It
can
helps
use.
them communicate what they're feeling. Her tool helps them identify it. The Humu helps them identify it, and then it teaches them how to know how to express what they're feeling.
So they can use what you're teaching here to continue on the path because they're in the training for 3 or 4 days. So they can
Yes.
have this at home to continue to work with.
Yes.
Got it. Thank you.
And
This is not a one-day experience. When you go through the course, and I can speak for my course right now, when you go through the course, there are stopping points where you have to actually do some writing and introspection and thinking about it. And so that's why it's taking me a little bit of time to do it for the younger children, because I have to write it in a way that they understand it, because right now it's written for, tween young adult age. And so when I get it written for the little ones, it'll really be fun. I think I'm gonna add some more fun activities, but yeah, this isn't something you do in a day. It's stages, and so you do a little bit at a time, and you take your time through this.
And the thing is the difference in your child's presence will in 90 days will be marketably noticeable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's worked with all our clients. And no matter what age and whether they have autism or any of the other isms, it works.
Yeah.
Plus it reduces thoughts of comparing themselves. It removes them from that.
Mm-hmm. Beverly?
Yeah, I'm glad you just said what you said, Elizabeth, because what I was thinking, it's like, oh my gosh, this is like, it doesn't matter what age, this is like so perfect, especially now when you move into the baby boomer era, where there's a lot of, especially women, who are single now, not by choice, but because of death, and sometimes even going through divorcees. So the whole age bracket, but growing up in that baby boomer era, it was a whole different world back there. And and so when cartoons come out, they were, it was Donald Duck and crazy things like that. But at the same time, when you look at how you presented this and how you put it together, it's like, how do you find your identity now when it's just you and you're an empty nester and now you're wanting to become an entrepreneur because of the digital age that we're in? Who am I? And what is my zone of genius? I really feel that, oh, I got chills with that. I really feel what you put together here as a program could be just kind of tweaked a little bit to really impact that era of women that are in that right now. And I know quite a few women who are actually coaches in that avenue, always looking for great tools. And so I think, it would be a great merger with that. And several of them are on TGD right now. So I think that should be prevalent and kind of bring that together. I feel you've got something here that the world needs. End of story.
Well, thank you. And let's not
Monica.
forget Wonder Woman came out in the 40s. So baby boomers should know who she is.
Oh, we know who she is.
Exactly. And Superman came out in 1939. So
That's right.
baby boomers should know who she is.
I thought Wonder Woman came out on August 9th, 2025, right here with you two.
Oh, thank you.
And then I'm putting a link so that people can book with me through the FQ3C website. I'm in there as their practitioner and acute behavioral specialist.
All right.
It's amazing, y'all. When you use it, your jaw's gonna drop, and it escalates everything, and it'll get our any child or any person. And I've been through the what do you call it, empty nest. That's the empty nest is actually what caused my very first and only anxiety. What do you call it when you like literally
Anxiety
nervous
attack?
breakdown? No, anxiety attack, nervous breakdown. It took me to my knees and I caught my breath. I mean, I literally was dropping to my knees. I went, no, not my knees. It's the only thing that got me to snap me out of it. But yes, learning who we are, learning, plus our hormones are dropping, our estrogen level. And so we're starting to realize, shoot, why am I doing everything for everybody else?
Right.
Looks like we have one more question
We
from
have-
Dr. Herbert Harris and one also
And
from
then-
Sue, and then it looks like we'll be wrapping. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, Dr. Monica and Elizabeth, I really enjoyed the presentation. And, you know, you said something very interesting, Dr. Monica, about the current superheroes deal with, you know, like real-time problems and real challenges. So kids can see something different. You know, I grew up in the age of Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck. So there was no real identification with the characters in the comics. But this new superhero era is one that I think many children and young people, I mean, there are a lot of older people now who read comic books because they have life lessons, they have information in them. And so it's a very subtle way of teaching. It's like being taught and you don't know you're being taught.
Superhero comic books help me with science, to be honest with you. Because there's a lot of science and a lot of having to learn your planets and your galaxy. And so there's lots of science in comic books. And so for me, reading them as a younger person just really forced me to then go to my encyclopedia, because I'm dating myself, encyclopedia, and have to go look it up. And you know, I had a father who would make me give him reports. So after I would go to the encyclopedia and read something, he would make me give him a report on what I just read and how I can connect it to the comic book that I just read. Yeah, it was rough. But anyway, it was good. So
Thank you. A great job, both of you. Great presentation, great content. Thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you.
Thanks, Doc. I appreciate it. Good seeing you out here today. And we got one last time for one last question by Sister Sue Weaver. Let's go. What you got?
Hey, nobody brought up my personal hero. Here I come to save the day. It means that Mighty Mouse is on the way. And I thought that was Jesus incarnate in them. And we couldn't spend money on comic books, but I was 4.5 when we got our first TV. And so Mighty Mouse was everything I learned about Jesus in mouse form. And he would save little Polly Pureheart.
Polly Pureheart.
Yeah, so I identified with all of those characters, and it went real well with those songs that, according to my notes in my mother's that she kept in my baby book, Santa Claus brought me and my older sister a record player. And so I grew up at 9 months hearing Jesus loves me and Jesus loves all the children of the world. And then my personal favorite when I could sing and train my little 1-year-old sister in my Sunday school class while my older sister was at work and my mother was busy. I mean, my older sister was at school. Jesus wants me for a sunbeam to shine for him each day. And I love then writing the lyrics to Jesus wants me for a moonbeam, but he wants us, you know, we're all rays of hope. And so I just am so grateful, Tim Taylor, and the real tool time man, for your dedication of everybody that you pulled together that finally answers my prayer. And we always know, you know, God, we can't tell you the hour of the day it will come true, but it will. So when I dress as Sister Sue, the Tooth Fairy, or the Fairy Godmother, I tell them the limits of my power. You know, and so I'm just so looking forward to adding value and grandmothering you all in. The grandmother clause is a legal term, and now this is recorded, so you're all being grandmothered in, so that you have access to collaboration innovation on our Cosmic Green school bus for lifelong learners, because we need things that are IDEA compliant, not just enforceable by our local school district. We want, because we have such damaged adults that got advanced, they have Swiss cheese knowledge, they don't want to be embarrassed. So when they get to participate with their little preschoolers, they learn it as well. So thank you so much. And my final question was, what's your involvement with the insurance system? Because I want our own cohort for PCORI, Patient-Centered Outcome Research Institute. I believe the Great Discovery is our own cohort of doing holistic wellness and honoring dignity, respect, healing, connecting with the people. So I envision that we have, you know, the school, meet with the school nurse, meet with the counselors, group counseling, play therapy. I created lots of game parodies. And so now today I'm meeting other people that use games. So now me, Lucy, has no splaining to do. So thank you so much.
Lucy has no splaining to do. Love it. Okay, well, Dr. Monica and Elizabeth, do you have anything, any links or anything that you want to put out for everyone? Maybe
One of the things we wanted to offer, and I believe we gave you some links, so it'll be in the, is we want to invite y'all to go ahead and come and reach out to us at our email. And our website is being taken down because someone's going to actually redo it tomorrow. So I don't want to tell you to go there because we're putting all this so much more up there. I think the best way for you to get a hold of us would be through exceptionallyua@gmail.com for now. And that just happened last night. So
you just set the phone on the table.
Oh, and Monica, if you want to put that in the chat, exceptionallyua.com, use the Gmail, and we definitely will then email you a link for Calendly to get a hold of us. And if anyone, Monica, you want to explain your superhero offer?
I don't know if we could do this, Tim, but I was thinking if anyone purchased, if anyone who came here today decided they wanted to purchase the Superhero Unleashed course, that they could get a 10% discount, but I don't know how we would do that. But that was just something it crossed my mind last night, but I don't know how that would be possible. But I'm just going to go ahead and put the link to the free course and the actual course in the chat right now.
That'll be great. And don't worry, everything's possible for superheroes. We'll figure out something for you.
And then there's also if sense and essences and emotions are so tied together. There's a Calendly link that we gave you so that people can get with us, and we will put together some oils for you and send them. little samples.
I like oils. That is great. Thank you so much, ladies. That was just, and you know what? Those of you that don't really know Dr. Monica and Elizabeth, you know, when we saw some of their content just last week, and we literally just talked to you yesterday. You know, it's like, okay, let's do this.
Yes.
And they're going, okay,
Like,
you know, you know what? When you talk about providence and a God wink.
Yes.
We had our a previous speaker that just now, and an hour ago, had a medical emergency, and so you know it's and she was, and somehow she didn't even appear on the thing, and it's you know, some things they just work out, and
Yep.
I appreciate all of you. Guys, we're going to close out in just with the last session here. Is a 15-minute session, and before we do that, let's see if we can make sure that you guys are all clear here. I don't know if I can remove you from the. There we go. We'll remove one spotlight, and then we'll remove the other one. Bless you, ladies. I appreciate you. Now, before I do that, this session today, I'd love to hear from you. You know, we're going to be sending out surveys to each one of the attendees. This is our pilot session, as most of you know, although most of our team on the Great Discovery are homeschooling veterans or currently homeschoolers. This is our first foray really into the children's market. We're just moving into our phase 3, which is our beginning to get out and reach, and children and homeschooling is a primary goal of group that we want to empower. We're all over it. And so this is a small session today, but I'd love to hear one, you know, on a scale, honestly, on a scale of 1 to 10, you know, how you would rate the content and material that we have here. If you just drop it in the chat, that would be great. And second, we're looking to build a homeschool summit on a much bigger scale as we start getting our foothold out, and that'll be towards the 2nd or 3rd week in September. And I'd love to get your input of saying, yes, that's a good idea, or maybe not quite yet, and see where we go from there. You know, it's something we're super passionate about. You know, it's my heart, you know, really is what it's all about. Sometimes it doesn't always work out for the mechanics for every parent to be able to homeschool. But sometimes when you get this information, it dispels a lot of phobias of homeschooling, you know, of things hey, I can do this. There is a way to do it. There is a path forward. Okay, well, thank you again. We're going to do our closing session here. And, you know, as many of you know, on the, let me see if I can bring up Sandra here right quick. And there we go. I think I can. There we go. So we're going to do our closing up session. As many of you know, with the Great Discovery, our core seed where we evolved from is Six Sigma, and Six Sigma is it's probably one of the greatest. It's recognized by MIT as one of the top 10 business innovations of the last 150 years, and that's for good reason. It is utterly transformative, reducing defects, improving performance and value. The 4th generation of it is its cognitive roadmap. Without the math and statistics, it is success. It is transformative thinking, and it's for kids, it's for teens, it's for adults, it's for everyone. Sandra, I'm going to let her tell her story. She's our co-founder and co-CEO. Really brought this with a passion with Dr. Kathy Lawson to really bring out this series. We are preparing to do a major digital release of what Sandra is going to be talking about here. And so would you just listen in 15 minutes for Sandra Harry, and please put your notes in the chat as you're listening in, you know, as where you feel that you should go. 10 if this is all around, if it's a 9 or an 8 or a 2 or a 1 or a -1, it's okay. I think the -1's probably already left a long time ago. But so we're all good to go, and I thank you in advance. Sandra, take it away.
Well, thank you, Tim, and thank you everybody for sticking around. And I just have to say, I was just very blown away today by all of the information. My background, yes, I was married to Dr. Michael Harry, and he was the co-creator of Six Sigma. And he brought out generation 1, 2, and 3 in the world of business and helped companies save billions of dollars all over the world. But his dream was really to do something greater than that. And as Tim said, and as I talked about a little bit in the beginning of today when we started, his goal was to go through and figure out what made Six Sigma so successful. And that's when he uncovered the cognitive roadmap that we call the Great Discovery, the Six Sigma way of thinking that made Six Sigma so successful. So he identified that underlying cognitive roadmap, the way of thinking that made Six Sigma so successful, took all the math and statistics out of it, and that is now called the Great Discovery. And it is a course. It is, like Tim said, amazing. And there's something that's really amazing about the Great Discovery, which I love to talk about because I am not a mother. I am a stepmother. I came out of corporate America. I was a CFO for a very large corporation for many, many years. Then I met my late husband, and I got very involved in the world of Six Sigma. And I'm one of 26 executive master black belts that were called in the Six Sigma practice in the world. And so I was always very focused on education and corporate America and business and everything. But when I met Michael and I was introduced to the Great Discovery, he was actually creating and developing the Great Discovery at the time I met him. And I learned it on the backs of napkins as he was developing it and sat beside him and watched him. And I fell in love with the Great Discovery. And one of the things that happened to me that I decided at that point when I was learning the Great Discovery that it changed the way I thought. And yeah, I had a little bit of an ego back there. I back then in those days, you're young, you're in high profile positions in corporations, and you think you know everything. And the Great Discovery, basically learning it took me to my knees and realized that my life was really empty. And one of the reasons that it did that was because the Great Discovery is based on our core values, our intrinsic core values. We are all born with them. We all have our own. They develop by about the time we're 8 years old, and they stay with you the rest of your life. They don't change from month to month or from year to year. Yes, you can have life events that can shift them some. When I lost my late husband, did my values shift a little bit? Yes, they did. Okay. But what I learned when I started to understand about intrinsic core values was that I was not living my intrinsic core values. And if I can teach someone, any of you, to identify those intrinsic core values, which we do through the Great Discovery, the course, and then I can help you live those out, have the freedom of choice to live those values out, 1 or 2 or 5, because you typically have about 5 or so, intrinsic core values, your top 5. If I can help you and empower you to live those out on a daily basis, your life is going to change drastically. You are going to love what you do. You are going to want to get up and go to work in the morning. Your life changes. I thought I had reached my dream of being a CFO. I was there and I was empty. I learned my values, and guess what? My values were not working for, none of my values were tied to going to a job where I had to follow the rules and be told what to do. And I was so unhappy when I got to that top position that I thought was my dream, and I couldn't figure out why. It's because my intrinsic core values were not in alignment with that job, that work. And so every day I got up, I had this internal friction going on. And I didn't know what was wrong. How many people do you know that get up every day and dread going to work? They can't stand Mondays and they just wait for Friday to come. It's because they're not living a life where they're in tune or in living their core values, at least one of them on a daily basis. So when I saw the power of the Great Discovery, when we started teaching it to people and I saw the transformation, it was amazing. And I said, you know what? This is what I'm going to do the rest of my life. I am going to help him launch the Great Discovery to the world. And Michael used to say, if we could just make a half a sigma bump, a sigma is a goodness in something, A sigma is 1,800 times improvement. That's what made one sigma bump in a corporation was an 1,800 times improvement. Now, just imagine if we could teach everybody the Great Discovery and get a half a sigma bump in our society. What would that do for our children? What would that do for our society as a whole? It would be amazing, right? So I set out, and after Michael passed, when he passed, he asked me to carry on his legacy. Not only with Six Sigma, we have the Management Institute that I run. It's a global company. We bring Six Sigma to places in the world where it's unaffordable, but I make it affordable. We've got Six Sigma in diamond mines down in South Africa. We're doing Six Sigma at the airport in the Maldives, little countries where they can't afford it and they'd never be able to get it. But I adjust everything by the CPI, which we do on the Great Discovery platform too, to make it affordable. Because people not only need empowered with knowledge, they also need to be empowered monetized, right? With money also. People need to be able to earn money to be able to elevate themselves. So that's two things that we love to do with the Great Discovery: empower people with knowledge, humanity, and then also give back. Michael left me this legacy. So we pay out what? In commissions, if you're in the affiliate network, we pay out up to 70% of every dollar that we bring in, because I want to empower people, and giving them back money lets us do that. So when I learned about the Great Discovery, I started to work on it. I started to try and launch it to the world. It was to adults. And Dr. Kathy Lawson and I have been working on this for a lot of years. She was very involved in the beginning also. And she has the same passion for the Great Discovery I do. She said one day, she said, you know what? We're teaching this to adults. Let's create a teen program. And so we did. And Dennis Denoy's kids were in the teen, one of the teen programs we did. And they loved it and they did awesome. The teens did so great. It was amazing. And I started to think, oh my gosh, our education systems, and Michael used to tell me, our education systems are broke, right? And I'm gonna step back for a second and tell you a little story about what happened to Michael when he was a child. When Michael was going to school, and this is still happening today, guys. This is what's sad, okay? Our education system does the same things they've been doing for 50 to 100 years. We have all this new technology in the world we're using, but our education system is the same. And it's so sad. And that's why I am so, the homeschooling market has blown me away, because you guys are doing it different. But when Michael was going to school, his parents were pulled in by the principal and said, you know what? Your son's just not that bright. Don't want to say anything bad, but you know what? He's going to have to be vocationally guided, right? Because Michael was just not interested in school. He missed a lot of school. He loved to hunt, fish, and trap. And he was born in a little town called Middletown, Indiana. And he just wasn't that interested in school. So they put him in shop class and they taught him to be a carpenter. He didn't know why. He was just put in shop class and he was taught to be a carpenter. So after he graduated high school and he was going to work in the middle of the winter in Indiana, cold as heck, he was trying to figure out how he ended up out there in the cold pounding nails. And all these people were working in these offices with suits on, and they were in the heated offices. And he thought, what happened? How did I get here? He was pigeonholed. Michael was not stupid. He was extremely bright. He actually ended up getting into college himself because he wanted to get a better life for himself. He ended up, he's a genius. He started going to school. He loved it. He had a photographic memory. He excelled. He's the co-creator of Six Sigma. He changed the way the world does business. But if you'd asked the school, they'd have told you that he would never succeed. They teach us in school. When I was young, they taught us how to read, write, and do arithmetic. Nobody taught me how to succeed. Nobody taught me how to solve problems. Now, I had an exceptionally well childhood with parents like Tim's that they elevated me and they promoted me and they told me I could do anything I wanted. And so I did. I went out and I attained the dreams and the goals that I wanted, even though they weren't quite exactly in alignment with my values, but I did achieve them because of the environment I was raised in. But Michael was put into this slot because that's what they thought was the thing to do. And I want to say, so we did the teen program, okay? So Michael's story has always stuck with me. We did the teen program. It was so successful. And then Kathy and I, we said, you know what? I wonder if we could teach it to the little ones. So we developed the Bentley series, and you can see the books behind me. There's six books. And we started off doing color books, but now these have turned into lesson books. So there is a lesson book that goes with each of the books. And this is on the Common Core. Okay, so it is tied to state standards. And so we started writing the books to teach the little ones the Six Sigma way of thinking, and it works. We did a pilot. We're still doing a pilot in a school in Indiana. And we brought the first book in, and I have to tell you what happened. And this is the difference between our public education and the homeschool education. And boy, I have so much respect for homeschooling and the parents and the people who support it. It's amazing. So we went into the public school. We bought Bentley's Dream in. Bentley's Dream is the first book. And in the Great Discovery, the first thing we do is we dream big. We dream big and far and wide, right? What are those dreams? And then we start on a process of, okay, Bentley's Treasure, book number 2. How can Bentley's Treasure, that is their values, the little kids' values, right? Those are things that they treasure. Even though they're not developed until about 8 years old, we still start to get them thinking that way, right? And then the third book is Bentley's Purpose. So then what is that catalyst that is related to the Great Discovery terminology? What is their purpose, right? What is that dream? How are they going to get there? And then they start down their journey, and then we go through restraining and driving, restraining and driving forces, and that's Bentley's Power. And then book 6 is about his success. So let's back up to, we go into the public school district to do this pilot. We bring in Bentley's Dream. And we start going through the book, and we're teaching the kids how to dream big and wide. And you know what the teachers did? The teachers said, no, you can't do that. Every little boy wants to be an NBA or an NFL star, football player, basketball player. Every little girl wants to be a princess. You can't let them believe that. It's never going to come true. And we said, why not? Why not let them dream? Why not let them, then when they start to look at their treasures and they start to connect those as they grow up, and they find out, okay, what does a little princess have to do? She's got to smile, and she has to wave. She has to wear pretty clothes. Why not let the little kids figure out that maybe that's not their path? Why are we telling them, no, 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 you can't do that? It's so sad, but that's happening in our public school systems. The teachers were like, no, you can't tell them that. And so, but then after we explained to them the Great Discovery, and we actually took them through the Great Discovery, the teachers started to see, oh my gosh, let the kids figure it out. At some point, a little boy might figure out that he's not good enough at basketball. But instead of telling him, no, you can't do that, let him figure that out. So it was pretty big breakthrough with the teachers. It was amazing. And so the pilot has gone very, very well. And the teachers really, really embraced the Great Discovery and walking the kids through. Book 6 just came out of print. And the book series, the first 3 books are on the Great Discovery site. You can go to the website under the shop tab, and they're there, the book 1 through 3. And book 4, 5, and 6 will be up there in the next week or two. We're just getting the last of the inventory in and getting stuff up on the site. But it has been a journey for me, launching the Great Discovery and then realizing that we could empower humanity with knowledge by bringing on everybody's genius onto the platform. And I never imagined in my career I would be sitting here with Tim, and we would have launched the Great Discovery, and then it blossomed into a beautiful e-learning educational marketplace globally with translations. And look at all the opportunities that we are giving, not just children, but everyone. But this summit today has just solidified to me how important homeschooling is. And if I had a child, they would be homeschooled. I have a stepdaughter, and she's, like Tim said, she got to go to a very nice private Christian school, so she's gotten a very good education. But I truly believe in homeschooling. I have so much respect for all the parents out there and what you guys do for your children. It's amazing, absolutely amazing. And like I said, still to this day, with the school we're doing the pilot in, do you know that those kids are literally forced to make a career choice by about 5th or 6th grade? And that is the path they stay with through graduation. Now, do you know any child that really knows who they are at 5 or 6 years old and can make a decision, or 5th or 6th grade, and can make a decision about their life and what they want to be when they, become an adult? And this is happening in the schools. We watched it in this school happen, and this whole district does that. So it's not just the one school. And so I've learned a lot, and I have so much respect. And our platform, The Great Discovery, is here to support you guys. We are not the experts in homeschooling, but I want to bring all of your genius, all of you who are involved in homeschooling. We want to bring you all to the platform so that we can share with each other and empower each other and help our children grow in the right way and not get stuck in some career where they're going to wake up someday, it's not in alignment with their values, and they're going to be unhappy, and they're not going to do well in relationships, because that's what happened to me. I achieved that dream, but it wasn't the right dream. Now I live my dream. I live my dream, not only in my work, by carrying on Michael's work and empowering people with the Great Discovery and seeing people grow and achieve dreams they never thought that they could achieve with the Great Discovery. That is just my passion, to teach people and help people achieve their dreams. And then beyond that is to bring all the genius onto the Great Discovery platform, so it's available all over the world in all the translations that we're doing, and we're empowering it in all the different languages. And it's amazing. And then my last dream, not my last dream, but another dream I always had, was to be in a beautiful relationship. And yes, I'm a widow, and it was very tough to go through that. And I didn't think I would ever find a relationship again. And the Great Discovery also brought me that. So Mr. Tim Taylor, and I know a lot of you probably don't know, but yes, Tim and I are married, and we run this company together, and it's been an absolute blessing. So I just wanted to give you guys a little insight on the Great Discovery, kind of a little bit more in depth of where it really came from, what our passion is, why I wanted to write the children's books. And so I still have another series to write. Kathy and I are going to write a book series, and I believe, Monica, it's going to be a comic series. We want to teach the Great Discovery to the 9 to 13-year-olds. That's the one age group that we haven't covered yet. And so we think we want to write a comic book. And I think we've got some ideas of even just putting it out and having kids help us write it as it goes. It would be really cool. Maybe we can do some contests about it or something like that. And some of the team programs, what came out of that was their restraining forces we use in the Great Discovery were their villains, and their driving forces were their superheroes. And it would be amazing to see what they come up with this in those characters. So that might be a way we approach it. We haven't put that into place yet. We've been working on the platform, trying to get the platform up and going and stable and get our foundation, which we have under us now. And we're just moving into that phase 3 so that we can get all these courses and all this genius out to people. So with that, I will turn it back over to Tim. I know it's been a long day, guys, and I didn't want to get too long-winded, but I wanted to share that with you, and I appreciate you guys staying on and helping us wrap this up. So Tim, you want to come back up? Oh, you're on mute. You're on mute.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I just want to thank you guys for spending some of your Saturday, a big part of it today. And, the only reason someone does that is you have a heart for the same heart that we have. We have a shared mission, and, we're here to help, and God bless you for taking some time today. Like I said, this is our pilot. And Sandra, you have a giveaway for everyone.
I do. You guys.
We're going to drop that into the chat. But listen, as long as you're registered, everyone's here is going to get a beautifully bundled set of replays of each speaker, each session, each part. Also, their offers that they've got are going to be tagged right onto it. So make sure that you're on there. We're going to have some follow up with everybody. It has been a long day. Sandra and I were chatting last night, and neither one of us has had more than 5 hours of sleep in the last 3 or 4 days. Really. So if I'm stumbling my words, it's okay. I always do.
Me too. I just flew in. I don't think we got home till 1:30 this morning. I flew in yesterday from Washington. So, but it's good to be home. So I put in the chat, we have a little digital video book of Bentley's Dream, the first book. It's a cute little thing. We are going to create a whole kids, we have a whole kids website that's going to be coming up. It's in progress right now. We are going to have a whole online kids learning area that will be coming up over time. We'll start to develop that, but this is just a huge focus for us. Our kids they're our future.
It is the future.
They are our future. And
We've gone through a lot of this transition. They're going to live it, right?
Yeah.
They're going to live the outcome of what's happening right now, and it's time to prepare. Elizabeth, I see your hand up. Last words, last comments. We're going to wrap as the rain begins.
I know.
Actually, it's okay. Let's wrap, and I will email.
Thank you all, everybody. I love you all for spending some time with us today, and hope you got some value out of it. We'll get this all out. I'm gonna go take a nap. You guys have a good rest as well. Talk to y'all later. Bye-bye.
Bye, everyone. Thank you so much. Bye.
Love you all.
No, love you too, sweetheart.